Trash and the Anarkids, a forensic examination of the journals. Copyright 2022 12/23 by Darcy John Bouchard. Copyright 2022 12/28. Trash and the Anarkids. Dear Sizer was a preteen train-hopping squeaky kid who I'd met in Victoria Park, Regina, SK, during spring 1996. She took advantage of an opportunity at using my studio floor as a place to crash. She survived that first night without me attempting to molest her, and it became habitual for her and all her companions to begin coming and going at their leisure. In and out through the three big windows of my studio, this looking across the parking lot at the Hotel Radisson Plaza, Saskatchewan, Regina, and Blessed Sacrament Parish, on Scarth Street, now a parking lot. This was the OLJM Duncan residence, him being an important lawman there, 100 years ago, and it had been used thereafter by the Grey Order of Nuns as a home for young unwed mothers, too, before becoming a dry-out center for alcoholics in the 50s, back when rubbies used to melt chew Polish and 78 RPM records for the alcohol. Sure, there were a lot of ghosts seen by many different stoners and drunks roaming those halls, and, in places, the walls even seemed to bleed. I had Echo Cowich, age 14, Jamie Parker, age 14, and Jennifer Crinkle, age 14, which had quick become mine dearest friends, participate in a project painting a large canvas stapled to the wall at a place where the light from all three windows merged. Jamie named it Starless Night. When we met, I was an ostracized artist, cast out of inner circle of prominent artists because I jived with the queer status quo. More so, I was the son of a failed wannabe politician who'd stirred a hornet's nest at City Hall, and in police stations all around Regina, and in the provincial and federal court systems, but, after attaining the heights of success, he fell like a rock into chiasmic oblivion because of his sins. Those sins were inherent in me, and, until encountering those hundreds of nameless unfaceless teenage homeless wanderers and hitchhiking runaways, I'd thought me a soul damned, alone, and lost, but they instilled in me renewed hope in myself and society, in general, and sparked a joie de vivre which had been extinguished. Certain members of the Regina City Police Department, though, had grown jealous of me having access to all those young white kids they saw hanging around me. Now, when I was driving hack for my father, I'd learned from the First Nations and half-breed prostitutes that these same cops would force the girls to play tricks on them or else get run in, these pigs turning many a young girl that had followed an older sister, cousin, or friend out onto the stroll into dirty whores. This is why badge officers Ron and Terry murdered me, robbing me of a buckskin jacket with long sleeves and fringes, on the night after the big parade held in honor of the 1998 Can-Am Police and Firefighters Games, which were being held in the city at that time. Of course, according to Saskatchewan justice, this event didn't occur. I reckon, all if any police and hospital records no longer exist, or are impossible to find, But what is funniest of all is that at that time the Honorable Edward D. Beta, QC, LLD was Chief Justice of Saskatchewan, him a second or third cousin of mine. In closing, there's a lot more to me and the story I'm trying to sell you on here. Suffice it be that I end our correspondence, today, mentioning that I'd kept a journal during the 4 years I let those kids live with me, in Regina. We had a lot of fun times together, but there was heartbreak as well, including several satellite murders which occurred. Some of these kids have died, a lot of them never really had a chance. All I can say is that a degenerate generation of street kids followed after these, having no chance in life at all, because of the commonality of perverse sexuality and widespread popularity of dangerous opiates, and most of those I subsequently met, in Victoria, have died. Only a generation prior, I'd been the same age as these Anarkids, a dumb hippie brat just out of the bugward after years of criminal social abuse at St. Mary's Catholic School, in Pleasant Hill, Saskatoon, now happily left alone to huff glue, until shit happened and I shaved me Toontown's first punk mohawk, me emerging as a new wave artist into a world predominantly hick and jock, back in the good OL days, whence all we had to worry about was about scoring some free love, getting the clap, or getting pregnant, and the paraquat on the weed we got from Mexico. So, I'm reading these journals now and trying to make something out of them and hoping I can make something out of my life, because I'm 60 years old, and, after 40 plus years of contributing to the arts, here in Canada, I've nothing to show for it. I've only just begun a forensic examination of all written or stuff therein between the pages of these several journals, but am reaching out to you now because this seems be no ordinary endeavor, rather, there is real history in what I've written, and true danger, as well as documentation of hundreds of artworks which I created during my time with these endangered children. Of which, I'd like you to note that I've never yet nor now intend to profit from our fellowship. Up until most recently, many of these dear souls were yet part of my life, if only online, though now I'm alone, again. Having lived the past 12 years alone in a small dark room on the skids, imagining naught for me, naught but a lonely death on a cold street, unknown, unappreciated, an empty life, censored and forgotten. Am I a deracinated white, a métis, a francophone or a Ukrainian Canadian huffing solvents and electroshock therapy? I'd like to tell you, oh reader, I have mental health issues. I've heard voices and have even been possessed, which contributed to my incarceration in the nut house, when I was a teenager. I was given a shock therapy treatment, but it took me almost 40 years to recall the awful crime perpetrated against me by society. After viewing an electrocution scene in a movie, and seeing the nurse place the rubber mouthguard in the poor victim's mouth, I remembered my nurse saying to me then, "This is so you don't bite your tongue." Like a jolt. I remembered. All of a sudden the memory of me standing in the hall, alone, drooling and banging my head softly against the wall makes sense. And I've had all manner of hallucinations, thousands of hours of flight time, like Orr, the crazy pilot in Joseph Heller's Catch-22. I've always preferred the hallucinations which glue huffing caused, but when I took to huffing gold cap acrylic quick dry spray paint, those quick became my favorite hallucinations. I could see across time and across space into different dimensions, and also engage with long dead and forgotten souls, and all those others, too. Like Simic's Enoch Wallace and / or Lovecraft's Crawford Tillinghast, QV. How can I say it? Hallucinations are like waking dreams or nightmares. The big difference between LSD and magic mushrooms: I've never done DMT or any other toxic chemicals, not wanting to. I had too many fucked up trips using these drugs. I tried some psilocybin recently, but it was old and impotent, thankfully. What trip that didst unfold reminded me of how much I didn't like these hallucinations, because unlike huffing, which if one stopped huffing one's head would clear, these other trips were relentless, repetitive, and, in my youth, often ended up in city cells or a trip to the hospital after violence. As for cocaine, crack cocaine, crystal methamphetamine, most of the thrill is in the user's imagination, and if addicted, it's no doubt because the user has an addictive personality. More so, these drugs are merely excuses or reasons for idiots to misbehave. And here's a note for any dummies wanting to huff: there are a lot of solvents that produce hallucinations once inhaled, but this practice is harmful for the health. More so, the glue manufacturers were long ago pressured into altering their product, so it ain't worth it. Think about it. Remember all the indigenous kids who has died sniffing gas, in Canada? No one but the parents and a few leeching bleeding hearts actually gives a damn, though, so don't fuck around huffing any of that shit unless you want to go insane and quit living. Opus 2 Plays Quarter. This was the first volume of this journal, which I began to transcribe, it being chosen at random, but selected because it seemed be first most on the furthest left-hand side of all these books jammed into their box. It was tied by a slightly stretchy black string, over a yard/meter in length, being tied both lengthwise and around its width. It seemeth be about 2 inches thick. Some nice blue string sticks up from inside the pages, along the top of the spine, as well as other 2 bits of string, one red and t'other white, wrapped together in the fashion of a candy cane. Its predominantly brown covering is made of bits and pieces of fabric, for the most part having a floral motif, including 18 embroidered flowers of a light purple thread, and green leaves and stems, there being 7 glued haphazardly to the one side, and 10 on t'other side. One of these flowers is at the top of the spine, just beneath the decorative blue and candy cane threads. There is also a bit of dark brown leopard spotted fabric centered on the spine. On what me thought was the front cover, an old plastic coin slot plate for a pinball or video game is glued center. It is black and bears the words 2 plays over quarter, in yellow, and in caps as printed here. Furthermore, it bears a small number topmost, center, saying, C826-50, also in yellow. It appears to have been glued on using glitter nail polish. 2 other items have been glued to the cover plate side, vs. a tiny bit of black netting was made the foundation for a something skullish looking. And, on what seems be the back cover, a light blue Regina City June 2000 transit pass is glued, being, most likely, a student bus pass, no doubt having belonged to one of the Anarkids. This cover has some warped black and white checkerboard fabric glued on, as well. I've looked at opening this book from every angle, and elected this to be the front cover so as to begin opening this book as if reading from the last page first. The book, as said before, was very stiff to open, but having looked inside both covers, I recollected this being proper because on the inside front cover was a clipping from an old Archie comic showing blonde-haired Betty in the shower, her nudity modestly covered in a foggy mist. Her right arm is raised, reaching behind her head, happily remarking, "Ah, that feels good." I glued this to another piece of paper bearing, in bold black caps, the following statement: "This is the way the world ends." Opposite topmost, on page 1, is a quote from French romantic writer and politician Victor Hugo, 1802–1885, him being considered to be one of the greatest French writers of all time, author of The Hunchback of Notre Dame, 1831, Les Miserables, 1862, and The Man Who Laughs, 1869, and more. The quote reads as follows: "The poet's social/sacred mission as sick educator of people and interpreter of the intentions of the divinity." Perhaps, the above should read is rather than as, which seems more sensible. Beneath this, I'd pasted Lord Byron, CXC, "When we two parted. When we two parted in silence and tears, half broken-hearted to sever for years, pale grew thy cheek and cold, colder thy kiss, truly that hour foretold sorrow to this. The dew of the morning sunk chill on my brow, it felt like the warning of what I feel now. Thy vows are all broken, and light is thy fame, I hear thy name spoken, and share in its shame. They name thee before me, a knell to mine ear, a shudder comes o'er me, why wert thou so dear? They know not I knew thee, who knew thee too well, long, long shall I rue thee, too deeply to tell. In secret we met, in silence I grieve, that thy heart could forget, thy spirit deceive. If I should meet thee after long years, how should I greet thee, with silence and tears?" When We Two Parted was written by Byron to express his sorrow at the loss of a relationship. He implies that the relationship was a secret, so he is only able to grieve in secret. This leads many people to believe that the poem, inspired by Byron's affair with Lady Frances Wedderburn Webster, expresses the love, grief, and anger of Byron at his separation from his lover. Note: George Gordon Byron, 6th Baron Byron FRS, known simply as Lord Byron, 1788–1824, was an English Romantic poet and peer. He was one of the leading figures of the Romantic movement, and has been regarded as among the greatest of British poet and satirist whose poetry and personality captured the imagination of Europe. Although made famous by the autobiographical poem Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, 181218, and his many love affairs, he is perhaps better known today for the satiric realism of Don Juan, 181924. There is no obvious or stated explanation for why I included this poem. Perhaps it will become more self-evident as this writing progresses. What is really interesting, at least, to me, is that, at this moment of time, whence I am begun this writing project, it being immediately after having returned to my room, come from my sisters and brother-in-law's home, me having abandoned their family to return home 2 days before Christmas, 2022. Why? Because, apparently, I'm a racist. As I got upset whence they invited one of my niece's foreign friends to share Christmas Eve with us all. I shouldn't have mentioned it at all, really. But I am alone all the time, every day, day in and day out, and have lived thusly for longer than the 12 years I've been in my room, here, in the Ritz Hotel. But that's about to end. And I am about to lose all my books and writings, my PC, and my paintings. I deserve better, eh? I laugh when I hear it said that we need more and more immigrants when we can't even house or properly employ our own citizens. In this I am, apparently, a racist. Ian so, T was just the night before the sad circumstance which drove me out into the cold world, alone, that I showed my niece a YouTube video of the Sioux Ghost dance-n, as the faded figures seemed to dance, in silence, I told her, this is who I am. No. I am not a racist, at least not in the sense that I am a Nazi Klansman or a pinko commie, for I'm not, neither would they have me for my politics, if not only that I am 7% to 8% Indian through my numerous native grandmothers from tribes across the continent, the squaws of all my habitant and coureur des bois and voyageur ancestors, me, not merely indigenous to this or that tribe, but within my blood flows the sacred ichors of all those tribes. My ancestors were the buffalo hunters and mountain men of old, just as much as many of my progenitors were chief men, great kings, and warriors, both white and First Nations. Not only do I love my nation, it being made of its people, not so much by its natural resources but I love my family, and mine ancestors were involved in all the big and little events that made Canada what it is. O reader, because we, the people, have forgotten our ancestors, our heritage, rejected our faith and dedication to them for to embrace globalism, we, in so doing, have crucified everything that I believed in and lived for. Exodus 2:22. And Zipporah daughter of Ruel, called Jethro, priest king of Midian, bare Moses the lawgiver a son, and he called his name Gershom, for he said, I have been a stranger in a strange land. It was the shock just as much as other things, such as me not taking my medication and the dietary change, for the food was good, but richer than I'm used to. I wanted a family time away from the world that is about to consume me, whence I am thrown out into the cold with only cardboard for a bed. But, in their sweetness, they invited the world into their home, and I remembered that when Regina City Police Constables Ron and Terry beat me to death they said, we're not doing you any favors, Dark. Maybe I'd have been better off dead for this, I've oft thought, and in my heart I know that I should not fear, for Christ Caesar is with me and always has been in mine heart. So, unlike Jonah waiting to be tossed overboard, I leapt into the waves of a sea of shit and have washed ashore, back here in my room a monk's cell, to transcribe these journals with commentary, as a self-examination before death. If I have to look into that same shimmering blue mirror again, I want to be able to look me in the eye, unflinchingly awaiting judgment regardless of whether or not I am cast away for Amit the Destroyer to consume in the everlasting lake of fire. Sure, I know it's wrong for me to be so utterly contemptible, but I am whom I am, and I can't change what I think and believe, simply because my dearest and most beloved can't accept me for who I am, expecting me to be whom they want me to be and for me to act and speak accordingly. I am not whom they think I am, nor have I ever been. I am a rebel, and have been in open social rebellion since my earliest days as a punk rocker and new wave artist in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, my hometown. So many great creative and destructive things have happened throughout my life, which separate me from others, forever. People, including my own family and friends, couldn't understand me then, and they can't now, because I've a complicated genius, corrupted by decades of social abuse and isolation, since childhood. I've always used my creativity in art and music and writing, though, as my means of constructive rebellion and not any act of violence, albeit I've had much trouble heaped upon me by lesser minds and weaker spirits, hence, my police record, QV. So a racist or not a racist, it really doesn't matter much, we are just around the corner from the Great Reset and nothing else should really matter. The world I strive to contribute to is dead, and out of its corpse a new Atlantis hath arisen, like a great beast clothed in glory it emerges, greater in its thulhulaic fury than anything either Sir Francis Drake or William Blake or even Jeremy Bentham couldst ever have imagined. I never learned any of the skills necessary to function in the world of tomorrow. Hell, I really don't even function well in the dying world that everyone else seems so content to exist in. I've always swam alone outside the school that the social mob is more of a gladiatorial Christian, alone in the arena mocked by the bloodthirsty crowds, nor would I have made much of lemming. Still, no doubt, the force of the herd mentality would carry me over the cliff into the sea with the rest of them, me wanting to go that way or not, like the herd of swine into which Christ Jesus cast the numerous spirits that Legion was into, prior to them running into the sea to drown them. If you've read this far, O reader, put it out of your mind and read on. The verso of this first page is blank, but, if held up to the light, a few sentences vaguely bleed through from the poem on the verso of the Byron poem, vs. But I dainty attach any import to anything written thereon of the ink bleed, et. 2 Several poems are written with ballpoint pen, in blue and black, both some lines being heavily crossed out, but yet somewhat legible, so I'll include them, too. It appears as if these poetic selections were all written down here at different times judging from the print, and by the different ink used. I've gotten into the bad habit of hurrying my pen, losing much legibility to my script, but it seems be here that I was not rushed, and more deliberate, for all the words are readily readable. These poems were all composed, by me, between the years 1977, in Saskatoon, and 1996, in Regina. The only poem which bears attribution, is the first, being called Desolation, ca 1976-77, it being written by both the Green Demon and I, during a glue-sniffing session, whilst living at my father's, just off Broadway Avenue way out on the outskirts of town near the highway south. Desolation, it's dog eat dog to get to the top, don't slow down, the rat race won't stop. Tormenting demons distort all to be seen, so purely they smile, their laughter is, oh, so obscene. Through the flames of hell and its tormenting heat, the wings of madness profanely beat. Lost in time and lost in space, no different from anyone, but to most a disgrace. Another lost soul on an endless journey, down the road to nowhere, Damnation Alley. I reckon I should mention, here, that although other versions of Desolation exist, only the above version is accurate and complete. All other versions except the original are missing lines. I wrote the next poem sometime forgotten during that same year or perhaps the next, during a court-imposed institutionalization in Calder Center, in the old Grey Nuns building by St. Paul's Hospital, 20th Street and Avenue P in the Pleasant Hill neighborhood of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. I'd be about age 17 years, me being born, December 1961 in St. Paul's Hospital. This next poem belongs to a first collection of poetry, of about 80 poems more or less which were composed thereat during this period of rehabilitation. Note, I was a big, dumb kid, which worked as a casual, temporary laborer from time to time, being a delinquent mall rat most of the time, and a frequent patron at the local bars and nightclubs. I drank to get drunk, and got drunk too often, often spending the night or the weekend in city cells, booked on being drunk and disorderly and or fighting. This was the era of my life where I first began to smoke pot and do LSD, which I did often and capriciously, taking massive dosages and hallucinating intensely. I loved hallucinogens at that time of my life, which is why I took so voraciously to huffing glue. Later on, I began preferring huffing solvents rather than psilocybin or ergot-based hallucinogens because, unlike with the drugs, the effects of huffing wore off quickly and the hallucinations more intense. Questions so many, ca 1977-78, questions so many with answers so few. Who might the prophets be, and is what they speak true? Of words of wisdom, is there wisdom in their words of wisdom, and is what they speak true? Who might the prophets be with answers so few? Questions so many. Beside the above poem are two others as follows: I, the artist illiterate, ca 1980-81, I, the artist illiterate, paint a canvas void and bare with both thoughtful strokes and those not so. Alas, woe be I, the artist. Illiterate note, this second poem following, was heavily scratched out by pen and ink, but, with scrutiny, I was able to read it somewhat. It may or may not have consisted of more lines, but I am uncertain of this at this time. This poem also belongs to my second collection of poems, A Quiet Conversation — all of which were influenced by Walt Whitman. Whence once I dreamed the voice that fell savagely, ca. 1982, The Child, I am frightened by the firework gallery naturally illuminating the neon sky. Whence once I dreamed the voice that fell savagely because of my drug addiction and alcoholism. At the time, I'd isolated me from all my family and friends. I lived over 6 months gradually descending into madness, my only source of joy being my copy of Leaves of Grass, it being a nice trade paperback size leather-bound hardcover book of a few hundred poems by Whitman, if that many. I carried this great soul's influence well on for 10 years or more before my ostracization from the arts community, in Regina, because of my staunch opposition to success in the arts being determined not by what you knew or did, but by who you were fucking around with, especially true of homosexuals in the arts community, which now dominate the fine arts scene. More so, the bureaucracy which was then suffocating is now gone beyond absurd. As for being labeled an outsider artist, I tender my middle finger in the fuck you position, as that's just a woke excuse for labeling me an outcast — for that is what I became because of my homophobic and misogynist politic. There are also a monostick, 1-line poem, and 1 couplet, a 2-line poem, and 1 haiku written beneath, as follows. The couplet is dated ca. 1983-84, and was written for a young woman I had long secretly loved but never tried to kiss. If I were to love you any less, yet, my darling, would you I love most of all. I reached out to her online recently, and, although I was initially taken to be a quaint surprise, I was informed that I was water under the bridge. So, I'm really glad that I did reach out, because, if not, I'd still embody loving emotions and remembrance of her. And why? If there is no reciprocity, don't get me wrong, I've no hurt feelings to gripe about, as it's always a woman's prerogative, whether or not to accommodate a gentleman's interests. I understand her decision not to involve her with me, not because of any flaws in my character but, as a safety measure, which I truly do respect, because of the love that I once felt for her, love. Or, mayhap, merely lust. No. I may have at one time relished fantasies for her sexual favors, but, decades long gone now. I truly did love her, and so, people still misinterpret me whence learning of my fondness, or love, for them unable to disassociate love, for the most part, from sexual desires, or, of feelings too deep in one's heartfelt thoughts to have definition by utterance, and best left unsaid. They say you never forget your first true love. I do. And it's impossible to forget our first real intimate kiss. Yeah. As with that kiss, all romantic love is. Eros is emotional, transitory, and dissipates homogeneously over the face of the waters rolling away from the source, in phileastic rings, until absorbed by the face of the deep, agape, and forgotten. But, she I ne'er kissed. Nor e'en pretended that her was the object of mine affections, though it was most likely obvious to all. And it is this self-same repression which contributed to me staying faithful to all these girls, and boys, which shared their lives with me, however transitory. Anyhow, the monostick, dated ca. 1983-84, is as follows: even the deepest of oceans is shallow at its shore. The haiku is untitled and is dated ca. 1985-86. It reads as follows: behind masks and beneath uniforms is our nakedness. The last poem entered on this page is, as follows: The Death of the Poet, ca. 1987, the poet, whom bled ink and stained ideas from fingertip blackening the blanket of white mused po and the discoloration of innocence time yellowed pages which turned to dust. I'd begun to write my poem ICEOM on life, I am alive, on this page, but scratched it out and wrote it down on the verso side of this page along with 2 other poems and another mono-stick, which is scratched over with pen and ink but yet readable in fur. Seems be that this poem is pretty much self-explanatory. I composed I Am Alive in Regina, on Madeira Street, just opposite Breyer Bush Stigs. Dad J had set me up there in one of his property swindles around the time I was driving taxicab for him. Mobu's little G gang oft-times visited me then if only for a place to hang and smoke and booze it up. A lot of these boys died too young because of cocaine. God bless them one and all, they were sick good lads, despite the fact the leaders among them became death-dealing coconuts and this leading to their ends. Egad! How I despise what Mobu called hip-hop, I'm ever so glad that I got to live in an era of real good music. Hell! Even disco contributed a lot of great tunes to my long list of favorites, none of which promote lustful sexuality or the bust a cap in yo ass mentality that permeates music today, that is, though, with the exception of video, which killed the radio star. Note my clumsy attempt at writing in Old English, Old English ICEOM on Life, 5796, Modern English translation with utan on dream eomic journen for an end to se de egg on though is nestopian slope to shiorian eomic new don min sawol on wokanen ic haben freedom on gen in se otherweerold ic naen mesilf iceom floskond blod iceom mon without a dream am I yearning for an end to the day and there is no stopping sleep too tired am I now does my soul awaken it has freedom again in the other world I know myself I am flesh and blood I am man. There are yet 2 other poems written down on this page. The first is obviously part of my punk rock mentality. It reads as follows: Deep, ca 1988, deep under taut grey flesh maggots feast deep inside the cold earth corpses rot deep penetration within blankets embrace orgasm rocks maggots feast corpses rot orgasm rocks maggots feast corpses rot orgasm rocks. The other poem, dated to around the time that Gigno Schmuertz was conceived. In Saanich, BC, i.e., my artistic pseudonym viz. Seijo, is as follows: The Death of the Poet, 230190, The Death of the Poet, censored. The poet's blood-stained page is full of death. The poet, censored, dies. The poem, censored, consumed by death. The censor is full of death. The censored seed of idea, within the mind of the censor, roots and sprouts, but the censor is not a poet and the idea is full of death. There is, also, another mono-stick, although it is heavily crossed out by ballpoint pen and ink, it is still legible as follows: Oh, fire of literacy, 190190, oh, fire of literacy, consume words, turn pages. 3. I went out for a walk to score some weed. The city didn't put up any Christmas decorations this year, except some shabby decor on 1 or 2 streets frequented by tourists, and a modest, yet nice light display by City Hall, set up very near to the statue of the communist, Dr. Sun Yat-sen, set up outside Chinatown's Lion Gate. Ironic, eh? Well, what do you expect out of such people as begin each City Hall council meeting by rubbing the Indians' nose into them having possession of tribal lands? After all, would they move off the land if required to do so? Listen up, dummies, it's all Indian land, all the way from the Arctic Circle down to the southernmost headland of the Tierra del Fuego archipelago of southern Chile, South America. Of course, they're all different kinds of Indians which each came into the Americas by different various means and diverse times in human history, principally during the Stone Age, whence there was much human migration, as the evolutionary ancestors of humanity freely roamed the planet, crossing vast distances on land and by sea. I am, obviously, a believer in the Solutrean hypothesis, which suggests that European peoples, from the half-tribe Xenia, crossed the Atlantic Ocean, going over the pack ice on dog sled and on water, by curragh, i.e., a boat made of leather stretched over a wood and slash or bone frame, like a kayak or canoe. Notwithstanding this, I am also a proponent of the peopling of North America via the Bering Strait land bridge. Note, as now, the Chinese were very isolationist 1,500 years ago, thinking the outside world benighted and uninteresting, to be avoided and sealed off, and not sought out. But a newer breed of Chinese Buddhists had a different view. Their business was to go out and convert all lands to Buddhism, as did Chinese Buddhist missionary, Huai Xin, who traveled as far south as Chile, naming the west coast, Fu Sng, ca 499 AD, as proof that humans could have had arrived in the New World from Asia. I've only brought this up because racism is, simply put, not a black and white issue, for there is all manner of shades of gray, and, eugenically speaking, the differences between our world's races is quite honestly not merely an issue of skin color. It's ignorant of people to oversimplify such delicate issues, as prejudice. I assure you, O reader, that my racism is so much more than skin deep, if you think me bigoted, it be more so because of my politic, rather than an opinion you formed because of the cultural Marxist programming that rules the hearts and minds of pretty much everyone in the graveyard, for that is what our world hath become. Only the rich and privileged foreign masses pretend that everything is good, running smoothly, in accordance to what is natural, in other words, all the liars in denial pretending that our lives have been ruined as individuals, as family and congregation, as communities, whether be villages, towns, or cities, and as nations, and races. I am a complicated man, and supposititious, too, for I ofttimes wonder if it be me alone, if me at all, which returneth alive from beyond the realm of the living, as didst Er of Pamphilon son of Armenios, or, sometimes I wonder if I alone reside within me, since my sojourn as master on the Thulhulaic trans-dimensional way station, wherewith whence huffing solvents, and hallucinating, methought I'd employed me as caretaker and proprietor of a trans-dimensional way station for transient spirits moving betwixt netherworlds and unreal realms, me having made acquaintance with many such unnatural and supernatural entities as I'd encountered in this capacity. So, really, me, a racist? Sure, anyhow, thank God my mom called. I wanted to call her, for I love my mother, but I didn't want to appear weak before her. She dainty know it, but the hard time I been warning people of is actually here right now everywhere around us, in everything and everyone. So, I'm grateful for this, as well. I'll call her tonight, but, for now, I'd like to keep our calls short, as there is less chance for me to say something I'd regret. O reader, Ian, you'd not understand me if it be you rather than she. Do I regret learning of the world and our sad state of dying liberty? No. Even as I write these words I am learning, listening to a speaker speak, and enjoying some relaxing Baruch chorale music. I regard the secret gnosis I am blessed with as a gift, as I claimed in my writing, The Parable of the Gift, QV, and understand that the present of all these years since being left for dead by Constables Ron and Terry, in June 1990, bear the responsibility of witness. And we know that the trials of Job and Jesus are ours, as well, for in truth the so-called civilized world really does belong to evil. This is the curse of Cain, whom builded cities in antiquity, and since then, naught has changed, only, as rotten things do, things have grown worse. For the page opposite is blank, its verso bearing two segments surrounded by 3 lines top, bottom, and center. In the first segment, a spaceman says sick to a savage, airplane savage only hears, bird. This goes through my mind often, for, in speaking to others, no matter how simplicitously, I feel misunderstood. I'm not saying that I'm smart, no. Just that I have trouble relating to others on superficial levels, which is what most minds seem to do without any effort whatsoever. Hence me, here, now, alone, again, as usual. The other segment reads as follows: we either ride the horse too hard, or we choose not to ride at all. I had to turn the book around, to read the writing on the page opposite, which reads as follows: I am going to get a maid. She can cook and clean for me yet. And a personal attendant, a receptionist, home and office. I need to separate myself from my work and relax. This is something I yet emphasize with seemingly, an eternal desire, I suppose. I reckon that by this it seemeth I be, at heart, a polygamist, Sure, one thing's for certain, neither the church nor the state will sanction mine marriages. Only God can do this. The church and the state play their part in human affairs, and always have, even amongst the coeurs de bois and voyageurs of old, who took country wives despite having a sanctioned marriage in the civilized world. Some of the HBC chief factors were most definitely polygamous, as were the Indians. Here, I am now thinking of mine 2 wives as the horse which gets ridden too hard or not at all. But this is not me, nor have I ever been like this as a womanizer, in any event, for I've never had much to do with women. I'm in no way gay. In fact, I am quite the opposite. Sure, I am in no way an abuser of women and / or children, or fags, or animals. I hold many Buddhist beliefs to be sincere, and worthy of veneration, because I hold life sacred. Notwithstanding and understand this, my living heroes include men such as Dr. Theodore Kaczynski and Fjotolf Hansen. I also highly regard Timothy McVeigh and the heroic martyrs of Brüders Schweigen, the Silent Brotherhood, which became the Order, Robert J. Matthews and David Eden Lane. These are men who have killed and wounded people to get their point across. They do this because no one actually listens to their warnings and protestations until blood is spilled and destruction reign havoc. I understand this, but, by their example, I also see that those throwing their lives away in revolutionary actions actually accomplished nothing. Call it the 12th monkey syndrome, They wasted their lives. God bless those for their heroic self-sacrifice, even if such in their minds alone, that the reader must turn the book sideways to read. What's written there upon this forming an 8½ × 11 letter page, which contains a list of numbers, just off-center to the left, rising upwards year by year from 1996 to 2001. Note, the number 1996 is written, 1986. Also note, the numbers between these year dates are confusing, seemingly being pairs of numbers, relating months, I suppose. On the left edge are personal notes, relating to people, events, and places, and, on the right side, is a listing of artworks and writings by name sans description. Of course, the actual page I copied this from is quite entirely different. Nonetheless, it appears to have been written in one sitting, but bears blue and purple markings, and other notation which may have been added later, in review. This is just speculation, I'm glad I entered this notation into my journals, because I'd forgotten about a few of the paintings I have listed here, most predominantly, Devil Girl with a Small Drum - another painting of Jamie Parker. At that time, she was messing around with that stinker, Noman, and, upon seeing her busking with her drum, on Scarth Street, across from the mall, I painted this picture, whereabouts unknown. It hung for a while in the Second Cup Cafe along with other artwork I wanted certain people to see, especially those art snobs which had ostracized me as neutral ground. Art gallery was right upstairs. I'm sure everyone knew that it was I whom was the artist, but, I never really garnished any attention. Politics, Hereafter follows a more detailed accounting of what was written into this list. As the months are listed albeit haphazardly, I'll more aptly associate mine actions and accomplishments with practical dates, for the 5 years between 1996 and 2001, whence I relocated here, to Victoria, British Columbia. My father's care cab's taxicab business had finally failed. He was driving hack for Rick Goslin at Sun City Taxi, Estevan, as he couldn't find employment in the industry otherwise. He'd climbed the heights of the industry politic, becoming a familiar figure in the courts and other government and commercial institutions, making changes, and enemies, too. He stubbornly held on to his last connection with the railroad, driving engineers and other workers out to the trains, across the province. It was a very influential contract, and should have he had access to the capital, he might have had opportunity to rebuild, or reinvent him. But, he held on to the contract by me using my own money to finance operations viz. He got the check and I paid the price. Of course, the last of my $1,000 bill was soon completely gone. Jay never ever, not even once refurbishing me with financial restitution. Of course, he couldn't. I didn't mind, until I had no money left. He pleaded with me to keep the contact active, but I wasn't able to feed me. It was Mobu's little G gang which kept me buzzed, on oil. Them sharing copious beers with me, too good of the lads, The house, one of his property scams, was for sale, so lots of people were familiarizing them with the property. At least on one occasion, I was visited by either undercover cops or a couple of hardcore bikers. The Rebels MC hadn't yet patched over to the Hells Angels MC. Although it's since passed through my mind that the bikers contracted the hit on me, through their affiliate the Man in Chains, it's an idea which has never fit the crime, I've always gotten along good with the clubs, ever since a youngster myself, in Jacks and Yips, and the A4, in Saskabush, way back when the club were the spokesman and, sure, This is something covered in more detail in my play, Punk Rock, formerly called, The Sinners, begun ca. 1986. Note, this was when I was living in the apartment building owned by Miss Mag, or was she the daughter of Jack Yip? I can't recollect. What I do remember, though, is that she was super intelligent, highly attractive, a thoroughly modern Millie, More so, she is the quintessential landlord in the story of my life, for, she alone, of all whom I've rented from, returned not only my deposit, but the credit it had accumulated in her books. I pondered this as my buckskin jacket, which the swine stole off my dead body, had been recognized as colors in years past, due to special circumstances, me being asked to remove my colors in Buds on Broadway, in Saskatoon, to honor the club riders. Of course, I acquiesced without any shame or loss of dignity. I'd always admired the bikers, and, as a kid, I'd stylized me after them as a street commando or biker type without a bike. Remember, I was just a kid, age 17. I'll get back to this, later, Right now, back to what I was doing in 1996, at the time of the beginning of this list supra. It's possible that the pigs weren't there for me, either, as the boys were coconut dealers, not just good ol' boys drinking beers and smoking buds. The walls around the stove, and the stove itself, were splashed with oil toke wastings, splattered there by mist tokes and cloudy coughing spats by one and all, arg. So, that's what they saw. As well as a lot of beer bottles and my artworks, and piles of papers and books galore. My champion guitar. This was the house I ruined my century-old wooden tombstone in, me cutting it into 2 or 3 pieces with a skill saw. I'd planned on carving a nice electric guitar body of it, but fucked it up royally. Last I saw of this wood was when I chucked it up into the attic at the old J.M. Duncan residence, on Scarth Street, in Regina. Would have made a nice guitar, Anyhow, I got a call one night, from my little sister. The poor girl was in tears, she'd taken too many pills and was terrified, not wanting to die, especially as she was alone. Not knowing what to do, I begged her to call for an ambulance, and tried to elicit the help of 9-1-1, here, but encountered only stupidity. They actually asked me why I called them about an emergency in Calgary, Alberta, and dumbly rejected my answer, me stating that I knew not how to call 9-1-1 in Calgary from Regina, begging them to connect me or else call for me and have them contact me. I had to hang up on the ignorant bastard and tried to call my sister. Fortunately she answered, telling me that the ambulance was coming. I waited with her, for them, until she had to buzz them in. Thank you, God, for the gift of my sister, all these years since then, despite me being in the doghouse again. She needed me there and I needed distance between me and my father, so I moved to Calgary, and it was during this time that I took up oil painting. The first painting I created was a picture of the Quaker oatmeal Quaker with a shiner. This I gave to Murray Cusitar, and it may still be in possession of his family. it being very professionally presented with a handmade wooden box frame surrounding it. But it were the second painting I started, which I first finished, this being a portrait of Gabriel Dumont, chef Métis here called, Gabriel Dumont, La General. There was a third painting, but I quite forget what it was, or who got it, as well as other artworks, including a very small portrait of Annette Haven, porno goddess. Soon in my sister's bad books again. And back in Regina, staying, apparently, with cousin Yabbit, which is where I encountered an interesting friend. This cat had moved in with Yabbit, not knowing what a piece of shit he really was, So, when he met me there, he latched on, and I ended up helping this stranger my new friend move to other, better lodgings. There was a lot of big, heavy furniture, too. I've nothing bad to say about this cat and I hope his name turns up later, during this exploration of these journals, I got other lodgings damn quick, as well and me took up residence in the old J.M. Duncan residence, on Scarth Street, just down the block from the Copper Kettle, situated behind the Hotel Radisson and across from Blessed Sacrament Church and the SASK Power parking lot, spitting distance from the spot that Constables Ron and Terry beat me to death with their batons, robbing my corpse of mine buckskin jacket with long sleeves and fringes. And what for, One little Indian girl, safely accompanied by her uncle, explained to me on a walk downtown, one day, that it was the man in chains which orchestrated the whole conspiracy. I assured her that I'd known this all along, wanting to protect her, which, I'm sure, her streetwise uncle was well aware that I was doing, and I assured her that I remembered everything well enough. She'd claimed to be there but she wasn't, at least to the best of my recollection. Sure, on a few occasions I've chanced to wonder, what if she was? There is a small chance that she was telling the truth about being there, with the two cops and the man in chains, them being in the back of the squad car that found my hiding place out, whereat I'd taken refuge to drink the bottle of champagne that I'd found, and attempt to huff the wood cement that I'd found, went searching for a pokey thing to push the cork into the bottle that I might consume the hooch. My doubt lay in the fact that she claimed me was beaten with a 2x4, but the welts all over my body, which were still very obvious more than 12 hours later when the nurses washed me, were all made by batons obviously. But no one said anything about it, and no one from the police came to take a statement. They were trying to bury me alive, and they did. They killed me and stole my identity, my memories, my hopes and dreams, all these being tied up in that raggy old leather jacket. And what for? A few months later, I was eating dinner with the Marian missionaries, behind the Regina Inn, whence one of the Indians asked me why I'd thrown my jacket in the trash. He'd seen it in the garbage container outside the man in chains apartment. So, there's the link. He'd snuck into the Hotel Radisson one night and stolen away with a lot of expensive booze, so that's where my champagne came from. I'd found it on the ledge of Joe Faffard's bison sculpture, on Scarth Street, and I reckoned it stolen from one of the nightclubs and left there by drunken cops and firefighters out howling it up during the 1998 Can-Am Police and Firefighters Games, which was being held in Regina. Earlier in the day, two cops questioned me about my jacket, where I was sitting outside the mall panhandling. One of them was the black cop who once later warned me about Constables Ron and Terry being on the lookout for to harass me. I took him for his word and exercised caution this rest of my journey. But all this is so foggy. The two cops questioning about my jacket is more precisely recalled, because it was whereby their parade went by, earlier that day. Anyhow, all this trouble began with Echo Couch, ca 1996. I was sitting in Victoria Park, minding my own business, maybe having a coffee and smoking, or hoping to score some weed, who knows. And here comes the sexiest piece of ass I'd ever seen. Normally I'm very shy and not likely to approach women, but this girl was punk. Naturally, she turns out to be a kid. I'd always thought her to be college chick, at first glance, most likely some kind of perverted desire, because she was a lot younger, and not the age 17 which I've always thought her, for on one of our last conversations a few years ago she told me that she was only 14. So, this is how my adventures with the Squeaky Brats began. She and Jen Crinkle joined me on a visit to my studio, whereat I told her she could find safe refuge at any time of day or night, because the poor kids was sick, sniffling, having had to sleep in the cold, damp park the nights before. Sure, in short time, I was overrun with these brats, crawling in and out of the windows to gain admittance, which I encouraged, as the other men were rude and abusive of them long before my arrival on the scene. It was the light cast from the moonlight and parking lot lights which made the image captured by the starless night painting now in Echo's possession, in Edmonton, Alberta. Again, here is a reason for me to spit in the face of the arts community. Only one man of them ever gave me the slightest acknowledgement as an artist, Bob Ivanacco, whom purchased the painting I created of my beautiful blonde model, Nicole Thome, wearing a rose headdress. There was another artist who knew me from my time with the Bridge Artist Run Collective, whose kid was one of the Anarkids hanging out with me. He wouldst not degrade me or my art, neither. I gave him a painting, called, The Alphabet Man. In fact, as I'd noticed during my emergence as an artist, in Saskatoon, CA early 1980s, that a lot of people didn't want to be my friend, they just wanted to be seen with me and or talk about me. Starless Night is a valuable artwork, in that it was created not just by me alone, but in that I involved all these uneducated brats, runaways and orphans, into my life without seeking anything from them or from society. Although society continued to harass me, and conspire against me through the years, I tolerated these kids in my life. But, truly the real artist here is not me, it's Jamie Parker. Hers was the greatest contribution of participation and effort put into its creation. She, Echo, Jen, and I all signed the along the edge of the painting prior to painting it, if ever X-rayed. Look under the watery blue edge, What's important here, is that if I'd had taken Jamie as my personal fuck toy, a lot of the bad shit which happened might not have happened. She wanted my attentions and I really did love her, but she was just a kid. Now, when driving hack, I'd learned from the young street girls prostituting themselves along the 2 downtown strolls, that most of them were just kids. I even wanted to stick my cock into more than one of them, something the cops did all the time according to the girls, and I've never doubted them. So, maybe I should have just fucked the lot of them. So many of them were being fucked by other scumbags, which were part of the scene, but I couldn't. So many of the youngsters weren't like that, and a few of these really did depend on me to be man, more than a friend. Thus, for the few I respected the chastity of the many, and rightfully so. Hence, because I didn't slam my dick into her, she went elsewhere for her meat, and hooked up with Noman because he had hairy balls and for no other reason. This walking, talking pile of shit was also messing around with a real trashy slut, called Beasta, and the two of them got mixed up with cousin Yabbit, and I suffered for it. I came home, to my Scarth Street studio, one day, and found a note left by the police calling for an appearance. So, I hit the shower and presented me forthwith. Beasta charged me with rape at the behest of Noman, because Yabbit threatened to kill Noman, for me. I have no idea of what went down, but it was a lot of trouble for me. I had to appear before a judge, but no charges were laid, yet there was still a mark besmirching my record which showed up whence I applied for a pardon. This being a sore spot that almost cost me my pardon, but for my pardon appeal, which I published online because my youngest brother, Maurice, who was paying all the charges and fees, and every time I turned around there were more charges and fees, well, the poor boy died. So, despite deserving a pardon, I cannot afford one. Anyway, if I ever fucked up they'd open my record, so it's a waste of money, Not that I'm planning to offend. But I'm poor, and I've made allegations against people of power, and in authority, so. I'm poor, and there is no justice for the poor. Not in Canada, and not anywhere. I yet am in possession of the pencil sketch, drawing of Echo Couch as Bicafumes Tanaquile Sibyl of Carthage, 8 1/2 x 11 copier paper. I promised it to Phil years ago, but retained it thinking of inking it and / or painting it, which is why I made the sketch in the first place. It's a lot worse for wear, me having torn the corners a bit in a haphazard attempt at putting it into a cheap frame, but I'd have to dig it out of the old suitcase I carry my fonts in. The most interesting thing to me or for me is that the tombstone Tanaquil holds onto has always reminded me of Mr. Champion's tombstone. I'd consider it symbolic that the poor old-time geezer's marker, which I rescued from where it was abandoned by the tracks down by the east end of Victoria Street, it's no doubt all changed now. I loved that place, one of those places whereof the countryside had been grown around by the city. One of the last isolate natural retreats, and it ran all the way downtown, along the tracks. As said, his marker was in the attic of the R.M. Duncan residence whence it was demolished. So, that marker or those pieces thereof it ended up scrapped with the wreckage of the house. It's all gone now. Well, I actually landed a really great pad in Cathedral Village, the artsy area. The lady next door was in the Regina Symphony. I loved it there. It had a kitchenette just off the entrance, a walk-in closet big enough to live in and a nice bedroom. The living room was large and spacious, and the ceiling was high. The water closet, wherein was a beautiful clawfoot tub and toilet and sink, was easy to keep clean and a pleasure to be in. More so, it had a tiny window to the kitchen, which could be opening and closed. This place was most definitely one of the nicest places I've ever lived. But I'd fuck it up soon enough. So, still trying to get into Echo's pants, I enticed her to pay me a visit and sit, so as I could paint her. She agreed with the condition that I allow her friend, Rhea Rip, to attend. Me, I saw naught but personal honor in this pursuit, because it's only natural the woody maid be attended by her chaperone, or matron, in this case, an exotic young lesbian girl, a very punk girl who'd seen too much hardness in life. She was Echo's friend, not mine. I'd promised them booze and produced a 26 of whiskey for them, could have been a 40, I don't recollect. Whatever the case, big bottle of booze or not, it only took a couple of hours for the girls to knock it back. I hope I'd also tokes on hand for them probably, but I don't remember. Sure, there'd be a pouch of drum tobacco, 2 zigzag whites to roll our smokes with. I still have this painting. It's in real need of a good cleaning, which I hope to accomplish sometimes in the new year, 2023. This, too, should be a valuable painting because of the story behind it, and the people involved. Note, I painted it on a wooden panel, it fell from on high a few weeks ago, me moving stuff about, and I got a nasty knock on the head from one of the corners. This made me notice how dirty it was, and how much in need of a cleansing it is, for I only noticed this in inspecting it for damage. After all, I can be a blockhead, I made at least 3 paintings of St. Louis David Riel in this apartment, although there should still be a few others somewhere around Regina. Some were pretty good pieces of art. The big yellow one I gave Brother Patrick is another truly important art piece made by me, and I really tore up my knuckles stretching the canvas. There'd be traces of blood for sure. I stretched it so taut the middle part bowed in a bit on each edge. This piece is important because of how I painted it, and from the source of the sketch, which I'd found in an old newspaper. The yellow oil paint was blended in part with turpentine to speed up degradation of the canvas threads to age the piece. I was influenced in this iconoclastic act by 1940s abstract expressionist artist Mark Rothko. I also made a smaller copy of this piece, Louis David Riel, On Trial, A Study in Color. Brother John had it last. I think his dumb replacement bitch fucked it up good and burned it. Who knows, she could have kept it, or sold it, or whatever. Usually, as artist and creator of a painting, I must eventually let it go to live its own life. I've heard stories of artists dying with hundreds of paintings around them, which are difficult to place, in good homes. The painting in my possession, of Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte, was painted using the same technique. Gino was one of the downtown brats, him being more of a satellite to the central activity among the Anarkids clan structure, a great kid and longtime companion in philosophical discussion at the Second Cup Café. He was another recipient of an untitled Riel and Dumont collage, which was large and bulky, and without much doubt died an obscure death a long time ago now, otherwise, forgotten. I made another for Lyndon, whom was friends with Patrick. Both these guys were always assholes as far as I am concerned, but they were dating my friends, Sarah Anderson and Ann Schmidt, both teenage girls who were an extension of the train-hopping and hitchhiking Squeegie Kid scene. Unlike the truly troubled street kids, these two sweet girls had close familial ties in the community and their parents knew me. Note, Ann's younger brother Tyler later lived with Chelsea Davidson, one of the girls I let live with me. I fucked it up with her, though, me not wanting Tyler to live in the house, but rather with his family. They both ran away and Chelsea, being pregnant, had a miscarriage in Vancouver, where they ended up. But this was much later, a year or so after what was soon to happen. A date with Echo. This was, quite honestly, one of the greatest nights of my life, and unto this very day. It's not that I wanted an opportunity to seduce Echo, but, more so, that I wanted the youngsters involved in my life to get some kind of an idea of what life once was in so much as dating is concerned. I mean, us kids back in the 70s used to put some effort into chasing after girls, not like what the dating situation had evolved into, at that time, and now it's even more fucked up. For one thing, none of these park brats ever dated. They merely agreed to hook up for a night of jiggy, or for a relationship, but there was no real commitment for the most part, though Phil and Echo really made a go of nurturing a long-lasting love relationship. At that time, me thought it Phil's only redeeming quality. Don't get me wrong, I loved all my bratty buddies, yet, secretly, I still lusted for Sizer's smutty affections. Again. Don't get me wrong. This date which I had with Echo had naught to do with me getting into her pants. It wasn't about sating my erotic desires or searching out fantasy memories, for I loved her truly, dearly. Furthermore, our time alone together involved all the kids, not just she alone, or those few closest to the inner circle revolving around her, as she was an incredibly influential girl in the scene. Thus, this was an opportune moment for me to reinforce in their hearts and minds the trust in me, which I wanted to instill in them as a group. This me thought appropriate because I imagined it would be an interesting accentuation on my soul, as an artist. Something that would set me apart from the other artists, those which had so rudely ostracized me because I wasn't fucking around together like the others, like the tribe of conformist monkeys that they obviously were. After all, it's as I've always said, and this is an observation, not an opinion. It's not what you know, or what you've done, but who you're fucking, which leads to advancement in the arts and politics, because the frickin' pinkos thrive there in these governmental fields, becoming increasingly prosperous at the expense of natural traditions to the detriment of decent taxpayers, and this is the way things have been since the limitations of the sovereign person imposed upon we Canucks by the Canadian Bill of Rights, Declaration Canadienne des Droits, during the Diefenbaker era, in the 50s, thus bringing us folk under the yoke of international admiralty law, in accordance to the laws of currency, viz. Whom hath the gold make the rules. Anyhow, I had a quantity of LSD blotter tabs and we each ate one, or two. There could have been more. I really don't recall, but I've never been able to settle on just one tab. Moreover, I either gave a few tabs to Twitchy, or promised to hit him up later, after our date together, him, thusly hired to dogsit Trudge, Sizer's pup. So that was the plan. I then treated her to a shopping venture, at the thrift store, her choosing an elegant, but modest, gown, it being brown, and draped o'er her shoulders, falling to her feet, the whiteness of her slender limbs, hanging by her sides, thus accentuated. I selected a nice suit jacket, but only because of its lining, which I wore turned inside out. This was a nice black and white checkerboard design, made of small boxes. She may have picked out some nice dress shoes, as well, but I really don't recall. I doubt it, for even now she seemeth be the type of punk et which would be hard pressed to go without her army boots, or docks, et. So, scoring some beers, the three of us and Trudge headed back to my place, whereat I drew a nice warm bath for my date, this filled with red rose bulbs, for at the time people could still rescue cast-away flowers behind florist stores, and readied me for a night on the town with the love of my life. I had fallen in love with this girl at first sight, and from the moment our eyes first touched that love has done naught but endure. Both of us were already beginning to zoom because of the CID, and, soon, we two were sitting across from each other in an Asian eatery, nearby the theater whereat our time together would next take us. I had a nice, big safety pin in my lapel, and, in an attempt to impress her, I stuck it trough my cheek. That was a punk thing to do, et. Note, I hadn't done this since attending a theatrical performance in Toronto, ca 1981, called Sid's Kids, no. Not the punk band, a theatrical performance with actors, dancers, musicians. It was kind of a big thing at the time. I'd heard of it on CBC Radio, Brave New Waves or Nightlines. I couldn't miss it and saw it as an opportunity to escape from my father forever, but, once again, he took control of my life and the decision for me to go and return was decided upon by him. What I wanted was entirely unimportant, of course. So, I went, spent a horrible night alone, and huddled up in a corner outside the train station, trying to stay warm that first night. I had little money with me, so having a good time was out of the question. Nobody but the worst of winos and dirtiest of hippies begged at the time and it didn't even cross my mind. I ate what was given us homeless people at the Christian missions, or did without. Anyhow, when I went to the show, they were selling these El Cheapo plastic clip-on safety pins, and this pissed me off. This was not punk, et. So, I took one of my pins out of my t-shirt and slowly, purposefully ran it straight through my cheek top, down staring straight into the young vendor's eyes. He had to double-check his fake pin display, to see if I'd scoffed one, or, is what he saw as real as what he thought he saw. When I went in I almost started thrashing with the others on the mosh floor, until I plainly understood that it was all part of the show. Our movie was The Man in the Iron Mask, 1998, loosely based on the novel by Alexander Dumas, 1850, author of Le Conte de Monte Cristo and The Story of a Nutcracker. We held hands the whole movie long, me loosing her delicate digits from mine fingers but thrice, though only momentarily. The first time, I did so because if I didn't I'd have had to kiss her and she was Phil's girl. I wasn't that kind of man, nor was I that kind of a friend. Next, I released her hand because I loved her, and if I didn't I'd have kissed her, despite the fact that she had a long-time boyfriend, i.e. Phil. The third time I loosed she from me soft grasp was for the benefit of mine own soul. If I couldn't have her, then, I shouldn't want her. My final chance at kissing her this night happened outside the theater, after the movie, we two standing together in the gentle rain, in a parking lot she was aglow, illuminated by street lights. We stood facing each other, for a moment, holding each other's hands, looking at each other's face. Then, we walked home together, where she was reunited with Trudge. I paid off the dog sitter, while she changed back into her dirty street clothes, leaving her gown and other appurtenances thereof, on the bathroom floor, where they were later found and claimed by Tara Reeves, the caution girl. Thusly, the night continued or, as far as I'm concerned, it concluded with me walking her back to wherever she was crashing that night, back to Phil and the other kids, whereof all would see that I made no improper moves on our friend. It was on this walk, together, that the highlight event of our date took place, whence, without due thought to the action, the young lady rolled down into a huge puddle and splashed about gleefully. "It feels good to be dirty again," said she. Subconscio Reduta Tricycla. It was during this time that Clark Nicolia released a video edit of Subconscio Reduta Tricycla - the B&W 16mm feature film we made together. Clark invited my participation in realizing his potential as a filmmaker, giving me the responsibility of co-writing the screenplay with him, and acting the lead role. This, to me, was one of the greatest opportunities of my life. I've always admired this man's creative expression. A few years ago I tried to recommend him for an Order of Canada award, for he deserves it a lot more than some of those other recipients, but, as I'd fallen out of favor and lost contact with all our shared friends and acquaintances, I was unable to interest two others who might recommend him for this honor. Clark was not only a pioneer in the exploration of video as an art form, and founding member of the People Video Center, which later became Video Verite Artists Center, in Saskatoon, but he was one of the most influential people I've ever met in my life. Really, just look at the titles of many of my artworks and writings. His influence is undeniable. A few of my friends, including the Calvinator and Annie, loaded me into a car and we drove up to Saskatoon, to participate in the opening event, but, for some reason, we ended up sitting in the hall throughout the entire event. Sigh. I really missed out. I don't think I've seen the film, and it proved to be the last time we really got together as artists. The Man in Chains. The Man in Chains was a self-confessed triple murderer whom bragged of killing 3 men in jail, me believing that these men were doubtlessly just kids, and not men which would have challenged the freak. The thing that stands out most about him, though, was his quote, "If you know how to speak their language, you can get the pigs, i.e., cops and jailers, to do anything." This statement of his still rings true. Andrea was the stupid farm girl come to the big city, viz. Regina, Saskatchewan. Truly, I thought her older, in her 20s, but she was only age 17 or so, I later learned. She and I ended up seeing each other, and our relationship became sexual. This was a mistake. The dumb bitch was fucking Gordon McMain, the Man in Chains, who was chaining him up during the day, outside City Hall, pretending to be drawing attention to ADHD, attention deficient hyperactivity disorder, but he was a liar and full of shit. One night I was sitting with him, under his bushes, whereat he'd been claiming to have been sleeping, but he had an apartment nearby. This was when I first encountered Constables Ron and Terry, badge officers with the Regina City Police Department. This is also when I first spake the above quote. I watched the two screws park their cruiser and approach us, whereat we sat, hidden there in the brush. Obviously, they knew he was there. So, these two oinkers come up, squeak, and, after a brief interrogation and some threatening comments, they two swine turned their curly tails and slimed their way back to their patrol car. I didn't think anything of it, Yet, it do be an important happening, as related to the rest of the story as follows. So, as said, I was dinking this stupid farm bitch and I gave her a lot of hickeys all over her body. I much later learned that she'd told the Man in Chains about our fuck friendship, and he flew into a jealous rage, plotting to eliminate me as a competitor for the dumb cunt's full, total, and completely undivided sexual attention. He'd burglarized the nearby Hotel Radisson, stealing a lot of valuable booze, so this was used to bribe Constables Ron and Terry, hiring them as assassins sent to kill me, or at least teach me a brutally violent lesson, of sorts, And, as the cops hated me for all the various reasons I've covered elsewhere, it was a task they looked forward to. This is speculation, but, really, retrospectively looking back over the sad events which were next to transpire, it seemeth so very obvious to me, albeit, me not explaining things exactly, but close enough is close enough, as accuracy only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. An unexpected road trip to Toontown. To this day, I have no idea why I ended up in Toontown, probably because I was all goofy from the copious amounts of LSD I'd taken, recently. Who knows? In any event, there I was, and it wasn't really a bad time, me meeting with some old artsy-fartsy friends and going out to a few of the off-Broadway bar and nightclubs. But no one wanted me as a guest, I reckon, because I ended up wandering around the riverside looking for a place to sleep it off. I'd encountered a few young people, but, me drunk as I was, I must have scared the bejesus outta 'em. 'Cause the last thing I saw of them was them disappearing into the underbrush, leaving me alone. Hell, I grew up there and this was a favorite place for me. Hence, I found a soft green spot on the grass and went to sleep with a can of beer in my hand, which was gone upon waking. This was my last visit, to the city of bridges. Quick enough, somehow, I managed to get home, back in Regina. The synchronicity of the Knave of Clubs. I've always found the synchronicity involved in this element of this story to be relevant. I'd been out walking about, heading downtown, I think, when I found a trash container full of really nice stuff that had been smoke damaged by a fire, of an apartment. A lot of the cloth goods were perfectly fine, needing only a good wash, so I stole away with 3 or 4 bags of apparel, intending on cleaning the material and sharing with the kids. It was here that I encountered a few scattered tarot cards, with the Knave of Clubs on the ground, face up. I've always paid attention to sick things as found cards, or other totemic items, reading into them whatsoever hoodoo I imagined. This, though, I thought nothing of at the time. Later, though. On this night, I couldn't sleep. I passed a few hours stitching a purple fringed epaulette to the right shoulder of my buckskin jacket with long sleeves and fringes. Little did I know then that I'd never wear this garment again. In fact, it be only through the grace of God that I survived the grim events about to transpire. As said, I was restless, so I headed out to the park to sit with the boys. Mark this well, O reader, I'm not referring to any of the park brats, no. Here, I infer that I set out to go and sit at the cenotaph, with my spiritual friends, as hath been my custom since me being a wee lad, and old enough to ride my bike downtown, alone, to visit the war memorial across the street from the Francis Morrison main branch of the Saskatoon Public Library, on the corner of the park in front of City Hall. There should be a lot of photographs of me, thereabouts, as an artist, in any event, floating around in private collections, of old friends in Saskatoon. We were all artsy-fartsy kids, and photography was a bag a lot of us had gotten into. Now, as I was sitting there, with the boys, I heard much boisterous excitement coming from Scarth Street, whereat the off-duty cops and firefighters sought recreation, this being the evening of, or after, the big parade, celebrating the annual Can-Am Police and Firefighters Games with cops and firefighters from all over the province, the country, and the world in attendance. I was somewhat disturbed at their lack of protocol, for their behavior was really much worse than the kids, or the Indians, ever were. I had to take a closer look at who was who and what was what. On the corner, across the street from Joe Faffard's triple bison sculpture, sat a bunch of clean-cut rowdies. Yup. It were the pigs which were misbehaving, bringing to mind the thought that no one is policing the police. And this proves true, Read on. There, set down real nice and obvious, was a fine bottle of champagne. This methought thence that the pigs swiped it from the classy nightclub, just down the block, and forgot it here because they were a bunch of drunk fucks. Now, as after the tragedy which was now unfurling, I've thought that maybe it was put there purposefully, and that the pigs on the lawn, across the street, were using it to target some poor unfortunate which might think them lucky in finding it. Could be I played such rabbit hunt games when I was involved with the Sea Bears several years prior, whence I was a kid and had's just moved in with my father and Veronica, his second wife. Happy was I to scoop up this find, and I set out forthwith in search of something pokey to push the cork into the bottle and get drunk. I thought of going full-blown pirate and breaking the bottleneck to drink, but didn't entertain the idea of swallowing a bunch of broken glass, So, there I am, wandering around, looking for a good stick or nail or something, and I end up behind the Regina Inn, whereat some construction of refurbishing had been going on. Thinking to find my pokey thing here, in the trash, I found also a big can of wood cement. Now, I've known for a long time that it was possible to hallucinate by huffing wood cement, but it was an activity which I associated with the Indians, like drinking Lysol, So, me never having huffed wood cement, I set out to give it a go. I made way for what I determined would be the perfect place to sit and huff, and drink, which was behind some kind of a huge transformer, enclosed on 3 sides by 3 concrete walls about 10 tall, or so. These are gone now, as is the transformer. Nothing is there, now. I'm talking about in the alley between what is now the Canada Secretary of State building, on the corner of Scarth St and 13th Ave, and the Population and Public Health Regina building, on the corner of Hamilton St and 13th Ave. So I squeezed in behind the transformer, on one side, the other side being too narrow for access, and sat down to drink, and huff. The wood cement, though, was too dry to huff, so I put it aside and focused on swilling my hooch, a nice tasting champagne. Very sweet, and bubbly. My mistake was not staying hidden. I moved after sitting a while, just a bit, so as I could peek out between the transformer and the cement wall. This is when the police cruiser rolled up very quietly and stopped. Then, in the same breath, a flashlight came on, pointed right at me, hidden as I was. This is when Constables Ron and Terry got out of the vehicle, squeezing into where I had taken refuge. The flashlight never taken away from my face and shining right into my eyes so that I couldn't see much more. "We don't like you, asshole. What the fuck are you doing with all those kids, Darcy?" The questions were rude, and their tone rough. In due time, sickened at their accusations, I pointed my fingers at them, reminding them, as if they'd always known, that I knew they'd been harassing the young Indian and half-breed girls who followed their older sisters and aunties out onto the stroll to sell their flesh for party favors, never realizing that they were the party favor. I knew the pigs would of a habit solicit sexual favors from these girls, for I was informed by such girls that this is what was happening all the time, an open secret among the pigs, who always towed the thin blue line regardless of the victims. This is the history Regina has with its citizens, since before the time of the Regina riot, during the Depression era, onto Ottawa trek, in early April, 1935. The Regina riot. The trek marked the failure of the Depression-era work camps as a solution to widespread unemployment. More than 1,000 single homeless unemployed men rode the rails, eastward from British Columbia, in an organized protest, bringing their demands for work for wages to Ottawa, which led to a bloody riot caused by the Regina City Police Department, under orders from the hidden hand puppeteers pulling the strings of the Bennett government, up on the hill. What began as a strike against federal relief camps had been transformed into a popular crusade, and, as the trek grew in popularity, municipal police, military, and government authorities decided it had to be stopped. Thus, on June 11, Regina-based RCMP Assistant Commissioner Wood personally advised Saskatchewan Premier James Gardiner that a decision had been made to stop the trek in Regina. Despite Gardiner's protests of the federal decision, the Mounties degenerated into a pitched battle with trekkers and citizens alike, without discernment, which spilled over into the streets of downtown Regina. Order was not restored until the early hours of the next day, but only after the city police emptied their guns directly into a crowd of rioters. The toll from the riot was 2 dead, hundreds injured, and thousands of dollars of damage to the city. The pigs were later absolved of wrongdoing by the Regina Riot Inquiry Commission. But, really, what do you expect of the city, or the province, or the federal authorities? In short order, the situation gave rise to the tragedy of the Starlight Tours given poor Indians taken on night rides, in Saskatoon, which happened there this next winter, in 1999/2000, a practice dating back to when the post-rebellion era, then including disposing the road allowance people of their homes, and burning them whilst they watched from the CNR boxcars taking them away from their homes, now aflame. RP's Chief Murray Langard, rumor had it, that at this time, RP's Chief Murray Langard had gotten mixed up with some young girl in Calgary. Like I said, it's just a rumor that I heard, and, so, what with what happened me at the hands of his officers, at this time, and what took place in Saskatoon that winter, it seems pretty fucking sad that this porker landed the cushy appointment he did, him joining Saskatchewan Justice to work with Saskatchewan Police Services, implementing the serious crime Task Force and Serious and Habitual Youth Offender Comprehensive Action Program, SHACAP. Saskatchewan Justice threw me out of their offices whence I went to them for help, some firkinoinker squealing after me, loudly proclaiming, "It didn't happen. It didn't happen," him, repeating it, as if to convince him alone if anyone. I'm sure it was pretty obvious to some of the folk employed there that I weren't the liar, for I'm quite sure his pants were smoking, it seemed so, anyway, because he was sure steamed. Fuck him and fuck them all, it did happen, and I proved it to other authorities who had then and have now no interest in either me, or my troubles. Everyone I tell the story to believes me, though most of them can't figure out why I didn't sue them, or the city, or pursue charges. Langard began collecting checks for working with the Prince Albert, Regina, and Saskatoon Police Services, Saskatchewan Justice Public Prosecutions and Corrections and Saskatchewan Social Services to develop the integrated case management needed to ensure a firm, consistent approach with chronic offenders. And this has everything to do with why the pigs which murdered Chief Cal Johnston came to the Regina Police Service in September 1998, following 17 years of policing in Calgary, and he hath naught to do with this case. Beaten to death by Constables Ron and Terry, it hit me like a ton of bricks, or 1,000-pound weight, as in any cartoon, the anvil which struck me being one of those swine's police batons. I dropped and they were upon me in that instant, the both of them flailing me with their nightsticks like frenzied berserkers. I was rolled over onto my belly, my legs crossed, and one of them kneeled heavily upon the back of my knees, so that I couldst nae move. The whole time they were beating me furiously, striking my elbows and hands, my knees, thighs, shoulders, and arms. Over and over they clubbed me up and down my spine, and they kicked me, and spat on me, and cursed me. I know I'd struck close to their heart, whence I condemned them for raping the young Indian and half-breed girls, forcing them to perform sexual tricks for them, or else get run in on made-up drug charges and charges of prostitution. "You're right," was one of the last things I remember them saying. That's when the first blow was delivered to the left top part of my skull, a right-handed blow. Sure, they weren't, I must have been hit over 100 times, no part of my body overlooked, except for my stomach, which I'd been pinned down upon, and most places being struck more than once, over and over again and again, until they were both exhausted. They were panting to catch their breath when they tried to skin me alive by peeling my buckskin jacket with long sleeves and fringes from off my sorely beaten body, but I resisted, tensing up and struggling to get my feet under me. One of the pigs squealed, saying, "We're not doing you any favors, Dark," and the beating was renewed by both pigs, with even more ferocious intensity. Finally, unable to resist, laying there nigh senseless, they tore my buckskin from my body. I believe the one thought me dead, for he cried aloud like a frightened child when I started to push myself up, as, cops or no cops, I was going to kick their asses. So, as the one cried, the other kicked me hard, in the face, ere I'd raised me up much, and I dropped in a heap dead. The spirit of our sacred Blue Ever Virgin I remember, way back in the good old days of off and on black and white television. I took a close look, once, curious as to why what happened insomuch as turning one of those old TVs off is concerned. What I'd observed is that the whole picture collapses in on its center, like a dot, which grows small and disappears. This is what happened to me. There I was outside my body, floating above those two felonious swine, both of them holding my buckskins, afraid for they'd killed me. I was dead, and they'd killed me. I could see them standing over my body, looking down on me laying there, dead, at their feet, murdered by them, both of them, together, each of them wearing their police uniform. Then with a blip they were gone. It was very dark, and quiet. Still, I'd no thoughts that I remember, at this time, but I could see that what seemed be my spiritual body, like a wisp of smoke, or a mist, was fading away. I could see afar off, here and there, tiny specks of light, like stars in the heavens. One seemed to approach me, and, behold, there before me was the mirror of my soul, like a round window of warm light, shimmering like the face of water, and lo! Our sacred blue ever-virgin emerged from therein, at least in part. She seemed very white, although she was blue as well. A slender creature, she was very delicate. She spake neither with her voice, nor with her eyes, these being oval, like the eyes of the alien greys. You can call her an angel, if you wish, but she wasn't he, she was something else, not an angel and not an alien, nor a ghost, either. She saith unto me, "What you doin', dark wrigglin', like a worm in the muck for whyn should get up and walk like a man?" So, I did. Regina General Hospital, emergency. I remember seeing a taxicab sitting in the Regina taxicab stand outside the Greyhound terminal, on Hamilton Street. Should I have sought the driver's help? Hell no. Not after the previous 3 years driving hack for my father, Fuck it. I'll trudge on, me's alone. And I did. I walked to Regina General Hospital, emergency, about a mile away. The nurses rushed to help me, inquiring as to what happened me. I tried to tell them that the police beat me up. All I could get out was as follows: "Peace, peace." Those two oinkers constables, Ron and Terry, had given me a broken jaw, and I couldn't talk. When the nurses phoned for the pigs, to present on scene, I freaked out. And I tried to get away, thinking they were calling the pigs in to finish me off. I was too weak to resist them, though, poor dears. They did what they could to help me. I was put on a gurney and wheeled away to a private room, wherein I was examined. All the while I'm thinking that I've been captured by aliens, or Satanists, or Nazis. I struggled until one pissed-off security guard climbed right up on top of me and ordered me to settle down. He reassured me that everyone was trying to help me. Like I said above, poor dears. I was really messed up. It must have been scary for them. I'd what we call a pumpkin head, and must have looked atrociously monstrous. So, I just gave up. I couldn't fight back, nor could I get away, and even if I did, I'd probably die. They put me into a CAT scan machine, but I thought it an oven, and that they were going to incinerate me, alive. "Don't move," the security guard commanded. So, I lay still, beginning to realize that they'd not be telling me to lie still if I were to be incinerated. At Regina City Police Station, cells. I have no idea why I was surrendered over to the police, which had in the meantime shown up. And you know who it was, oh reader. Those two oinkers constables, Ron and Terry, shoot up to take me away. I was put in shiny 20 kilograms leg irons, connected by a short chain, and was similarly handcuffed with my hands behind my back. They shuffled me out to their cruiser, putting me in the back seat, and away we went on our way to the pigpen. There was absolute silence, not a sound, not a squawk on the radio. I sat there, in the back seat, wondering if I should say something to them, but I couldn't speak. The whole trip was a surreal journey, which I imagined would end with my accidental death in custody, in city cells. I was put through the booking procedure. My shackles removed, and me being led off to cell with no running water. There I sat, waiting, but they never came. Sure, someone did come, and I was taken back to the hospital in another cruiser. The nurses laid me down, and it's all pretty black from here on except for that one moment, whence I was out of my body again, watching them operate on me, wiring my jaw together. I remember the nurses rolling me onto my one side, and then over onto the other, to slip a plastic cushion under me, by which I was hoisted up and taken away to be washed. It was then that I witnessed for the first time the lattice work of red welts and black and blue bruises all over my body. Every one of which was exactly like those wounds left by weapons, such as a policeman's baton. But no one else seemed to notice it, nor ever mention it. How could they not see, those kind nurses which were bathing me, gold bless these caring souls? For 3 days and 3 nights I lay unconscious, near comatose, slipping in and out of consciousness, occasionally seeing Brayer Bouche, or Sherry, sitting there, by my side. Finally, I began to recover and my father released and them watchers from watching over me, for he was always a pushy old bastard, wanting to be in control. This would soon prove detrimental for me, as his involvement in mine pursuit of justice was quick become centered upon him, by him, and my struggle was more about his financial profit than any lawful satisfaction for me. Thus, even before I could fight back, my battle was lost. After a while, lying around alone, I began to wonder why no detectives had come to see me, and investigate the murder attempt on my life. But none ever did. It was my father which tried to pursue the matter, but, like I said, it was more about him than me. When he brought me down to the pigpen, me inquiring as to the whereabouts of my buckskin jacket with long sleeves and fringes, the pigs was dumb and speechless. Sure, they produced my other clothing, removing these garments from the drying room, where such evidence was stored ere it was scrutinized. I quietly laughed at the fool before me, turned, and exited, my father following. We went to a lawyer. But she saw a no-win situation for me, and assured me that no one was going to help me. I later went to a psychologist seeking advice. The bastard knew I had no money, but sent me a bill anyway. For a long time, I honestly believed that I'd be reunited with my buckskin jacket with long sleeves and fringes, but that ain't ever happened. For a long time, I've thought of making me another such garment, but this is foolishness. Note: the buckskin stolen off my dead body had originally been a gift from a friend, whom I'd met while in the care of Dr. Eloise Jones, in Saskatoon, ca 1979-81. When he told me that he had a leather jacket for me, I thought he meant a biker's leather, and it took me a while to grow into mine buckskins. Dr. Jones is the only psychiatrist I've ever met that I have the least bit of respect for. This lady, alone of all of them, single-handedly cared even a title about me as a person, albeit me as a patient, and she's the only shrink I've met which didn't push pills. I assure you, had life left me in her care longer, I'd have lived a better life. God bless you, Dr. Jones, and thank you. The Angel of Divine Providence. I had, at this time, recently begun a literary project, called The Angel of Divine Providence, which was based on the illustrations for the Book of Job, by William Blake. I had heavily annotated photocopies of his plates, including handwritten quotes from ancient Near Eastern texts relating to the Old Testament edited by James B. Pritchard, and other marginal notes from other sources. I kept working on this very piece right up until giving this document away, QV, in 2006, to DJ Mike the Apple Indian *. Sure, that was a mistake. Sigh. What a loss. I've done this before, sharing what I think valuable with others, believing it matters, when really it doesn't, and losing something of myself in the process. The character of Job, of course, is being foremost in my thoughts whence I think of archetypes, as I believe Job to be another Christ, as is Samson, and Jonah, too, to some extent. Faust is another archetype, which interests me, but this project was something I used to focus my studies into early biblical mythology, and Kabbalah. The parable of the gift. I'd been dragged into the courts, before a judge, on trumped-up charges that I imposed me upon Beaster, according to Cousin Yabut, him preferring charges or was no man that was the source of this misfortune. Stroth 'twas both those losers that, and the pigs have always fucking hated me, because I'm a rebellious artist. Remember me mentioning being called down to the pigpen as mentioned, previous? Well, this is the result of that monkey shine. The whole procedure is now, as then, I suppose, a complete blur. I've never really placed much emphasis upon the charges, which were no charges to begin with, and as for why I was in court, I've never really understood and long ago forgot about this scenario, that is, until a few years ago, whence I applied for a pardon, and proceedings thereof were complicated because of this incident. Anyhow, this is another pseudo-poetic literary piece, based on the story of Joseph and his Technicolor Dreamcoat. I was early in this phase of writing, my poetry now showing the influence of Ezra Pound and William Blake. I tried to get a copy to my judge. Whatever. Even then I thought this conspiracy against me something deeper than these two loser pigs, Constables Ron and Terry, or even Constable Yi, or any of the other bozos towing the thin blue line to protect their fellow badge officers, and to encourage each other to even more atrocious acts of injustice. How contemptible of them. My Super 8 film of Rogering is plagiarized. This entry has to do with the fact that one of the GIMP artists showed up at my door whining about me not bitching that they used Super 8 film footage I'd shot of Roger, his new Utopia Cafe and his artwork. They'd already used it, without accrediting me in any way because I was ostracized, but it was a legal issue. So there he was, smiling and buddy-buddy with me. Dean Sala was his name, I think. Basically, I didn't give a fuck, and had they never mentioned it, I'd never have known, but here he was. And he was of them, which ostracized me. Now, they'd gotten access to those 3 rolls from Birdland Slim, Bruce Game, whom I had given the film, a present for his friendship. He was a true friend of Rogering, unlike those parasites who emulated Roger for their own accreditation. Maybe Dean would have visited Roger in the hospital, but I doubt it. Bruce would have mentioned it after all. He did visit Roger in the hospital, and he once brought me with him, to visit the eccentric old Chinese artist. I sat there, my mouth wired shut, as Sala blabbered away in legalese about using the footage, and giving me a t-shirt, which they'd printed with their grant money gotten them, in part, because of said footage. What a fucking joke, eh? Fuck you, Sala. Fuck all of you sodomites and artists of pretense. Devil girl with a small drum in any event. Part of my punishment from the court, for whatever crime I'd committed, was that I had to stay 200 yards away from Noman. This really pissed me off, because I had to walk right past his place to get to mine, and I was vulnerable to police harassment when I did. And I always carried on as normal, walking that route daily. But it was Jamie, too, which wanted me to stay away from her. So I did. As said at the beginning of this volume, though, I painted her nonetheless and hanged it in the Second Cup Cafe, as soon as the oil paint had dried. I'm very sure that this piece has a good home. Jehanne. Now, I wasted little time in fixating of Saint Jehanne d'Arc, La Pucelle d'Orléans, as our sacred blue ever virgin, yet, as fitting it seem be, nay. The two are most definitely different spiritual essences. I'd completely forgotten about this painting of Saint Jehanne as a virago. If I remember correctly, it was about 4x4 square, on a board. I may have gifted it to little G, Jen Baumgartner. Or, perhaps, to Gino. Spider Girl, Terror of Tiny Town, a painting of Tara Reeves, who appeared in Second Cup Cafe wearing the brown evening gown I'd last seen worn by Echo, on our date, and young Tara had accessorized her by wrapping yellow caution tape around her. What an attractive girl, and, on this occasion, so happy. Poof. She was gone. I'd been so impressed with her innocence that I deigned paint she, as such, but, there quick became coldness between us, and this somehow affected this painting. And now I remember whom I gave this painting to, as well as Devil Girl with a small drum. It was one of the waitresses. Qual divoloti tucco. This note refers to a sonnet I'd penned, inspired by Jamie Parker. I'll mention it later, because it was turned into a huge graffiti mural outside the dance club frequented by the kids. Hell. Right now, even at this moment, I've got a small canvas started based on the complicated intricacies of this poetic ambience, this being of man, especially of me, attended to in life by death, and looking into the empty grave as a reward for living. Here, I am confused and know not the interpretation of these things, ca 1999. Apparently, I visited Mom in Calgary, probably on my way to attend Reese and Sandra's wedding. They had a really grand time, together, with their families in attendance to celebrate their union. I had been given the rather distinguished responsibility of videotaping the event, but I got really drunk and fucked things up trying to be artsy-fartsy. I've been forgiven. Man. There's so much that hasn't been said. I'm having a hard time absorbing how so much could have occurred in such a small amount on time, only a few years, really. In any event, I'm not going to try and account for everything here. All will unfold, in due time, as I continue to peruse and ponder over mine journal of these events. 2054 St. John Street. So, now I'm living in a house on St. John Street, just down the block from Regina General Hospital, emergency. The property title was in Sherry's name, but it was another one of my father's cockamamie property deals. The house had previously belonged to Jason Weird Dork, and others of the ostracizing artists that had abandoned him, and the property, but now it belonged to Jay, and he put me in there, Weird Dork still residing therein, upstairs. No. Upstairs was for the girls, whom I was allowing to stay with me, Charity Smith and Megan Real, whom was about as close to a real princess as any girl I'd ever met. But, oh, a sad day happened that coal black of Megan's ran off, and, in no time at all, so were both girls. I later wrote about this sad memory, writing a long narrative poem, called The Height of Pumpkin Cherry, an uncommon girl-a child's story, sung in song, according to a medley of common folkish songs, lasting about 45 minutes, for me, to sing from beginning to end. Too much fucked up shit happened here for me to just skip or pick and choose events, happenings, or people at random, and, oh reader, you'll just have to continue reading on and discover these stories along with me, for I've no idea of what I wrote in these journals, nor what I have to say of them. Murray, and that wiener Jerome Leboeuf, had a lot to do with those sweet girls running off, abandoning me, abandoning my love. They popped in for to waste time, and despite me warning them to guard their speech, both these dorks straightway began encouraging them to run off and explore the world. Now Jerome had gone to England, and I heard nothing but horror stories from him about his experiences, so, what's up with that? Fuck him, he was a loser then, and is now, too, without doubt, But Murray. I expected more out of him. After all, he was more than a friend, he was a brother. After the girls were gone, me especially sorry for the loss of Charity's affections, I never spoke to him again. Last I saw of him was me leaving him on the side of the highway outside Regina, him returning home to Saskatoon. I love you, he said, something I've always said to my friends, even to derision. I ignored him. A few months ago, maybe last year, I saw a creepy dark video of him and some pinko which had been uploaded to YouTube, and he was obviously even weirder than he was when last I saw him. The man had been my best friend for a long time. Yes, he was a brother, but Charity mattered more. He should have known that. The debutante, I was quite enamored with young Miss Coe Kerr. Her father was an artist from another generation than those which had ostracized me, an art teacher, I think. Now, there was at least one other professor, he'd been one of that group which ostracized me. A fag named Roger. RJ had attended one of his classes, and, the fruity professor either knew the kid was my friend, and was hard on him for it, or else he was just a shitty teacher. RJ showed me some of his work, which was no worse than anyone else's, but the kid weren't a homo, and he weren't homo-tolerant, although never once did he say something bad about other people, regardless. He was a great kid. The professor, Roger, he sucked. I really liked the poem I wrote for Coe. I published it online years ago, and it's been included in several books I've had printed for friends. I made a nice drawing, a sketch of her, too, which I made into a cover for the poem. I used this sketch to paint her portrait, based on a photo she gave me of her and her little brother, which I'll no doubt find stuffed in between the pages of one of these journals. I read it aloud to her, and a few of the other girls who sat with me in the Second Cup Cafe, where we held our poetry club meetings. I say, if I was going to socialize with children, I should educate them. Leastwise, I thought so. You'll see, oh reader. So, came the day the oil paint dried, and me obsessed sought to take it to her, straightway. I couldn't wait, though I should've. Here, my good buddy, Weird Dork, somehow was driving me to the Kerr residence, him taking 35mm format photographs. This incident was the last straw, What the fuck was wrong with Wader? He should have mentioned that I looked all fucked up, rather than driving me to the Kerr residence, to leave the painting I'd made of /for Koi. Thank God, Mr. Kerr weren't about, or Mrs. Kerr for that matter. When I saw the photos that weird dork had taken of me delivering her painting, me drunk, and a disgusting mess, it pissed me off. He was no friend, Punk and Charity had returned for a while. Such a happy-go-lucky girl, how could I not fall in love with her? She really didn't hang around long, though, and ended up taking shelter in a residence for young unwed mothers very reminiscent, to me, of what had become of the J.M. Duncan residence, whence it was taken over by the Grey Order of Nuns and used to house homeless, pregnant teens. I had made a really keen painting of my sweet Punk and Cherie using only green paint, which was her favorite color. There are photos somewhere of the process, each application of color documented, but for what? She was gone, and I was all alone, so I burned it. Those who forget that there is no such thing as love are destined to remember there is no such thing as love. Ruddy bones, I'd been crying a lot. There were myriad reasons for me to be sad, and every time I consoled me for this or that reason to weep, a new sorrowful resolution wouldst replace to sated her feelings. I didn't move much, nor sleep, either. I accepted no or very few select friends and remained alone, in the dark, listening to silence. One morning I awoke to find someone had scattered bones on my porch, leaving a poorly written warning in crayon, or marker, stating, "Leave the girls alone." But, you see, I've never sought them out, only tolerate them, insomuch as they are all so pleasant it seemed insane to drive them away. I knew most were but children, and, as I told some boys who lived with me there, one night, of the parable of the archer, he whom fails to score a bullseye ere releasing his arrow, shall miss, and greatly so, too. I had to further explain, so that they understood why I didn't fuck the older girls. I tried to make them understand that I forego this sinful delight out of respect for the younger, more vulnerable girls, some of which actually depended upon me, Amanda Barron, most of all, whom I surely failed as a man, All this is sure to come out, soon enough, written down in these journals. Andrew Harper, the sodomite, after hearing how worried I was not for me, but for my young friends because of my enemies in the police force, mentioned to me one night, that it were Jamie, who'd done it, but, much later, Echo scoffed at this, pointing her finger at Charity, as the culprit. I reckon I'll believe her, but, really, if I remember the spelling and punctuation used to scribble the warning, on a ratty piece of cardboard from a beer box, it could have been either girl. Maybe we'll find out, oh reader. I know I've samples of both girls' writing, somewhere in these pages, though I've not seen anything of what's document within these pages. What's most curious, oh reader, is that it was short days until Echo and Phil showed up, with Trudge giving birth to puppies upstairs, on my bed. How delightfully cute, All my sadness was gone. Mounted knight lancing winged serpent with talons. This was a painting on a long board, a silhouette of black against a red sky, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it managed to survive, though, because it was too simple, nor eloquent. I chose the image because I was developing an interest in chivalry and found it on the cover of a copy of Edmund Spenser's The Faerie Queene, 1590, an epic poem, the story of the Red Cross Knight, representing the virtue of holiness. Pool Sluts. Pool Sluts was two paintings of a semi-naked woman on a pool table. All of the kids were gone at this time and I was alone, so, why not paint something risque, They were in an unfinished state whence given to R.J. I gave them to him hoping he'd finish them, because he'd an interest in art. It seemed opportune to make a clever statement concerning how I'd never sought a secret relationship with any of the youngsters which took refuge with me. Qual divoloti tucco horned angel with forked tail and trident graffiti. Late one night, I forget when, I grabbed up a few cans of spray paint and set out on an adventure, in the alley, outside the club where the hip youth went to listen to electronic music, consume ecstasy, and dance. Hence I painted me a huge devil girl holding her trident-tipped tail between her legs, like a long erection. Beneath this, close to the earth, I sprayed the following comment, sans punctuation qual divolo ti tucco. Note, I found this researching Dante's Inferno, Canto 32, here in Antinora is where Dante accidentally kicks one of the partially buried heads, yet isn't sure whether it's an accident or not. This man he kicks turns out to be Bacca degli Abbati, d. 1260 Florentine nobleman reputed to have betrayed his own party at the Battle of Monteperti, 1260, by cutting off the hand of the standard-bearer, an action which occasioned disarray within the Guelph ranks. The Abbati were a Ghibelline family, but at Monteperti Bacca was ostensibly participating as a Guelph, hence Dante condemns him as a traitor to the Guelph party. While I was painting the wall doing this quite quickly, as I'd no interest in being caught in the act. It was supposed to be a deft in and out hit and run drive-by paint job, and I didn't want witnesses or spectators. Lo! There stand Crazy Campbell. He picks up a discarded can and begins to mark a different portion of the wall. What the fuck, I finished up and left him there to spread the rumor that he'd seen Trash, the Phantom of the Park. As the tag was in no way signed, or titled, although obviously to tame in the loop that it was put there for Jamie, everyone would no doubt know that it was just me, anyone else, and it would have been a great thing, because, once again, it's not what you know or what you've done, it's all about who you're fucking. Note, this is all which matters in our social mechanism, The machine, a flesh-eating, unfeeling destroyer of souls no different than the cities of Moloch and Ashtoreth and Baal, which Solomon the wise idolater allowed his whorish wives and concubines to establish throughout his kingdom, ere it was no more, as the baby viz. Judah and Israel so to speak was surely split in two. The devastating biblical narrative of the woman who ate her son as follows, 2 Kings 6:26-31-26 And as the king of Israel was passing by upon the wall, there cried a woman unto him, saying, Help, my lord, O king. 27 And he said, If the Lord do not help thee, whence shall I help thee? Out of the barn floor, or out of the winepress? 28 And the king said unto her, What aileth thee? And she answered, This woman said unto me, Give thy son, that we may eat him today, and we will eat my son tomorrow. 29 So we boiled my son, and did eat him, and I said unto her on the next day, Give thy son, that we may eat him, and she hath hid her son. 30 And it came to pass, when the king heard the words of the woman, that he rent his clothes, and he passed by upon the wall, and the people looked, and, behold, he had sackcloth within upon his flesh. 31 Then he said, God do so and more also to me, if the head of Elisha the son of Shaphat shall stand on him this day. Elisha was the son of Shaphat, a wealthy landowner of Abel Meholah. He became the attendant and disciple of Elijah. His name first occurs in chapter 19 of the books of Kings in the command given to Elijah to anoint him as his successor. Elisha was a man of strong faith, a political activist and revolutionary pursuing God above all else. Because of his devotion to God, he performed more miracles than any other prophet in the Old Testament. Elisha raises the Shunammite son. The woman of Shunem, or Shunammite woman, is a character in the Hebrew Bible. She is described in 2 Kings 4:8 as an Isha Gedolah, a wealthy woman, in the town of Shunem. The story of Elisha and the Shunammite woman is found in 2 Kings 4:8-37 and is a story of miracles. The woman from Shunem is one of the unnamed women of the Bible, but her testimony of faith is one we can still learn from today. It's not often when unnamed characters in the Bible show up in more than one place. But the story of the Shunammite woman did not end when Elisha raised her son from the dead. She shows up again in 2 Kings 8, when she went to the king to ask for him to reinstate her land to her. There are no coincidences in the Bible, there's only providence. God showed up, again, in the Shunammite woman's life, and he restored all that she had lost. Puzzled? Well, something changed. Miss Parker came to visit me one day with Jen Godefroy, whom later shared digs together, along with two of Trudge's puppies, Aries Jen's bad dog like me, always in trouble with somebody, and Jamie's pup, whose name I forget at the moment. I'd hoped to keep this pup for me, but Jamie claimed this last pup as Echo's best friend, and the dog eventually ended up in a better home with Jamie's mother. Not that Jamie wasn't anything but a good mommy to her puppy, just that, her family home was a settled home and she still had a lot of wild oats to spread. So, she and Jen dropped by, for Jamie to sit as I painted her portrait. She was kind enough to acquiesce to me the kink of huffing some airplane model cement whilst me did so. I really didn't get any hallucinations, though, because I was talking to the girls as I painted, and huffed, and smoked, and drank beers. Gad. She was a cute kid. Well, I finished it as it was, because enough was enough. Our time together was all too quickly over. Up they got and away they went. I really liked this painting. She still had it a few years ago. I hope she still has it, somewhere. I also created other paintings of Jamie during this period as well as writing her several emotionally charged sonnets, which set her delicate white fingers to trembling whence she opened them and read them. There must be something really very wrong with my thinking, for me not kissing this girl. Note, I attribute this deficiency of character to both all the violence I had to endure in my earliest years of grade school, whereof my natural potential was retarded by those lesser children in my peer group, which ostracized me because I was smarter than most, and unpopular as eternal victim to the bullies I was oppressed by for the 6 years I was at St. Mary's Catholic School, in Saskatoon's Pleasant Hill neighborhood, as well, also because of my father's sexually abusive and controlling preponderance to infiltrating everything good I ever attempted, and ruining it by turning it to him in prowling for sexual victims amongst mine friends and acquaintances. Anyhow, one of the paintings I made of Jamie which seem be recorded here, was titled, Bone and Flesh. It being a sketch outline of Rodin's, The Kiss. An embracing nude couple painted over, or surrounded by, jigsaw piece puzzles. Note, I later used this model of the loving couple on a painting which I created in Elsa Mayhew's St. Lawrence Street studio, in Victoria, BC, whereat I was staying with my friend, Alan, her son. One day, I entered the studio to find that someone had put their finder into the thick paint and made a big, expanding spiral circling out from the center. I was devastated. This was a nice painting, and I'd intended on giving it to Jesus the dealer, my friend. Alan mentioned that he talked to the perpetrator, whom I mistook for being Harley, him living in the studio apartment, up the stairs, just off the main room. But, much later on, it was only natural that I'd begin to believe that it was Alan himself, who had vandalized my art. Sure, yeah. The son of a bitch which I exposed to the pigs as the asshole who took little Michael Dunahirip, but, Mayhew being of a rich and powerful politically connected family. Nothing was done. Gypsy Girl with Squeaky. This oil painting was set down upon a 4x4 masonite board. This one really fell out of my imagination and is a portrait of Echo, of sorts. Here, our sexy heroine stands holding up her Squeaky, hand on hip, smiling. She's wearing a ratty tank top, and the motif of hearts is impossible not to recognize, for there are several around her, and one on her shirt. Her dreadnought locks hanging out from a kerchief. Leastwise, that's how I remember it. Last I saw of it, Phil took it and left driving all the way to Winnipeg with it tied atop the car, him having one hand out, holding it for added security. Echo still has it. Phil the fire eater, don't get me wrong. It's one of the coolest things Phil ever did, and he did a lot of cool shit, man. But on this night, when he took me out back onto the backyard deck to show me how he could swallow fire and spit flames, the jerk almost lit the old pine tree ablaze. That would have really fucked up Sherry's house, So, I was and am still none too impressed with this event. Things were soon enough to change for the worse, for me. This was just before stepdad Gord died. I'd allowed that sweet girl, Amanda Barron, to let her boyfriend stay with her, I apparently found reason to like him at first, but the little criminal turned out to be one of the worst kids I ever encountered in my life. I'll talk much more about him later. His name was Justin Nieminen, though I'll be referring to him as Banana Boy for the bright yellow tracksuit he always wore, him needing so badly to be noticed. He brought killers into my house, and into the lives of the girls I adored. I hate him for how he endangered Amanda and, more importantly, for weakening me before all the girls. I hate him even unto this day, and am grateful to our Almighty God, on high, that I've only had to deal with a few sticking piles of waste like him, such as Michael Lloyd Yabbit Hanna and / or Harry Aaron Noman Walker and / or Fred Shardy Russo, QB. But, most especially, Garth Allen Mayhew, QB. The Wild Childs and Candy Kids Cows kids Scott Barron and Amanda Barron and Ashley Cox were all cousins, and all three kids stayed with me at one time or another. Young Miss Ashley Cox was dating a pretty wild child who was messing around with making crystal death, though, thankfully, not in my house. I didn't then know what meth was, or how it was made, but the little chemist was apparently capable of making it. Maybe it was crack. Nah, most likely it was meth, as one night I ran into the little criminals and their chemist had freeze-burnt his hand on nitrous or something. Thank God none of that shit went down around me, there. No. That filthy shit didn't stink up my life until I moved to Victoria, BC, soon forthcoming. These were the Candy Kids, who had given them wholeheartedly over to the thug lifestyle, in so much as potent chemical drugs are concerned and all the violence that accompanies it. Sarah Anderson was staying with me, about this time. She, too, tried to take things in the wrong direction by inviting Brian McCoy and another feller over, up into her room to drink. I put a quick stop to that and they complied, taking their troubles away with them and going elsewhere to drink. Sure, I weren't invited, but, really? No. I just didn't want my home to turn into a party house. It wasn't and never was sick, It was always a home. Of course, the girl I most desired to debauch but ne'er would was Bridget Chapadou's Toss. She'd stop by every day, walking home from school, and after visiting me a while, warming up with coffee and conversation, I'd accompany the young lady the rest of her way home. She's left me cherishing some very endearing memories, standing with her toe-to-toe sharing a hug on a crisp winter's day, her wee cheeks pink and rosy with the frost, her blue eyes alive with the joy of youth and brilliance shining of her genius. Here again, I should have kissed the girl though she was but a child, yet, I didn't, and I didn't kiss her because I loved her. One day the opportunity to create a painting for her chanced hap, and this was when I painted beautiful baby Bridget an oil painting on canvas stretched over a rounded top, of Bridget as a baby sitting in a tub, outside, on her grandparents' farm, being painted in the abstract. I was soon gone from the scene, leaving Regina and relocating to Calgary, to stay there with my sister, her wee daughter whom these journals were ideally collected for, and our mother. This was after the death of her father, Gordon John Finlay, a gangster mixed up with the Indian Mafia. But, this wouldn't last. In a matter of months, I was sleeping under a log on Dallas Road Beach, in Victoria, BC. A closing remark, concerning mine writings. At this time, several writings were mentioned in the outline which all I've written here, which you've read. These are their titles, and a bit said about them. It's noted that Bragrasane was finished, but T weren't. I've worked on it since, expanding it somewhat to include the Lay of Carmenta and Skald Saga, these poems and stories concerning our Norse and Germanic roots. I'd taken a lot of notes from a few old library books concerning the art related to the Golden Legend, or the fictional stories surrounding the life of Jesus. I've always intended to create a series of artworks based on these notes. But the direction the world is taking, there is no future life for such paintings, nor glasswork, but this subject matters enough to merit a series of pen and ink, or watercolor drawings. I'd like to etch them, or create lithographs, but I've never had a spacious enough studio to practically pursue such goals. All the same, I've taken new interest in drawing. Mark, I have published a Man of a Lie online, so titled because this is what the Jews called our Lord. Ever since being a wee lad in Sunday school, I've always wanted to combine the gospel narrative. This is my attempt at doing so, being based on the Synoptic Gospels. The text of my gospel translation is black, with the words of Christ in red and the words attributed to God, in blue. Further, the few words which Judas spake are in green ink. Yet, incomplete, insomuch as I've not even begun to study the Desert Fathers, nor of the other divers pseudepigraphical writings on the subject of his mortal life, and the spiritual message of good news. Note, I'd like to mention the Vestal Virgin mixed media piece I'd made during Charity's absence. It was a collage of lines of old poetry, and poems, I'd saved, which I tore apart to create a huge 4x7 collage, on 2 masonite boards. Onto this I sketched in oil paint, a group of nude women. This ended up in the trash before I could finish painting it, being tossed out by me myself. But I don't recollect when. Turning the next few pages, well, I dropped the book and a few bits of paper spilled out, which I just plain stuffed back in without thinking. Had to mention this before going on. So, the next couple of pages are blank. The verso page has blue marker ink bleeding through, and upon opening, the next page is the same. It only took me 33 hours for Nikki to drive me away. Now I am a monk, homeless wanderer without possession, giving starless night to Jamie. Gonna go poo get warm then lost, guess I'll die soon. Leastwise I got love in me, a real soul. The next page reads as follows. Went to David's BZD drawing of my smiley face with 2 missing teeth. John Sefton and Nicholas showed up with 12 beers. Jamie was here when I got home. She opened the door for me. I almost missed sick her. She gave me a wee golden boxu, drawing of 3 hearts, one inside another. I got to walk her home. We shared a hug. She got puzzled, drawing of my smiley face with 2 missing teeth. PS almost packed up. I still have that wee golden box, and the punk chain necklace she'd worn, with a lock, until having to cut it off, and a really nice photograph of her on the deck outside the Copper Kettle, Scarth Street, Regina. Last I heard of her, she and Leander Meander had built or were building a house together. There were 2 one-way Greyhound bus tickets saved here, a passenger receipt, from Regina, SK, to Calgary, dated, 12/30/00, being purchased at 7:31 p.m. but not leaving until midnight. The ticket price was $92.77, including $6.07 GST. The other receipt is for excess baggage, and, as I had 1 piece of excess baggage, I was charged a $5 fee including 0.33 cents GST. Sherry's brother Lane drove me out to the last bus leaving town, on the last day of the year, of the last year of the millennium. I never looked back, though I returned once before the passing away of mine paternal grandmother, Eleanor Bouchard née Turand. Nor was I there for her funeral, or my father's, or my brother's. I'll probably never return. What does the future hold? The next 2 pages are folded together in a complicated fashion, creating an envelope, or pocket, wherein is a square of cardboard, having one black side upon which is written in bold white letters, "What does the future hold?" Beneath this, on a bit of brown paper glued there, I've written, "Today." Once unfolded, the pocket opened, it reads as follows: "Yesterday night was long past due. TBM last night in the city of anger. And tomorrow seems to be devouring any hope of being with you. No, I gotta say by TM Carly Bird, TM Tori 2 chins, and that's worth one more day. Of course, Carly and Tori and Michael were Carmen LaRocque's children. Carly and I became good friends, during her mother's incarceration in the penitentiary for armed robbery. I really like Carmen. She was a good mom as best I recollect. I mean, just look at how sweet her children are. I've never met Michael outside his crib, so to speak, but I'm confident he'd be a good lad. I had the chance to chat online with Carly, a few years ago, but because I am a racist and homophobe and Islamophobe. And, most importantly, this is the first appearance of a secret coded message, which reads, when translated, as follows: "Maybe see Jamie." On the inside of the folded pocket page, There are some numbers, a feeble attempt at a magic square, on the page opposite the covering sheet which I'd folded over the pocket page as a makeshift envelope, is a bit of writing, penned in black ink. The writing style is messy, in disarray, and there is also another coded message. I no longer want a big house, I still want a nice big yard, but instead of one big house I want lots of little places and nice paths in a garden. This, next, is scratched out but legible, reading as follows: a home, a barn type garage connected underground passage. Kale was here today, Kale BROB, Oxy Bruce and Brad Chowder, lots of cleaning done, taping burnt. There follows some gibberish, in code, which maketh no discernible sense to me whatsoever, HMN. Inserted is, a 3x3 square of white plastic paper, probably the last bit of this, though, once back in the late 70s, I'd a lot of this stuff. I've wished for this stuff, from time to time, and its verso is blank, and the next 2 pages tore when I tried to open them, as they'd been stuck together over time, because of the paint, or pastel, or whatever made the mess on those pages. The image looks like 2 palm prints, fingers extended apart. 2 pages forward and reading back, there's a bunch of material inserted between the next few pages, ending in a crappy cartoon of Santa drawn with a weak or faded light blue marker. It's one of, if not the first of, a series of naughty Christmas cartoons. This one has Santa, with a big smile and drunken expression in his eyes, chugging some XXX hooch. The caption reads, "We all know how Santa's nose got bright." But, a sewing needle with a bit of white thread has been inserted, pinning the front to the back page. I peeked without opening it, because I well remember the inside cartoon, but wanted to double check. It's of Santa, still chugging booze, up on a box behind poor ol' cross-eyed Rudolph, pants down around his knees. The caption reads, "This is how Rudolph's nose went red." Holy shit. As I was sitting back reading, all this dried up elastic band Saverchio, in the fold, slide out with a way cool gravelly swoosh sound. There's a note, at the top, calls on Christmas Day, and several names written, as follows: Sandra, Nikki and Mom, Bruce. At the top right corner, in a text box, is written, "Birdland's in town, he'll visit directly." I had dinner at Sherry's with Lane, Elise, and Nathan, a popular two-spirited kid. I brought home a plate and yummy a jar of her homemade pickles, which were always exceptional. Bruce came by and we went to his house. He had recently returned from a trip north, to Thompson. Whereat he paid a visit to the crazy Chippewayan mother of his children, and his kids. There is a note, reading, "Birdland had a real hard time up north, Margaret is an animal." 10, in code, as translated, it reads, "She beat him and bit him." Another note reads, "Bra is wrecking it not paying bills." Here, Bra is, doubtlessly, Brad Chowder. He was a friend of Jamie, and the Copper Kettle Bunch. Frick. I think I saw this prick in Victoria. He was cooking or washing dishes at Pluto's, and invited me for a free meal, but when I got there acted like he didn't know me. Pluto's permanently closed its doors in Victoria after 34 years in business, at 2709 Quadra St Victoria. Lucky for me I was able to find something to eat at our place, on Pandora Street, when it was still the old church/meeting hall. Here, the book must be turned upside down. To continue reading, I don't love Jamie anymore. I fell out of love when finishing her last sonnet. Yup, that's about it for her and me. And I realized how foolish. So I ain't gonna try to contact her. Maybe the day I leave, yeah maybe. And jolly well I'll survive this unwholesome little bitch. Nope, I just don't understand. Not at all. Somehow have I known she loved me, but things are all fucked up. Been thinking about love and friendship. Somethin' sick. Lane said maybe about compassion. I been gettin' my love and my compassion mixed up. Nathan said our bodies are spiritual beasts of burden, horses what we travel on, and people get mixed up. They either kill and eat the horse, or ignore it altogether. I dunno. Anyway, it was wise and made me think. A side note reads as follows: RJ. And Darren dropped in brought chocolates, turning the page and taking a step back. The 2 pages previous are a jumble of scribbles, in no particular order. The 1 page, whereof the image of Hans had been left, was discolored, as was its twin. And there were several bits of paper, including a small Pilsner beer label, a few labels from Asian candy, a note, A Brief History of Everything, or Up from Eden, or Alkman Project, by Ken Wilber. In A Brief History of Everything, Ken Wilber examines the course of evolution as the unfolding manifestation of spirit, from matter to life to mind, including the higher stages of spiritual development where spirit becomes conscious of itself. In each of these domains, there are recurring patterns, and by looking closely at them, we can learn much about the predicament of our world. Wilber conforms to the globalist transformation on issues of current interest and controversy, including the gender wars, modern liberation movements, multiculturalism, the war on carbon, and the conflict between this worldly and otherworldly approaches to spirituality. What's most interesting about this above-mentioned reference is that at that time I'd have been very interested in this cat and his ideas, yet, now, not so. I am not at all interested in any Fabianist propaganda, or in the cultural Marxism which it presents. There was also a scrap of fine paper, soft like the paper used in Bibles. One side contained a poem, with its title and author. Its verso is obviously of no importance here. Pro Patria Mori Thomas More, 17791852, when he who adores thee has left but the name of his fault and his sorrows behind, oh! Say wilt thou weep, when they darken the fame of a life that for thee was resigned? Yes, weep, and however my foes may condemn, 5 thy tears shall efface their decree, for, heaven can witness, though guilty to them, I have been but too faithful to thee. With thee were the dreams of my earliest love, every thought of my reason was thine. 10 In my last humble prayer to the Spirit above thy name shall be mingled with mine. Oh! Blessed are the lovers and friends who shall live the days of thy glory to see, but the next dearest blessing that heaven can give. 15 Is the pride of thus dying for thee. The scribbles I had deadly fucking dreams. All I can remember though, and I knew this then, was 'twas raining chunks of ice. The fearless one Dave Fearing just called. Dave told him I was moving, I weren't gonna. Here is a dark paint smudge. Fearless, not for a while anyways. No, no. The next few lines are legible but not worth including here. Simply put, I don't wanna chum with his freaky art people. I am serious about art. What should I do? Do I trust Dave? Fearless, more is written but here ignored. Though this bit is double underlined, below, it reads as follows: he'll turn into a problem. His way is not mine. If he bothers me, what a problem already. I told him I weren't gonna socialize with anyone. I'll get a basket with crepe stffn and bottled wine, some cheese, 2 wine glasses, flowers, shells, pebbles, honey, and cloth. I learned a new word, park troll. Back to Santa's red nose. As said, there was some stuff inserted in between the pages, by the Blue Santa cartoon Supra. Here were 2 bits of paper, one containing a poem written in red ink, author unknown, as well as a baggage claim from my trip to Calgary, 2000, and 2 bits of denim, nice patches, one, a yellow sailboat with a red sail, and the other, a small purple flower. Please don't cry, my life is over now, my time is through. It wasn't your fault, there was nothing you could do. I can't help my feelings even though I try. Just promise me one thing, please do not cry. Tell my mother that I'm sorry, tell her it's alright, tell my father it's all his fault, and tell her I remember the good nights. Tell my sister to go on, tell her to be strong, tell her that I'm sorry too, tell her to live lifelong, tell my friends to think of me when I am forgotten, tell them that they must remember to think of me often. I am running out of words to say, so I'll end it with goodbye, and remember everyone, please don't cry. The author, one of the young teen girls, also wrote a note, using the same red ink, on the folded side, reading as follows: as black as this page was, so was my mind. When I think of you I go blind. I miss your touch, your sweet caress. Your tender kiss takes all the pain away. The thought of you makes me faint. When you close your eyes, do you think of me? Can you taste me? Can you touch me? Can you feel me? Written with a blue pencil crayon, on the verso, it simply reads, when your eyes close do you think of me? Man. Can you believe the depth of emotion that poor kid was experiencing? I mean, this is why I treated these youngsters like people. Just because they were young didn't mean that they couldn't think or feel deep emotions. The kid that wrote that wouldn't have been much older than age 17. When they were old enough for receipt of welfare checks, they all moved out, usually into apartments or houses together more appropriately. Still, it would have been nicer if they saw me as a person, too, and not what they thought me, whatever that was. If I had to guess, I'd probably say that this poem was penned by Chelsea Davidson. If it were necessary to for attribution's sake, we'll see. I've other samples of her writing save in these journals. She was a beautiful girl, pale flesh tones, blue-green eyes, red hair very red, naturally, and she was goth. This damsel was of surpassing beauty, I assure you, O reader. A lovely lass with a keen intellect and an airy presence, crisp and refreshing, and just being near her was like drawing nigh to something more substantial than an angelic essence nor a ghost. Oh sweet Jesus, it's a sin, sure, but this is one nymph which I surely shouldst have debauched, yet, 'twas an unspoken understanding betwixt us that this was precisely what she needeth not, rather, it was in her best interest that I behaved like a man, albeit a friend, and an equal, so I did. Upon perusing Please Don't Cry once more, it passed through my thoughts that Miss Davidson mayn't have had a sister, but Sarah Anderson did, and she was staying with me about this time, and in and out of the house at her leisure, like all the kids, but for her dating my brother Patrick, as well. Now, Sarah had a sister and a mother, and a father, too, but there was nothing but goodness between them all. So this is why I mention this, now. Sarah was a great friend, a pleasant companion, she very pale, beautiful, and slender, a lovely blonde teen. But boy oh boy did she have a temper, that is, if you pissed her off. Once again the rule proves true that nitro is far more explosive than dynamite. No. She's not the author, it's Chelsea. August 26, 2000. Cherie was here. The final bit of paper as mentioned above, which was stuffed in here, had been damaged. A bit of code seemed unworthy of being deciphered, so I didn't. On the inside, I'd written that Banana Boy Justin and Amanda Barron were living with me, and that yesterday was a day of conflict. I next wrote that today is better and mentioned that I like Justin, as he works hard and regular, and, in this, he seemed a good provider for Amanda, but he proved to be a real piece of shit. In fact, he's the worst piece of shit I've had to deal with up until the time of Fred Shardy Rousseau. I hate loveliness. Here is another coded message, but I can't decipher it. Not because I've forgotten the code, but that I wrote shit down wrong to begin with, then thinking I knew what I was doing, but obviously not, So, oh reader, this ends today's exploration of mine journals, which I kept whence hanging out with the Anarkids. A full moon on Christmas night. A bundled section 17 leaves contained within a folded page, this being another naughty Christmas cartoon as was the previous one, mentioned prior as being drawn with a fading blue marker. There appears to be a page inserted about center the sheaf, and a poem, elsewhere in the bundle. Okay, this may seem unnatural, oh reader, but we've begun our tale from the wrong end of the book. So, I reckon it's only smart of us to plain just start over from the real beginning of this tale, To this end, I'm going to turn this tome over and start reading it, as I've read to you so far. This done, then, we should end our time together under a full moon, on Christmas night 1999 as documented above. 2022 12/27, 12:42 a.m. Darcy John Bouchard, Ritz Hotel, 322 710 Fort Street, Victoria, BC. Postscript. Well, this is the 5th day since I abandoned my family just before Christmas. But I love them too much to remain complacent whence they endanger the traditional family standard, by inviting a foreign-born man, no matter how young, into the home on a high holy day. And them all knowing me for what I am, a racist. Seems be they biz. Page may have occasioned this unconsciously yet purposefully, as my niece is very much inclined to the socially destructive hive mind mentality of kosher cultural Marxism, miscegenation, and the pipe dream of the global village, i.e., Babylon, the land of confused tongues. The younger girl needeth more paternal guidance than this. She needs learn from a young age that race mixing is destructive to the Canadian identity, and with every interracial hybrid born, them also claiming all the rights and freedoms of true-born Canadian folk, we die as a family a little more. That's the problem with our people, today. Their hearts have been turned away from our cultural heritage, and their thinking process corrupted by our enemies. Sigh. People are so blind that they not recognize the truth though it stare them in the face, elsewise our land wouldst not be overrun with the refuse of the third world. Our homeless and addicted brethren wouldst have opportunity for rehabilitation and housing, and our young families wouldst nay have to pay twice as much for half as much groceries today as 3 years ago. No. Our nation wouldst be healthier today shouldst we have long ago instead, legislation promoting and encouraging our own children to procreate, rather than seek after the multinational fantasy of ungendered equality, and a homogeneity of diversity rather than maintain our progenitors' faith. I assure you, O reader, we folk of the traditional Christian middle class are the new Indians, make no reservations about it, for we've not treated for squat. No. The dreams of our ancestors have been perverted by strangers in our parliament, and by corporate greed, which hath betrayed all us good folk over to the international bankster mafia, the aristocrats, and the papacy, none of those evil entities caring naught at all about any of us poor people. This is why I wailed and cried aloud whence learning of the invaders' welcome. Who but the foolish would invite the devil into their hearts? So here I sit alone, writing this manuscript and doing so as I don't go mad with grief, over the loss of my beloved family, but I am a racist, and a homophobe, and violent in my speech and actions. I don't blame them for not wanting me around. I've known it for so many years that I'd long ago forgotten about emphasizing with them my family and sympathizing with them, because I was so troubled, because I was so smart, and because I had absolutely no social grace whatsoever. The incredible thing about all this, though, is that this first tome, chosen at random from the box of several such volumes, seemeth appear to begin with a table of events, between the years 1996, when I first encountered Caesar and the Anarkids, to 2000, when I moved away to Calgary to be with my sister, in due order waking up under a long on Dallas Road Beach, in Victoria that following Easter, 2000. And all that I've written so far, concerns this same Christmas season, but 22 years ago. And it is not Christmas, now, because of the pinkos in municipal government, and the local media, even more than the provincial or federal authorities, or the banks, or the big entertainment companies, because we local people are responsible for ourselves, or, at least, we should be. I assure you, O reader, 14+ generations of our ancestors are rolling over in their graves, suffering in a hell of our selfish design as we rouse this monstrous Tower of Babel, which we are erecting in our vain attempt at mocking God, and the natural order of things. Starting over from the beginning, I turned the book around so as to read it normally, opening up the journal and beginning to read from the inside front cover, where a good song is noted, Dave Brubeck Take 5, 1959, which remains the biggest selling jazz single of all time. Its familiar 5/4 fusion melody has introduced many listeners to jazz. This above note was jotted down by a curlicutious rendition of Psalm 29. See below, Psalm 29:1. Because the Lord is my shepherd, I have everything I need. 2, 3. He lets me rest in the meadow grass and leads me besides the quiet streams. He restores my failing health. He helps me do what honors him most. For even when walking through the dark valley of death, I will not be afraid, for you are close beside me, guiding all the way. 5. You provide delicious food for me in the presence of my enemies. You have welcomed me as your guest, blessings overflow. 6. Your goodness and unfailing kindness shall be with me all of my life, and afterwards I will live with you forever in your home. I'm not real impressed with the wording, But it's pretty obvious that I placed his writing here in good faith as a simple, humble expression of my Christian beliefs. Carrying on, though, I had to turn the book around, to read what I'd written under this poem above, seems be a quote from Shakespeare's Macbeth. The lines, as writ, are put down in a confused jumble, a real mess, and the purpose or meaning behind this, if any, is difficult to interpret, though the penmanship is legible. Macbeth, 1606, Act 4, Scene 1, lines 85 to 7. Apparition, be bloody, bold, and resolute, laugh to scorn. 85 The power of man, for none of woman born. 86 shall harm Macbeth. 87 Here, in response I suppose is jotted, also, reference to Act 5, Scene 8, line 16-19 viz. The bloody child none of woman born inferring premature birth by caesarean section, see line 19 below. I might have recourse to identify with Macduff, here, as I, too, am none of woman born insomuch as I reanimated a corpse, mine, which constables Ron and Terry had made of my life in beating me to death, leaving my dead body to rot and robbing me of more than just my dignity. The bastards! Both of them, cowards! I may have been gladly clothed in an ever-enduring ghost shirt in being robbed of my buckskin jacket with long sleeves and fringes, but I am no spectre, neither be I any sort of walking undead thing, neither a zombie or a Frankenstein's creation, nor I am an angel, though they obviously walk with me. I am no sort of demon or demoniac, either, and if there had been any such evil spirits within me before those two monsters murdered me. Note, caesarean section, also known as C-section or caesarean delivery, is the surgical procedure by which babies are delivered through an incision in the mother's abdomen, often performed because vaginal delivery would put the baby or mother at risk. Act 5, Scene 8, lines 16-9 Macduff, despair thy charm. 16 And let the angel whom thou still hast served. 17 To thee, Macduff was from his mother's womb. 18 Untimely ripped thee. 19 Refer to Appendix 1. Here follows an opinionated interpretation of two Macbeth quotes. Inserted here are some scraps of paper. The smallest piece, a few inches square, bears the image of a green marijuana leaf. Above it in bold caps is written, legalize. Beneath, it says, or decriminalize. 3 different font sizes were used, the small print, bottommost, reading, for adults only. So, that was 22 plus years ago. My, how things have changed. The underground head scene morphed into the BC bud scene on into what we have now, a taxable corporate industry. What a bunch of bullshit. The scrap of paper which stands out most is a rectangle, about 3x5, which contains 14 long vertical sections, separated by 15 ranks, creating 210 black and white squares, very neatly colored by pencil and having a few simple lines, saying, SIXS in a fashion reminiscent of a 9-inch nails tag. But, yeah. No. This is in no way a reference to Toronto, despite the fact that the city of Toronto is called the 6/6/6IX because of the 6 municipalities making up Metro Toronto before they were all joined in 1998. A similar ubiquitous saying originated with World War I fighter pilots referencing a pilot's rear as the 6 o'clock position. Got your 6 means I've got your back. Yet, I don't think anyone I knew then would have imagined either of these definitions. Rather, the old military slang most likely evolved in the unconscious collective, as at the time, at least amongst the thugs and native gangsters, calling out 6 meant that the pigs was approaching. Next, I opened a folded page, also stuffed in here, and discovered a very nice sketch of a cat, which remindeth me of Cole, the black cat which caused Princess Gemlear and Sweet Punk Entry to run off. And, here is a receipt from Royal Liquor Merchants, 1140 17th Avenue Southwest Calgary, and written upon this, in very small, neat printing, in black ink, it reads as follows: Last night I sat on 17th with my bags and a sign echo made and left here, traveling donations of or towards food much appreciated. I had a hat out with a little toy apple, got 2 $5 kickdowns, so I had to get some scotch cause my hat said scotch on its label and I walked around. Some guy gave me some buds, so I came back to Patrick's. So, did I draw the image of the cat? I've been in Calgary on a few occasions, even sleeping at the Mustard Seed, but I truly can't recall ever staying with Brother Patrick there. Perhaps someone else? Most interesting, though, is a bit of cardboard of slash from Camp Hoochie Coochie Craft Lace whereof it is detailed step by step, with illustrations, how to create a lace necklace of thin strips of material. I know why I saved this, and it's because I always enjoyed this craft, having first learned of it at summer camp, whence I was a kid. I can see how I forgot how to do this, hence, me saving it, 3 drawings on 3 progressive retro pages. The first is a pen and ink drawing of 4 fish wrapping around each other a very Celtic looking stylized knot. She made an attempt to decorate each fish differently, as well as include a few squiggles, one looking like 2 flowers together, and another is of a small, spotted mushroom. It's addressed, to Darcy. From Bridget, the eyes dotted with X's. She comments, as well, saying, "Look at the bright side of things." 2 other notes read, "Friends forever and always and peace peace." In the bottom right corner is her signature signed "Your friend." This next drawing is a nice cartoon of a wee 3-eyed alien, a really cute little bugger on the moon, drawn by Nick Althome. In the background, we can see its spaceship, the moon's horizon with outer space beyond, having 5 stars, 1 flaming sun, a ringed planet, and a black planet. I very much like how she signed this drawing. This is the girl whose portrait was purchased from me for $50 by Bob Ivanacco. The third drawing is also very simple. It's of a dancing lizard man surrounded by several hearts and diamond and stars, and 3 goofy faces, each one exuding innocence and joy. She too wrote, "Friends, always and forever dash," and this just enhances the shitty feeling overwhelming me since fucking up Christmas, 2022, seemingly what happened 22 years prior, as detailed at the beginning of the forensic exploratory into the mind of the artist which created these journals, i.e., me. I feel that I really fucked up with Amanda Lynn Barron. You'll learn, O reader, about those sad happenings whereof I failed her. Truly, though, methinks of it as water, which always takes the course of least resistance. These next 6 pages are a jumble of writings put at different times between mid to late September 2000, I found one entry dated September 27th, and this part of the journal states that it's beginning in mid-September. What stands out most to me is clarification, here being established, whereof previous to now I was under the idea that I'd left Regina at the beginning of the last year of the millennium, but it were on the last day, instead, and I began the journey that brought me her to Victoria on the first moment of the new millennium, at the stroke of midnight ending 2000 and beginning 2001. During this time period, I'm angry with Amanda Barron, because of Banana Boy, though seems be a haircutting taken from her cousin, Scott Barron, therein affixed, I'd managed to drive off the Frenchies from Montreal, about this time, and there be inserted a photo of David Champagne on a boat, of sorts, drinking from a big bottle of beer. I was in a dank funk and painted some morbid artwork after the fashion of Cannibal Stickman, as with the oil painting, "Arg She's Eats My Guts," which I'd given to Andrew Harper, the sodomite, before I moved, knowing full well that those things I left with him would end up in more responsible hands, because through his decadence others learned to establish their own boundaries and priorities in itself, a valuable lesson, but value was also given to material objects in like fashion. Harper had a privileged family background, and was very much a usurer. Him sought profit using any means and such presents given him, or whatsoever things he acquired, such as my artwork, or that of Brer Bush, for he had some of his artwork, too, Here I'll remark that this is because whereas others attach value to things, and thereby instill value in a thing, usurers, like sociopaths, instinctively sense how a thing hath incurred value, or has the potential to do so, and thereby seek to profit from the sentiment others instill therein an object, rather than preserve or enhance the intrinsic value of the thing itself, or of the sentiment, which, intrinsically, is the real value. And this philosophy is even truer when applied to persons. Anyhow, Caleby stole this painting from him and had it in Niagara Falls, on, last I communicated with him, there. After thought so, I'm sitting here watching the local news and two stories come on which make me laugh. Because it's relevant, I'll note them as follows. The first news clip was about two kids that shot and killed an Ontario Provincial Police officer, and, once more, everyone is towing the thin blue line and boo-hoo-hooing the dead pig, but don't dare anyone speak out against the swine, as they did during the Martinsville sex scandal, outside of Saskatoon, or of the night rides, which resulted in the deaths of 3 Indians. The second story included footage of a junkie breaking into one of the downtown art galleries, and there aren't many of them left in operation, and swiping 3 ugly Inuit carvings, valued at $40,000. Now, this is funny enough, because the thief only took a few moments, and it reminded me of the thief who stole the beautiful bronze sculpture, from that nice European art gallery down the block, whence I lived here in room 205, 20-some years ago. Sure, I walked around looking for the thief, and the pedophile which hired him to steal the gorgeous statue, and, after a while of looking around, I did find them, me, calling the pigs and them getting arrested. The beautiful gallery owner was so happy, she wanted to reward me. What I wanted, though, was to seduce her, yet, only a sonnet evolved of these desires, as she was a married woman. Yet, an afterthought, like a shock wave, police shootings across Canada are up again, in the last year alone, up 25%, because of a lack of training, and discipline, and because of a lack of accountability. But, sure, any public sentiment on this issue, if any, will focus on the problems of refugees and immigrants, because there is no police problem otherwise, as the poor whites and Indians are inconsequential and the rights of our replacements is of more value to our owners, i.e., the Corporation of Canada and the Banque de Canada. Really? Don't you think there'd be less homelessness if we stopped importing people? Less opiates, and less destruction of our social institutions. And more opportunity for our own offspring, who now struggle amidst hyperinflation and the erosion of jobs, there being not much in the way of permanence to the commoners, in so much as employment goes, and being appointed manager has become an important position in the world of part-time and temporary foreign-born workers. Still, these are all merely hourly wage jobs. I'm reminded of the movie Burn, 1969, starring Marlon Brando as Britain's secret agent Sir William Walker, who is sent to break up Portugal's sugar monopoly on the fictional Caribbean island of Quimita. Walker incites the slaves to revolt under the leadership of a dock worker, José Dolores, while simultaneously convincing plantation owners to turn against the government. A decade later, however, Walker must return to Quimita to confront his one-time pupil, Dolores, who now leads a revolt to throw out the British. The film really misses my point, though, yet not so with the Haitian Revolution, which began as a slave revolt and ended with the founding of an independent state, ruled by the Tonton Macoute secret paramilitary police force sanctioning violence and using cultic voodoo rituals to enslave the nation. In the film, we have the idea of slaves victorious in throwing off their chains in rebellion, but whose circumstances are worsened in freedom, as now they must provide for themselves in sickness and old age, and compete with each other for jobs, and no one will feed or care for them otherwise. So begins the next 6 pages, beginning mid-September, edited and read, as such, at random, mid-September, so much has happened. I'll start with today and kinda work backwards. Just walked in from beyond city limits as I was trying to hitch to Saskatoon to see Nicole, my sister, at the home of brother Johnny and family. Never again. I hate travel, and hitching sucks. David came back shit with other people. I told him that I didn't want guests. But, and then the booze. Shit happened. Please God help me to understand myself. I need something in my life to make me feel alive again. Amanda Barron and Justin Bonaneboe are together again, despite the fact that he stole her education from her by taking and spending her bus money. Note, here in code is writ as follows: I don't like that boy. He broke my compu device, sick to thus robbing me of my future. Now, it see me be me is a bit melodramatic here, perhaps it's her base pass glued to the cover of this journal? In any event, I'd come home to discover that the little yellow creep had stacked all kinds of shit on top of my Amiga computer, to get his wee little pot plant up close to the light bulb in the ceiling. What a fucking genius. In his brilliance, the cunt-faced cocksucker even watered this precious pot plant, which he'd raised over my PC by stacking a stool and other stuff on top of it, so that my printer was ruined. It was a great little piece of technology, too good on ink and irreplaceable for its compact design and inexpensive maintenance, a real loss for me at that time, But, the note go on ending thus as follows: Thetso.k-r.j. Said he'd lend me a nicer compu device if need be. I'd mentioned a David, but at first glance, I know not which one. Most likely David Champagne, one of the Frenchies from Montreal. Glued into the spine, between these two pages, is a much-used business card for InstaCheck's registered trademark-A cash for checks check cashing service, écrit en français, having David Champagne's signature and shoeing stamps marking 8 visits to the establishment. There's also a jot reading, found $20.00. Further, states that I was with number the crazy girl in the dot coat. Opening onto the next 2 pages, R.J. Grieve and Sarah Anderson are an issue. They held hands and kissed. Cale is sick of the park, some Wigger thugs are hassling him. Amanda still sees Bonaneboe for what she wants, not for what he is. Here is written in code: a snake. David came back. Shit, I was going to Montreal with him, but shit happens. Oh reader. Sure, shit haps, and sometimes it's bloody embarrassing for one andal. The events which transpired around me sending David and his friends on their way back east, with the police crawling all over my yard, called by me to prevent brawling chaos in my backyard with the Frenchies, who'd woken onto a creepy manifestation of my strangest behavior. Here I'll mention that I've never learned the social graces of the unwritten, unspoken human dignity act because of all the violence I'd experienced as a wee child, at St. Mary's Catholic School, QV. This is a specific character flaw most associated with sociopathic and psychopathic neurosis, but, in me, as I'm neither sociopathetic nor a psycho, my personal growth as an individual was institutionally retarded at this hellish school by mine oppressors, Mrs. Olesko and Sister Lorraine, and by mine torturers, Dennis Trottier and Philip Petit, who became a great friend, and remains so in my memory. More than the daily ongoing violence against me was the ostracization, for I was truly alone outside mine few friends, their names being Terry Hilkwich and Ron McKay. But it's not just that many kids of mine peer group wanted nothing to do with me, fearing repercussions and being bullied themselves, for, a lot of these kids were part of the mob that tried to kill me. The following was written in code: he, David, and his fuck were fucking right in front of me. I thought it was an invitation to become involved. Wrong. Here, in English, it reads as follows: had to fight with his 2 pals. They left David looking sad. I'm really sad, too, but if it didn't happen this way I'd have gone to Montreal and it would have been all bad. For example, and here it's writ in code: we were going to go and hospitalize the old men. What bothered G-girl and Justin to dash for a start. Here, I have no idea of what's going on. But, follows are a few observations concerning Bonaneboe's sick mind. As noted in this journal, Bonaneboe lived here at Amanda's request for a bit over a month. I kinda psychoanalyzed the puke as follows: 1. Loving your mother and honoring her is one thing, but this mama's boy takes it too far. Theirs is a typical serial killer, psycho, relationship. For example, in code, his pal Rick Kaz is in jail accused of killing with his pals 2 old people. Here be first mention of when Bonaneboe and his pals planned a home invasion and an armed robbery which resulted in tragedy. These heinous monsters, no doubt, used my home at least in part in planning this caper, because he'd have these pigs over on occasion. I hated Bonanaboi for bringing such dirty old men into my house, wherein all those lovely young girls sought refuge and safety, many of them having nowhere else to turn. 2. While I was at my stepfather's funeral, this little bugger fucked up my computer as previously explained. 3. Tricked Amanda out of her school money for drugs. This is unforgivable. 4. Dealt drugs out of this house even though I told him not to do so and he promised that it wouldn't happen. 5. Threatened to A. Break my neck and B. Come back with friends and baseball bats to beat me to death and C. Wreck my paintings. HMN. The snake was in on the plan to do the home invasion, and an accessory to the double murder, but the punk was too much of a wimp to actually participate in the crime, at least that the story the worm sold the pigs on, wriggling off the hook into his mother's arms, because he was never charged, though he should have been, if only as an accessory. If they'd actually performed a thorough investigation, don't you think detectives would have knocked on my door? Whereat the bad banana was rotting, up in the room he'd painted black, almost as if it hadn't happened at all, This particular note ends with me complaining how he'd already fucked up Gabriel Dumont, La Generale, getting black droplets of latex paint on it after painting the room he and Amanda were in. What's really of interest here is how the maggot managed to clean this painting of each and every droplet, almost as if it hadn't happened at all, The thought of this piglet pawing my painting has always turned my stomach. Perhaps the thought of him touching my tiny friend should sicken me more, but it doesn't, because that was her choice. The rest of this page is segmented into 3 parts. Those most central were written with the same hand, but the bottom one requires I turn the book around to read. The first segment: when I was going with David, I spit on Sherry's picture and painted over her face on my mermaid painting, destined to remember and never. The second segment: surrounded by 16 happy faces, Bridget Chapadoos, age 16, Taz visits from time to time. Here I turn the book around. Last night I dreamt I was flying kinda like a bat. Also, I dreamt that someone was helping me take shit out of my mouth, like papers. Today, though girls talk to me, I have kinda decided not to speak again, if possible, and not to be touched. I quit. Here I must mention that it's always been a goal of mine to live in silence, like a monk, neither speaking nor acknowledging else but our Lord's holy voice. The same can be said about my aversion to unnecessary touching. Outside of hugging those we love, there is not much purpose to touching other people. After all, we're not animals to be petted. I've never been much of a libertine, and I'm not a big fan of the handshake either, and have refused to shake the hands offered me by people I hold in low esteem. After all, we are, in part, who we're seen with. The verso of this page is written in red ink, a real jumble, a mess. We'll look at this next. First, there was a photograph inserted, it being dark and indiscernible, of David on some kind of boat, drinking a big bottle of beer. I wrote on the back of it as follows: Don Quixote drinks beer, wished I was with him in Mont. Instead, he thinks I'm shit, but I'm not. A bad mistake. I drank vanilla that night and ate lots of nutmeg. Don't fuck with me. In red ink, this page is written in red ink, a real jumble, a mess. Read in no order. Amanda behaves towards me like a whore. She says she loves her beau, the banana, but nah, dash, it's something else. He is scum. No doubt about it, a real loser. Cold like a snake, no conscience, none at all. I hate him. Sectioned off. I'm waiting for more bad news, cause she will bring down on me more unhappiness. This I am sure of. I'm sorry I ever met her. I didn't mind falling financially behind for her, but this is seriously ridiculous. She's taking advantage of me, it's so obvious. Fuck her, I hate her. Here I must intervene on Amanda's behalf. I was angry with her for her part in bringing Bonanaboi into our sheepfold. Since then, I've looked back on this circumstance with more disdain for me, as I should have been a bigger man and embraced her, and protected her. Rather, I did no such thing. Instead, I ostracized her, whereas what I should have done is slapped Bonanaboi and sent him running in tears to his mommy. This is a big character flaw of mine. Me being of a turn-cheek nature and more apt not to fight than to fight, it was instilled in me long ago, as a small boy, my mother telling me not to fight so, I didn't, rather I stood without defending me and got beat up. Hell. Even whence I did fight back I got the shit kicked out of me, because it was always 2 or 3 bullies organized against me, alone. Or else, as in the case of Petit, the bully was much bigger. Don't get wrong, I've fought back enough times to have a criminal record and reputation. But I've never really been of a criminal nature, nor am I a tough guy or a bully, and in this I've failed me as a warrior. It would have been better I got the shit kicked out of me in fighting back, no matter what odds I fought against, without once ever turning cheek or forgiving mine enemies. Fortune favors the bold, as the saying goes. Some years ago, I reached out to her online, tendering an apology, but she never responded. Reading on the happier side, both Bridget and Jamie have asked for paintings from me, each leaving a photograph, Bridget as a baby and for Jamie a pics of Echo on the beach in Victoria. I will write something. The above was writing with me holding the book sideways, There are a lot of stars drawn beneath this, and under these, turning the book around to the other side, it reads as follows: First day of fall equinox yesterday, I want to write but time to try again. I get so angry when I sit down to my compu device and realize, I'm back to where I was 8 years ago, i.e., that is to before I first acquired my Amiga, ca 1990. There are 2 other notes, one stating that RJ, and Jamie, is visiting Sarah Moore. The other, reads as follows: I don't think I've looked her in the eye even once today. That is more than a passing glance. I don't care. I'm not sure who I was referring to in the above note, but it was most likely Miss Barron. The next page of the journal, as are the 4 pages following, all written in blue ink, the first being an I hate you, Amanda letter. Please. O reader, forgive me for I write following. I wrote in anger, without thinking, but, years later, me here in Victoria, I rethought my position on this situation and determined that I'd failed she, poor little Miss Amanda Lynn Barron. In fact, in failing her, I failed them all, and myself. Sometimes, when playing the game of checkers, I've noticed immediately after making a bad move how I'd lost the game, regardless of how many moves it took my opponent to win. I'm beginning to see how others make poor decisions, and losing moves, too. Here, in me lashing out in print at the teen maid, I make of myself a loser. But, I long ago deigned to copy these journals without censor, hence mine commentary as this wicked tale unfolds to us. I hate you, Amanda, I hate you, Amanda, because you are stupid and inside you is seething repulsive ugly. No, I don't hate you, I pity you, because I know your future and you can't even speculate on it. You are everything wrong with womanhood. You deserve what you're gonna get and it's not going to be nice. Much sadness you will cause yet, your effect on he is this: I do not trust quite like I used to nor love, but Charity is the one who really hurt me this way. I was right about her and I am of you. You are headed for serious trouble, maybe even jail time. You have the foulest mouth of any girl I've ever met. Every second word is fuck, and by the way it's all you're good for. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. I'd curse you but you'd only benefit from it, so, I pity you. Look at the company you keep now, look at how you treat me, whom has truly loved you despite your obvious grotesqueness. And what do? You behave and think like a whore, so I pity you in caps. It won't be long until you begin using your dirty rotten filthy cunt to hurt others, to hurt yourself and to feed your gore in caps. I pity you, an unhappy face. Fuck off Amanda, see, where I claim to know her future. How sad of me thinking me some sort of necromantic Bene Gesserit, whereas me be naught but a Naranskiffen fool, like Jonah cast out of the stultifero novice and swallowed by the Dagonite Leviathan. I was so wrong, for, even without knowing her, I can only imagine her as still being fair and beautiful, sweeter than candy and kind as a wee toddler, a lovely damsel, a wonderful mother, as methinks of Charity Smith, as well. But it's pretty clear to me, here, now, that I could be just as immature as those kids I tolerated hang about. This is, in part, why I'm not censoring my writing, as I think it important to understand my character then, and motivation for opening my life to these young people. A lot of them, like young Amanda, might not have been in the position of having to trust me in having no other options. I knew of a lot of the other men they'd socialize with, boys and girls, and these were mostly pervs and pedos. As for the young lass potty mouth, if I know me at all, this is a cheek character trait that I'd have first found adorable, and if I'm complaining her, it's obvious that I am at fault. I'm sorry, Spike. There is another note, along the outside edge of the page, reading as follows: saw Melissa Ludley t'other day. Amanda hates her. I don't like her, either. Comments on the next 2 pages and a clipping of Wiz Hair. I begin by mentioning that I called Cynthia Davies Dite Corleone today. She wasn't in school anymore and was being homeschooled with Robin Davies Dite Corleone, her sister, because of trouble with kids at school. Their crazy mom was in no way capable of teaching those darling girls anything. The stupid bitch murdered my cat friend, Snoopy, but I couldn't hold on to the anger I felt towards her for this because of the children. My sister would have adopted those 2 girls in a heartbeat had it been possible. Weren't so, though. Their junkie father was the Green Demon and he'd been my closest friend since 1978, we'd met through his brother, blessed be a pedo who married a witch. I next mentioned talking to my mother. The note mentions me talking with Mom, arranging it with her to inform my sister, Nicole, that I'd not be attending our mother's birthday, and that I hope to finish writing anything that could be sold, which is utterly laughable to me. Now, I've always wanted to make her proud in becoming a published author, but I long ago abandoned all hope of this and, subsequently, lost any interest in publishing. I feel the same now, but nonetheless reached out to a publisher concerning these journals, anyways. Somehow, it seems important enough for me to try. Still, I really don't believe that the world has any interest in me or anything I've accomplished, because I'm a poor uneducated nobody, without a name and having accomplished nothing notable, as if I had, I'd no doubt be more prosperous now. Hell. Sure, I've no future as anything other than what I am, a useless old man, unwanted and out of date, just like all those books that have disappeared from our public libraries and the society for which I saved the journals to share with, it's gone. Next is mentioned me joining my father and Sherry for dinner. I call her Mum here, and have on other occasions, this being the sole woman that Jay ever shacked up with that I respected enough to adopt her thusly. Her brother Lane joined us for a meal of yummy meatloaf, with potatoes, beans, and tiny cob corn. Sherry LaRock had she cared for me during my recovery after those 2 pigs, Constables Rob and Terry, had skinned me and left me as one dead, and make no bones about it, I really did die. Now, you say, oh reader, if you were dead, then how is it that you are now, here, alive? I answer, thus, I really did die, in so much as the Bindu Pranic umbilical cord connecting mine Sahu, incorruptible spiritual body, to me Kot, physical meat body, was severed, leaving me as an incorporeal spirit essence floating above the place of my execution, watching Tweedle Ron and Tweedle Terry standing together, both holding my buckskin jacket, scared and communicating in hushed whispers, making plans. Upon being freed from the flesh body after the judgment of the dead was passed, if successful, the Sahu dwells in the heavens with all of the mental and emotional abilities of a living body. Whereas the Ku is the immortal part of the Sahu, a radiant and shining psyche superior to the intellect, free will to power and all intentions of the deceased, that transfigured death and ascended to the heavens to live with the godlings amidst the imperishable stars. Isn't this reminiscent of how I described what happed me in Wonderland sent thither by them assassins? Yes, it is. Next, I noted that Sarah was here, reading one of my books on ancient goddesses, most likely something by Joseph Campbell, Robert Graves, or Maria Gimbutas. This is followed by 2 quick jots, saying, Kale was here and I like him. This journal entry ended, stating that Don and Greg, Munchkin cousins, smoked me up last night, 2 persons whom I now know naught of now. I further note that Amanda, Sarah, Kale, and I witnessed a beating last night in the empty lot, on the other side of the alley, behind my house, a bunch of Indian pukes with bats. Disgusting assholes parked in the alleyway right behind my house. The book must be turned sideways to read the next entry, penned with a different ink, which says as follows: "It's been over a week since troubles with THA Frenchies. Damn it, I am sorry David, K Sira Sira hehe well, I'm throwing Amanda Barron out of my life today. I regret ever meeting her. There's no hope for her kind. I'd comment, if I had anything to say, but I don't." Turning the book right again, there's a squiggled out note at the top, reading as follows: "Amanda's story, after Cherie went to TO with Jem Lear, leaving her with me, saying that she could use her room. Too depressed to write it out warts THA silver lining to this dark, despairing cloud, Here I'd drawn a line across the page, under which I wrote, "See below." So hard to trust or love anyone. Here is pasted a clipping of Wiz Hare, whom I am to imagine is Scott Barron, whom was one of the boys living with me. He was Amanda's cousin, as well as Ashley Cox. The clipping was taken from his hawk, i.e., Mohawk, by Bridget. As a graduation present, I'd given him the ratty WW1 tunic that I'd worn into court as an act of disrespect. He cut off those patches off which I'd sew on in my time and ditched the garment of which I'd hoped to instill in him reverence for those same boys which I sat alone in the park on rainy and snowy days, sharing a smoke and a prayer. It were those boys that I was with whence I first laid eyes on Sizer. The note reads that I was hoping he'd be able to help me out with what to about Amanda. Reckon I was concerned, but if I'd been concerned then why'd I run her off along with that banana turd? I should have embraced the child as a loving brother, and exhibited real concern. The Ace of Cups changes for the good. Giovanni was here last night from Italy here with Callis' mom, Janet. She taught about some kind of paid position hanging out with the brats whatever. When it transpires to materialize into reality then I'll believe it. Anyhow, the wop is sadistic, claims to be an artist, tattooist, and see I don't like him. He snipped at Sarah's arm with scissors, whistled loudly into her ear and was to close kissed her cheek. We were all here. He is bad news. Janet's gonna get hurt and it's gonna fuck up Kale. Sarah has to be more mature around adults. It's just that simple. And listen, exactly, she understands simple English when I say something like sit down and behave like a young woman, a lady not a giddy girl. I meant it. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, here I was wondering about why this note didn't entertain the subject of me punching this bag of poop out for snipping at Sarah, much less for his other transgressions, but, surely, if the pervicacious girl had only listened to my unspoken message, not only ignoring mine most obvious warnings about this fucking goof, I'd have been able to haul the churl out into the alley and thrash him. I know me well enough to know that I wanted to. But couldn't, because when the pigs would come squealing around it'd be that paid the price, as usual. This has always been a major reason why I haven't kicked the shit out of a lot of human garbage, viz. Taking out the trash, man. Always these victims begging for to be hurt by me know full well just how far they can push it, until there's more than one of them. The shitty thing about scrapping with more than one asshole is that the fuckwads will conspire against you and you being alone look like an idiot. If Sarah had's list well enough, I'd have had grounds to put my boot up Giovanni's ass. And, it's almost as if I can hear Kale's laughter him in agreement. The note further mentions that Bruce Game visited yesterday, too, and that Daniel and Trevor visited last night, and that I mean Mike, with Brad. Now Daniel was an incredible fellow, him having a very keen intellect and a writer of esoteric Thelemic philosophy, but he was headed down the wrong path, and later in life, as we chatted online once some years later, he proved me correct in gravitating towards a life centered on tent cities in the Toronto area. Oh reader! We are so lucky. I peek ahead into another volume and a folded paper opened revealing its title, Essays by Daniel Johnson. Sadly, Daniel had a woman and child at the time of our meeting, and, whence last we communicated I openly expressed derision at his choices in life, these taking him into a homeless encampment out east, whereas he had a family. I outright told him so. As for Mike and Brad, all I can now, here, say is that Brad is no doubt Brad Chowder, whom wasn't a very cool cat at that time, what with him taking advantage of Bruce, after he was allowed to live in his home, and the way he treated me here, in Victoria, that's if it be the same Brad, The next 2 pages, once again as always, he next 2 pages have journal entries set down haphazardly, and in no particular order. Here, I wrote as follows: on the other hand, Amanda, camel toe, ain't been around past few days with her one-eyed snake. Justin, called school today, she ain't gonna get refund on fees if I can, cause I need the money and fuck her first off. Here, where I called her camel toe is the reason I humbled me to call her and apologize for not being more supportive of her to begin with. I'd never heard the word camel toe before, probably hearing it from Kale, if not one of the girls, So I felt really bad about this. As for what seems like me trying to use the girl for her refunded school fees, for that's what it looks like to me. I can see a lot of my father in me in this. Really? What the fuck does her tiny bit of dough matter, whence it is her better well-being that should have been first and foremost in mine heart and mind? Am I wrong? No. But wait, we'll see just how this plays out. Turning the book and reading from the outside edge in the word how, is written several times on this page. Jay called, he and Mum are in the outs again. How so much mental/emotional opposition to my writing, it's as if the weak minds near me are jealous of the brightness of my future. Bastards, do any suffer with me, right who I may be. He had support now and then, but whenever I get too close to the ring on the merry-go-round of life, they knock my hand away. And when I succeed, like the little red hen, everyone will want a piece of the pie. I'm glad one. I've never bred, because people are cattle, too. I'm not a female. This written in code, the reason obvious. Obviously, there is absolutely no inclusion of punctuation as usual for this journal. There is a lot of insight into my here and character. Here, I'd always had to argue with Dad J about giving me more room to grow as a writer, but his best interests in me allowing him access to the young girls of my acquaintance for sexual purposes and/or for what money he could get out of me. Sex and money being the principal motivation for whatever he did. I looked down on him for this, but I was wrong. It's been a quarter of a century, and I've naught but for scandal because of my caring, and all I've written, which will survive me, and all my artworks, which will survive me, others will buy and sell, profiting from my heartache, suffering and sorrow if only a little. Nothing has changed since I went mad, failed at suicide, cut me the city's first mohawk, and began putting up with abuse from the ignorant. People are what they are, and, looking back over my life, I clearly see how I'd have bettered my future if I'd just fucked some of these sweet young bitches, or hadst I been more open to spreading my ass cheeks for the fags in the arts community. Or maybe I should have just gone all out criminal years ago, whence I was a real street commando, just like them bad children which tormented me for 5 years at St. Mary's Catholic School, Saskatoon. In any event, I'm alone, in a tiny dark room, dying rather than living in a world that I deem be hell on earth for all the dead bodies and possessed minds I see moving about on the mean streets, the cold concrete whereupon too many of our folk must lay down upon cardboard to sleep, whilst foreign-born folks take up their places in the few warm beds available. Even last night, on the news, they were making it seem a hopeless situation beyond their abilities to house people, and the very next story was about bringing in more immigrants. Surely, this is insanity. Please note that the golden ring on the merry-go-round of life but comes around but once or twice ere your ride is finished. It's important to grab it and hold on, so as others don't knock it away or steal it for themselves. Why do I even care? Why do I even care? And where is Miss Cameltoe? Whoring with her beau, the one-eyed snake, spineless worn, vermin, plotting sin against me. I can feel the steely blade sing into my back in caps OER and OER again. And she rips out my guts to feast, for she is carrion. Here in code is written, fuck you camel toe. Turning the book bottom side up, RL visits R.J2. Kale Bridget brought her Bocam Klinger. I gave him a cassette tape his dad, Ernie, asked to make for him like 8 years ago. How? Better late than never, haha. Bridget said Charity is mad because I threw out her clothes. But she was gone 2 mo's. And I cried every day. She is a pig. I fucking hate her. How can such deep love like I felt for her turn into such hate? How along the inside spine I'd written as follows, why do I even care? Here, I'm only going to comment on whom Ernie Klinger was. He was one of the popular artists which had ostracized me, but I doubt that he was one of the central figures involved in the conspiracy to oust me from their ranks. I knew him from when I participated in Neutral Ground Artist-Run Gallery and the Bridge Artists Collective. The cassette tape I'm here referring to is that of a Umar Foundation audio recording I'd orchestrated by stacking old tube radios and televisions together so that in fiddling around with the vertical and horizontal holds, or even just moving around in close proximity to them, I could effect changes in other radios and televisions in the stack. I had prepared a performance for the closing ceremony of the Bridge Gallery but had to finish making the 1000 collage alone, this wrapping around the entire inside of the gallery space, from floor to ceiling. The reason that I was alone is that when people discovered that I wanted the images glued to the paper rolls I'd laid up for this purpose, they quit helping them, wanting to do things their way or not at all. I'm sure it would have looked cool to have all the images, of people, every which way but upright, according to the nature of gravity, but that wasn't what I'd intended from the beginning. So, years later, these rolls of collage were taken by Brother Reese out into the country near where he grew up and set up in a haunted house whereat the local brats would go and toke, drink, and fuck. I doubt Ernie cared. Seems be 5 entries as follows. Written along the inside spine is as follows: God said to Adam, who was lonely, look man, I am gonna create the perfect companion for you. She'll cook, she'll clean, she'll love you, and all it's gonna cost you is your arms and your legs. Adam sat and thought about it, then answered, what can I get for a rib? Here I put one of my fanged smiley faces. All I'm going to say about this is that a man without arms and legs is more of a worm than a man, eh? What you doin' then, Dark? Mark. I know full well of Prince Randian, but you don't. He was also nicknamed Pillow Man, the Snake Man, the Human Torso, the Human Caterpillar, and a variety of other names. He was a Guyanese-born American performer with tetraamelia syndrome and a famous limbless Depression-era sideshow performer, best known for his participation in Todd Browning's 1932 American pre-code exploitation film, Freaks, starring Daisy and Violet Hilton. Much like in the real world, the labels put on any person or group of people shape how society feels about them as a whole, insomuch as the collective conscious is concerned. Whereas I grew up battling against being so labeled, and I was blessed with the opportunity to find insight in the special ability community in my youth, so I've always understood and lived according to the preservation of the underdog in society, even to my own detriment at times. I've good reason to laugh in the faces of the empty-headed troublemakers which jeer at my occasional misuse of weaponized words, rather than listen so as to hear mine intentional messages, like Sarah, for example, in us having to suffer Giovanni's presence for our love of Kale, whose mother our neighbor hadst visited, bringing the greasy wop. Why? Because in having been set apart from my peers by the bullies of my childhood, I never learned the skills necessary for unspoken communication between the sexes. This has set me apart from society. I had few girlfriends as a teenager, and I chose not to involve many girls in my life as long as my perversely libertine father was involved in my life. It was safer for the women I loved not to be around him, to smell his boozy breath and the lustful caress of his eyes, wanton or not. I chose to be alone for many reasons, and, even today, I have no interest in their fellowship, whatsoever. Now, I more than anyone, know just what it feels like to be alone in the world, and having the world turned against me. After my failed suicide attempt, which I alone knew of until revealing it, I realized that I did not want to die. Yet, something within me had changed. I still boozed it up, and huffed glue, but my music changed and with it my fashion. To begin with it was bands like Kraftwerk and Gary Newman's Tubeway Army, but quick enough I found Bow Wow Wow, Adam and the Ants, and the Plasmatics and Wendy O-Man. She changed my life. She rescued me from being a pirate. Imagine me, a full-grown man, for I was a big kid dressing like a pirate. And not a sexy pirate, either, but an immature, crazy pirate. In part, I chose to make this fashion statement out of disgust at the world around me, a world full of ignorance and superstition and sexual violence. I just wanted the world to leave me alone to huff glue and hallucinate, because in mine hallucinations were security and adventure. Hey. I even met the devil on a few occasions. Freaks is a tale of love and deception among the members of a carnival sideshow. It was banned for years by the BBFC on the grounds that it exploited for commercial reasons the deformed people that it claimed to dignify. Nothing like the all-midget cast of the Western, Terror of Tiny Town, 1938. Both these movies dwarfed other films of their time, and even a lot of modern films, reaching a new height of movie production for its time. If only we poor folk would but take to referring to powered people as freaks, that is, if citizens were truly allowed to dehumanize both the church and the state such that people suspend empathy in their day-to-day struggles, it'd be a fitting allegory for the empowerment of more marginalized segments of our society, like the Indian, i.e., First Nations indigenous peoples and Miakutetus, and New Indian, i.e., the European peoples which came to Canada since inception of Dominion, yet not so much, especially so of those Europeans whom immigrated to Canada since the stinking era of Tipet, which are now being extinguished by the dark shadow government of the globalist New World Order. Here above, we see how my knowledge of history and the political philosophy which I've developed since mine halcyon days, is interwoven with wholly imaginable theories of modem man's capacity to entertain real thoughts of actually having free will to power instilled in he, as sovereign, since birth as a human being, rather, though, man is born, lives his whole life and dies a beast in servitude but not to the social masses, as with a school of fish or murmur of birds, but rather as a herd of swine, as those which rushed forthwith into the sea upon being possessed by the many demons cast out of legion by Christ our Lord. Seems B5 entries continues my painting, recently, is hostile, morbid, full of pain. One piece, called Salome, shews charity hacking at my one-eyed pumpkin head a big wax. Now, on the canvas that the Frenchies helped me mess up, and oh, what a mess we made of our lives together. God. I'm sorry, David. Here it goes on in code, I'm never kissed a boy before. I'm sorry I touched your bitch. She's such a cunt. Big deal, yas, was fuck him right in front of me. I desecrated my life for you, we was gonna be bras. You shoulda stays, my life is shit. I just painted she eats my guts, QV, a white stick figure face down, stab D in the back with a horrible female, camel toe in code, eating bloody guts load over the headless body. Salome got the head just like she got my heart, big difference from qual diavolo ti tucco, Anyhow, I've nae said a word to Amanda, what's there to say, P.S. My paints are kind of fucked up, a note seems to have been added, reading as follows, listening to Kiss, calling Dr. Love one night, we were all sitting on the floor drinking our big bottles of cheap beer. Everyone was happy. We were going to leave for Montreal in the morning. David had an arm around my shoulder and kissed me. I admit, I did kiss him, too, but only because it seemed appropriate. To me, this is equitable with the time my peppy pup, the last of Trudge's whelps, was trying to lick my mouth and I was nipping at it, which turned into a game, the dog winning its kisses but at the risk of me nipping its tongue. I can still hear Jamie, ew. Don't. Stop it, leave my dog alone. Okay. She did go ew, but rather than quote her verbatim, above, let's just say she laughed at us and put an end to our game. Unfortunately with David and the Frenchies, things didn't end so well. Anyhow, That night whilst everyone readied for sleep in the living transformed into my studio and full of my artwork I scarfed down a can of nutmeg and drank a bottle of vanilla for some reason. Events following might not have occurred as such if I hadn't, but, I'm reflecting that I didn't want to go with them to Montreal and didn't know how to get out of it. David would insist. He was quite irresistible in a lot of ways, after all, he'd deflowered a nun back in Quebec. We'll see what's said of this elsewhere in these journals, if anything. It's something that's always bothered me, so if this the whole of the subject, then what was I bothered about? Hurting the feelings of the Frenchies? Fuck no. They were jerks from the get-go. I've never embraced libertine virtues, neither am I given much to sick social vices, me being more solitary and preferring isolation from others. This has a lot to do with why I tolerated a bunch of problem children in my life. For one thing, they instilled in me the ability to enter a mall again, putting an end to the voices in my head. Turning the book to read from the bottom, I have just laid my right palm on my holy Bible and sworn by thy name translated from code, I swear to erase Lil Miss Sherry's identity sick as soon as I can completely and entirely. The comment was concluded with my fanged happy face laughing, ha ha ha. Obviously, I was having trouble trying to forget her. I honestly wanted to have been a better influence. Not fucking her might have been the problem all along, Camel toe just walked in the door, she called first to come home. Here there is a sentence writ in code, probably something mean and unfeeling, I fucking hate her. The next few pages are a jumble. Red, blue and black ink was used. Note, I looked ahead 3 pages, and it seems that it had been set up for Amanda to get some money for going to school, and some of this bread was going to get kicked down to me, But, here I find me very much like my father in regards of putting me and my greed before the girl's better interest. He's done shit like this, worse shit. He once barged into my mom's class at Kelsey Technical Institute and dragged her, threatening anyone who tried to stop him, and mom only had a few weeks left to finish her classes. So, I reckon I ain't half bad. Read in no particular order. Topmost note on the verso page concerns a few oil paintings. It reads as follows: She Eats My Guts. 27 September 2000. Painted over Rest When You're Dead, with Kale and Dan quotes help. A real mess is what it was and remains, made weeks ago. Some of the paint is still wet. My ear, right, is still sore. Ha ha ha. Salome, I don't know when I painted this one. Chelsea Davidson plus Alexis Murtyke is something I'm debating on finishing. The pics of me and Morph 1981 sitting on Santa's knee. Punx. I think David the Frenchie has it. Maybe he'll come back not to kill me, but to fulfill his quest. Maybe Justin Bonaneboe and his baseball bat crew will kill me. Maybe not. Hope, for his sake. In code, he don't fuck with me or my artwork. In code, I'll kill M. Slowly save me. Jesus Kyrios Elias. And see note below. The starlet David has my reference material. Still can't write super effectively cause Justin Bonaneboe wrecked my compu device. Still, that's no fault of his. The following was noted in code. Right camel toe. Yup. It's all my fault. I'm set back to where I was 8 years ago. Continued here, the writing becomes unintelligible, appearing scribbled over, and drawn over by a scary, crazy ghost caricature, in red ink, and some words written in code, using the same red ink which will be dealt with following after these last few lines. Continues below, darts an important life lesson in all this shit somehow. P.S. Tyler Schmidt wants to kill me, too, in the name of Satan whom he serves. There is also a cartoon sketch in black and red ink of my wee ghoul friend eating my guts out. Me a fat stick figure with no head. Written in red ink in code. Jamie broke me heart. Charity ripped out my heart. What follows was added later. She must have ate it, too, or did she just leave it where it fell? I wonder what happened to my heart. Also there is a comment concerning the painting. Both girls have devil's horns and snotty noses. At the bottom of the page, just under the sketch, written over the sketch in part, it reads, figured out why Amanda is a whore to me cause she's fucked me over. A note was added in red ink, but the book must be turned to read it. What am I gonna do about Amanda? She's so small and alone. So vulnerable. I'm so confused. I don't want you're turning the book again, no wonder I'm going mad. It's just simply fucking amazing I'm still alive and whole, ha 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 ha. Oh Lord, have mercy upon us. Kyrie eleison, Greek for Lord have mercy, is one of the most important prayers in the Catholic Mass, a very old, even pre-Christian, expression invoking God used constantly in all Christian liturgies. These particular words express a plea for the full richness of God's mercy within our vulnerability. May Almighty God have mercy on us, forgive us our sins, and bring us to everlasting life. Amen. The Kyrie eleison, Lord, have mercy, may follow. It is based on Psalm 6:2, 9:13, 30:10 and is among the oldest and most used prayers in our liturgy. Lord, have mercy upon us. The word Kyrie is the vocative case of the Greek word Kyrios, Lord, and is used in the Septuagint, the earliest Greek translation of the Old Testament, to translate the Hebrew word Yahweh. In the New Testament, Kyrie is the title given to Christ, as in Philippians 2:11, a poetic description of Jesus' willingness to humble himself for our sake. Rather than coming first as God and King, Jesus freely took on the form of a human being. He was humiliated and oppressed, following the will of the Father, in order to be the sacrifice for our sins. Philippians 2:11, and that every tongue should confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Lord, have mercy is the response. The next page again, lots of different notations in black, blue, and red ink. I really don't believe a word I've said age in her, but hey, I never said a word to her, not hello, not goodbye, not Newton. Maybe I do really love her, maybe not. Beneath this is the following note penned in on a different day: gave Miss Bridget a copy of Pigman and said, "You'll understand me better." She answered, "I think I understand you just fine." Tapping her head with a finger and sharing a wink. Maybe I should be afraid of her 'cause I just plain love her too much. I don't want her to hurt me, too. Even by accident. The Pigman is a young adult novel written by Paul Zindel, published in 1968. The novel takes the form of a confession by two teens, John Conlon and Lorraine Jensen, who describe how they developed a friendship with Mr. Pignity, aka the Pigman. However, as they create this relationship with Mr. Pignity, they begin to mature and recognize that, in spite of the temptation to blame others, in the end, life is what each of us makes of it, and we are the only ones we can blame when it goes wrong. The story ends in a betrayal and the Pigman's tragic death as Mr. Pignity dies on the floor of the monkey house at the zoo. Lorraine blames John and herself for his death, yelling, "We murdered him." Here I turn the book to read down from the spine. Butts, prostitutes himself for crack cocaine. Last I heard a needle user. G girl, 16 8 Mo's pregnant, at least she's back at home where she belongs. Martin, Montreal, a crack and heroin dealer. He's only 16/17 Twitch, Vancouver, being twitchy. Not welcome back home in Win, 16, Otis, Ibid no family. 17 Sizer Kodak is probably pushing a needle into her arm right now. I can't get her out of my mind lately, ever since even before Zoika. Jamie Parker told me she already regrets marrying that bastard. At least Zoika's doing good. Fuck, I got the bestest hug ever from her on her birthday. It said to me, "I love you. I love you, Zoika. Darlin', lots and lots and lots." Punkin mad 'cause I hid her clothes in the garbage. Right, fuck, Punkin, fuck you to hell. I fucking hate you. Guess I could go on, but I won't. Lots of good stories, too. Taz Bridget got a good bow-fanged smiley face. Sarah is here. Mr. Time soon's I get rid of what's her name, maybe I'll begin to be happy again eventually. Her and her fucking vampire beau have really fucking sukt me good. I'm fucking empty of everything in debt. 8YRS back. Sorry I ever met you. I feel like jabbing this pen right into my leg. It would hurt less. Note, I take the above reference to her and her fucking vampire beau to be a reference to Amanda and Bonaneboe. And the reference to 8 years being how long I'd had my Amiga 2000. What a beautiful computer, eh? You know what, oh reader? Fuck Bonaneboe. For ruining this sweet PC, the bitch. Fuck him in hell where he belongs. Don't believe me? Read on. Here, I turn the book to read. Down from outside edge a note penned in red ink. I am trash not garbage, alone in the city of anger. I dreamt of motorcycles, a big valley after riding up to a house. There was people, hereafter the penmanship is illegible, beer-fanged smiley face. I was happy. I rode up and rode away. 3 other notes jotted on this page in the same sloppy script. Played Gitbox again. RJ was here. We taught bikes tonight. I gave RJ Bragrasane with notes. Bragrasane, of course, being a long poem of Norse mythology concerning the first age of creation. I'd first written this whilst recovering from my father's taxicab fiasco, which earned me broke bones in body, from an accident, and exhausted me mentally and spiritually. His business, now entirely defunct, he put me up in his properties, a shady deal involving the equally shady Sikh taxicab cabal. In other words, undoubtedly a criminal venture. It was here that Mobu, i.e., my young brother Maurice, and our friends chilled. These are the boys that played integral roles on Balfour High School's football team, and the same kids that became big-time coconuts before age 20. I think those boys which were most successful in this endeavor died young, even deaths by acts of violence. Turning the page and reading the verso, this next page stands out in so much as the next 2 pages following, which seem stuck together at a central spot of their outside edge, are separated by a folded page, this having a pencil drawing on it in fur. Every space on each of these pages was crowded with writing, including in places having writing or other scribbles, filling every space with ink jots, whereas, here, on this page, less is written, and in places the paper is empty of any markings whatsoever. Work in the Ivory Maiden. It's Ovid, notes not referenced. No, but I think yes it is Ovid, but no, not all of it, .. I'm kinda at a loss right now. The archetype the Ivory Maiden is not Jehane, right? First I think, then I think. A note on 3 righteous martyrs. Oft with me in spirit. Here I will say that I have for a long while believed she may have been the lady of the spiritual blue essence which ushered me back into this life, upon having died and quit my body entirely after the beating death I suffered by Constables Ron and Terry, in 1998. At the present time, I no longer believe this. Do not entertain in mind anything but the idea that I revere Saint Jehane d'Arc, La Pucelle d'Orléans, whose name I share. She and Saint Louis David Riel de Métis, the prophet of the prairies, and blessed Grigory Yefimovich Rasputin the Staryets have long walked with me. I was with Riel the night I went lame, circa 1991, sitting with him before going into the gay club and getting super drunk. All the fags heard my story and treated me with patience and much respect. Many of them were very emphatic to my situation, viz. the oppression of an alcoholic father. What great guys. A spider's web of events. Because I mentioned it, I'll tell you, briefly, what happened. Oh God. What a spider's web of events. KFC and Debit came to Regina to hoop it up with me. We got crazy drunk, and way out in the wilds we found/stole a wagon wheel, stuffed it in poor Debit's hatchback, and went to my cousin's to drink some more. My cousins were crazy Indians. We really got wasted running back and forth from the liquor board store across the street. This is when my father saw me with my cousins. So, I asked Auntie Jeanette Finlay to let Debit snooze a wee bit before hitting the road. He hadn't drank much at all, as he never did, nor took much either, but KFC and me were wasted. So, I was rousted from my sleep by a cop. A cop that my father had brought into my Indian cousin's home to remove me by force. Last I saw of him that night was me sitting in the back seat of a squad car, telling the cop to take me to jail because they were there to help my father, and telling me to go with him. No laws had been broken except by them. Finally, Debit and KFC were sent packing back to Toontown. My dad had to get into his cab and drive away, and I was left to my own recognizance. Thus, I began walking down the alley, going home. I was tired and dry and still wanting to drink when I sat down on the stones making the cell block Riel was kept in during his trial. He was with me then, but I left him and instead of going home went to the nearest bar to drink, which was the gay club. My father saw was sitting in his cab and saw me leave. He may have tried to run me over. Or, maybe I just sprained my ankle in the alley alone. But, The next day he burst into my home whereat I was nursing a swelled ankle, me never walking properly again, and he told me where I could go, and couldn't go, and who I was allowed to be with. If you're laughing, know this, I laughed as I wrote this, but I was some fucking pissed off at him then. Maybe he's lucky I couldn't stand up, nor did I ever walk well again. You can see why I'm rebellious by nature, eh? A macabre note if you're wondering how I got home, eh? Well, I crawled the block it took to bring me to Marcus Paulson's place, an evil place with an evil history. Despite all the help I'd given him washing shit off the walls of this place, so he could rent it to Lysol drinking Indians, he made wait upon his convenience to drive me home. This guy grew up a spoiled rich kid back when I was involved with the punk scene in Saskatoon. He tried to run a club using his parents' money. Later on, he drove cab for my father and proved to be a teepee creeping fool. Despite him having opportunity to pursue a career in law, I call him a fool, for it was one of these drunken Indians he spent all his time with which killed him. Continuing to read the verso, Debbie was here with Sarah Go and Ravin. I must turn the book each time I want to read what's written, though not much is written. I'll begin with what I deem most important now. The names of Amanda's teacher and a counselor are noted. In regards to her fees being refunded, and her mom's boyfriend Bob is mentioned, him having invaded her boudoir whence she was in the tub, naked, bathing, and this part of the reason why she was with me. If it weren't for that parasite Bonanaboe, who know? Amanda Barron was a very nice, very pretty petite girl back then. It's a shame she couldn't see her yellow worm for what he was. It reads, thus as follows: Diane Ems Morris, Mr. Barrio Ms. Gay Morris, guidance counselor at O'Neill, sick, very condemnative, sick attitude, understandably can only talk to mother relatives 1, but I want to make sure she's not in school, in fact, due to excess absences, or do not admit to list 2. No funds released to her, in fact, won't be especially now released to mother, so her mom and Bob get my money. Bob, who invaded her privacy when she is naked in bathtub. Bob is a prick. But your mum loves Bob and CV/V, says I. Amanda wants to stay my friend, but she's moving out with Justin Bonanaboe. Poor Amanda, so stupid, wish her mum would call, but she won't. This in a box. Archbishop MC O'Neill High School is a Catholic secondary education institute located at 134 Argyle St. North in the Coronation Park neighborhood of North Regina, Saskatchewan. I had to turn the book twice to read the following: I was beginning to date a sweet babe, Sean Fanged. Smiley face. School to use $. I gift Amanda to fill a bathtub. Sick W / this in code. Ha ha ha. Amanda was here, didn't say to kitty boo oh her. Note, each of the following notations was separated by a line and / or circled. I've been seriously stressed out, I'm sick, I'm writing, nothing else should matter. Did I dream a woman used the water closet before and apologized for the smell? Morning. Unintelligible word I didn't see. I'm here. We can see that the issue of Amanda's school fees is being recorded, and it seems that I gave her these funds. Viz. $. I gift Amanda - see above. The next 2 pages being stuck together. These next 2 pages were, as said, stuck together at a central point on the outside edge, as a result of me gluing an Irving Layton poem infer to the verso of the second page, using glitter glue. Also, these pages are further set apart from others by a page of paper on which someone sketched a female sphinx, in pencil. Running along the top outside is written as follows: the old man just called sauced out of his mind, 60-fucking-year-old baby. The rest of the writing is sloppy for the most part and spilling across the pages, written down in no order whatsoever. The next 3 pages reading as follows: I smelled it when me and Kale wa to her Mod LN September appointment, and I stood on the post in the middle. I knew it liquor. I told Kale bout it like drowning. I avoided all day and bang now BZD plus. Stoned yup, didn't even call mom, it's her birthday. Wrote the Ivory Maiden - Bridget has only copywriting him to Potniatheron. Have Keats notes to Paulo and Francisco. Note the Potniatheron, ancient Greek, the animal queen, or lady/queen of animals, is a widespread motif in ancient art from the Mediterranean world and the ancient Near East, showing a central human, or human-like, female figure who grasps 2 animals, one to each side. Dante's Inferno 5.137 Galato fu el libro e chi lo scris. A gal howled indeed, that book and he who wrote it, English Romantic poet John Keats, 17951821, was inspired by the story of Paolo and Francesca in the fifth canto of the Inferno, and wrote a sonnet in the first volume of the miniature Cary's Dante he always kept with him. The Reverend Henry Francis Carey was a British author and translator, best known for his blank verse translation of the Divine Comedy of Dante. Francesca da Rimini, the wife of Gianciotto's, crippled John, the deformed older brother of Paolo, had an affair with her husband's brother, Paolo Malatesta, a beautiful youth, in a moment of weakness. Francesca and her lover, Paolo, were together reading the tale of Lancelot and Guinevere in a large illuminated book open on their knees. The book is about the Arthurian knight Lancelot, who also suffered for his forbidden love. Moved by their reading, the two kissed, suffering tragic consequences when Francesca's husband discovered the affair and took their lives. Francesca blames the book for her sin, calling it a Galhault, the character in Arthurian legend who encourages Lancelot in his forbidden affair with Guinevere. Even though Paolo and Francesca committed adultery and therefore had to be put in the circle of carnal lust, their love story is so moving that the readers conceive them as the innocent victims of a dreadful/unjust fate. The vast majority of Dante's readers have found Francesca da Rimini an acutely sympathetic figure, a tragic heroine. Yet Dante damned her, pronouncing a stern and challenging moral judgment. Dante is the first to record this story in any real detail, but Boccaccio after the epidemic of 1348 expanded on it in the Decameron. The composition should date back to first part of 1819, because in a letter to Keats' brother George dated April 18 or 19 he wrote, "The fifth canto of Dante pleases me more and more, it is that one in which he meets with Paolo and Francesca. I had passed many days in rather a low state of mind, and in the midst of them I dreamt of being in that region of hell. The dream was one of the most delightful enjoyments I ever had in my life. I floated about the whirling atmosphere, as it is described, with a beautiful figure, to whose lips mine were joined as it seemed for an age, and in the midst of all this cold and darkness I was warm, even flowery treetops sprung up, and we rested on them, sometimes with the lightness of a cloud, till the wind blew us away again. I tried a sonnet upon it, there are 14 lines, but nothing of what I felt in it, oh that I could dream it every night, as Hermes once took to his feathers light when lulled Argus, baffled, swooned and slept, so on a Delphic reed my idle sprite so played, so charmed, so conquered, so bereft the dragon world of all its 100 eyes, and seeing it asleep, so fled away, not to pure Ida with its snow-cold skies, nor unto Tempe where Jove grieved that day, but to that second circle of sad hell where in the gust, the whirlwind, and the flaw of rain and hailstones, lovers need not tell their sorrows. Pale were the sweet lips I saw, pale were the lips I kissed, and fair the form I floated with about that melancholy storm. Cum Hermes una volta con le su ali legre fuggi via dopo aver colato argo, fino a farlo addormentar cosi su una canna delfica il mio spirito ozioso suano, incanto, conquisto, e privo di tutti I suoi sentici il drago del mondo, e dopo averlo visto addormentato, fuggi via non solida puro tra I cieli freddi di neve, ne a tempi, dove Giove col giorno si era sentito sconsolato, ma in col secondo cerchio del triste inferno, dove tra raffici, vortici e scrisi di piaggia e di grandine. Gli amanti non han bisogno di dire le loro pene. Pallid erano le dolci labbra vidi, pallid le labbra bacie e leggiadra la forma con cui mi misia flutter in quella bufera malinconica. Continuing, I can put a manuscript together right now of over 100 pages. Dreamt of kiss double platinum disc. Bridget woke me, she was sandals sick. Mentioned cold feet. Met was on the way to Italian star a grocery store. At the store lady mentioned no shoes. Finished the spanking of Ilium today. 2 days coulda had a job. Sorry I gotta write right now or go nuts. Also writing in the beginning was THD about Francesca da Rimini and Paolo. Found a new introduction to the Faust work, and Faust ties in via Simon Magus to apocryphal sick writings. Bragra saying the Tablets of Destiny, the Book of Jove, Pearls of Eros, the Mephistopheles Compact, the Angel of Divine Presence Addendum Missal. Poems. The above titles are written again. Got drunk Bruce last night and left Spider-Man there. Hez Bane stealin' my art. I'm not going to say much on what's written here, except that the comment mentioning Bruce stealing my art shouldn't be taken out of context. Not only was Bruce Game the best of all my friends, but he would never do anything to hurt me. Rather, Birdland Slim was the very sort of good guy that would go out of his way to help a friend. I can attest to this, yet, the poor soul found naught but trouble with many whom he extended his hand in friendship and trust, just like Brad Chowder and Calvin McLean the Calvinator, a real jerk. As for the artwork in question, I've no memory of it. But if Birdland had it, he's probably still got it. Continuing on the next page, a recto page. Dreamt of bees, honeybees, lots and lots of 'em in a big field. I ran through them. John? Like on the farm at Darcy. Tothert AJ called drunk. Breaking up. Sherry again. I told him today I don't want him storing shit here. He is such an asshole. I am glad she's free of him. I hate him. They did this last time. I was almost done a manuscript. The angel of divine presence. Now again. No, it's not going to happen like this. It's not. I don't care. Pat called today pissed off. Man got picked up by JBXB and Sissy Shelley. Drunk 2 weeks 40 after 40. Saw him tother night outside. Beep beep honking for me. Why not knock on the door or don't come by at all? So he been at ya butts. On to Patricia Yabut's mother. He almost died. I guess had a stroke or something, but I don't care as long as lived in Regina. Dad Jay would sit in his taxicab in the backyard and beep his horn, calling me out to sit with him. Here, on St. John's Street, I'd seen him parked outside my place, which was on the downtown stroll, and entertain his prostitutes in his car, letting them warm up and slash or fucking them. I don't care which, either. I'd let him stay with me once, a few years earlier, when he abandoned his third wife. I told him no alcohol allowed. But he brought in beer anyways. It wouldn't have mattered if I'd a wife or children, neither. The final note on this page reads as follows: 8 at Souls Harbor yesterday. Cheech sort of don't belong on the scene anymore. Don't belong nowhere. Cheech was a real piece of shit, a drug addict and a drunk and a libertine, although a dirty pig, and a pedophile. Sure, he'd argue over this, but he had not the brainpower to think or speak or act in anything but a degenerate manner. I ran into this fucking goof in Calgary, and I'm lucky he didn't try and kill me, for we ended up together down by the Bow River, a snowy desolate place, and I sensed real danger reeking from him. He was mad at me for not scoffing the varnish remover that he was huffing without sharing. Turning the page first, I'll address the note I wrote here, which reads as follows: was at Brad and Andy's internet, saw 2 porn pics, women with cummy smiles sucking on penis. I'm so horny I'm gonna die. Where has my youth gone? Wasted on celibacy. Watched Devil's Advocate today with Keanu Reeves, Al Pacino. Why am I alone? Where are my girls? I deserve to get fucked more than anyone, but no more morality, even if it means my death on pornography. Reader, don't imagine that I'm sorrowed over me not fucking these young girls involved in my life. Sometimes, when looking at porn, and seeing what the world is really like, behind closed doors, I wonder if I shouldn't have fucked some of those girls. But, no. These were really just children, despite them being sexually active sluts one and all. And I wasn't going to be one of those adults who fucked up their lives seeking transitory sexual pleasures, which is why I devoted my life to them long after leaving them behind. I feel the same way about the boys, for, if you look at what's become of the porn industry online, it's utterly ghastly. What with the rising prices on everything, rising homeless and crime, and increasing third world immigration, the availability of decriminalized opiates, the sodomy that art photography of nude women has devolved into since the first dirty mags became popular back in the 50s, it's become a real jungle for us poor and struggling masses. Nowadays, under similar circumstances, I could be so inclined, but, really, I've never been the sort to think with the head of my cock. Furthermore, I don't think I'd ever seen internet pornography prior to this. Although, I'd grown up as a wee boy having access to the old Wink and Twitter-style men-only skin mags, back when us bad boys would discover stashes of softcore pornos like Playboy and Penthouse in the trash bins, in the alleyways, or by stealing them from stores that had them in the same book racks as our comics and ladies' fashion and sports entertainment magazines. Even Larry Flint's publications were relatively mild compared to today's standards. The following poem was affixed to the page with sparkle glue, which stiffened the page and affixed the two pages together as mentioned. To the girls of my graduating class, Irving Layton, 1912-2006, Romanian Jew in Canada, wanting for their young limbs praise, their thighs, hips, and saintly breasts, they grow from awkwardness to delight, their mouths made perfect with the air about them and the sweet rage in the blood, the delicate trouble in their veins. Intolerant as happiness, suddenly they'll dart like bewildered birds, for there's no mercy in that bugler time that excites against their virginity the massed infantry of days, nor in the tendrils greening on their enchanted battlements. Golda, Fruma, Dinny, Eleanor, my saintly wantons, passionate nuns, O light-footed daughters, your unopened brittle beauty troubles an aging man who hobbles after you a little way, fierce and ridiculous. A big bundle of pages tied with a blue ribbon. Firstly, the bundle itself had a page folded over it, this being a red and black drawing of two eyes, one red, the other black. It's been damaged right in the center of the page, probably because of how it had been stored away. In places on both verso sides, for, indeed, it is a folded page's strings of dried up elastic bands stuck to the paper, as well as something else, this being indistinguishable. There's nothing more to say about it, except that it's addressed, in pencil, to that guy. That guy was one of the boys which had been staying with me. When his dad came around with the cops, or the promise of bringing in the cops, I had to ask the kid to leave. After all, I wasn't family. Cf. the incident with Amanda and her teachers. First, I remove the green ribbon W / a not bow. There is also a torn piece of a thicker watercolor paper folded in like manner over the bundle of pages, but this is tucked into the green ribbon and held in place there. On the outside are some scribbles in fading pencil, reading as follows: since I am going away I will never see the kids again, except a few occasionally. A few indecipherable words make it special. I should do pretty much do what they tells me, but not to let on no fanged smiley face. It's dated 30/10/00. Another inner page folded. 2. Here we have an early closure instruction order. Now what the fuck is this, right? Apparently, it's a probationary order against me not to contact directly or indirectly Daryl Eberhard, and not to attend at or near 2072 Athol Street, Regina. Now, I won't get into anything else about this order in effect until May 2, 2001, except that I looked at the address online and have no recollection of ever having been there. As for whom Daryl Eberhard is. Apparently, Daryl Eberhard is known for his work as additional crew, Corner Gas, the movie, 2014, and Painted Angels, 1998. This trouble no doubt has something to do with the Pinko artists, mine vicious ostracization from their collective, and the stolen Super 8 film footage they made illegal use of in leeching off the notoriety of Roger Ng, the new utopian cafe artist, by securing sizable funding and elevating their reputations as artists and as friends of Roger. Their representative Dan Sala knocked on my door offering me one of the t-shirts made to celebrate their endeavor. I had just been beaten to death by those rogue cops, the swine, and left for dead in an alley and was recovering. Furthermore, that's how these same artists had left me the night that I was beaten and cast away. They'll say it was because I was a drunken asshole. I was having a nice chat with Professor Art McKay when all the sadness happened. One of the faggy artists had drugged my beer or sold me LSD, which, I can't remember. And all that resulted of their indifference to my deplorable condition is more of their fault than my own, although sure I was a shit. But in David Johnson blaming me for all his broken stained glass, whether or not there were broken panes is now as then none of my doing. None of this wouldst have happened if you cultural Marxists had opened minds and open hearts, rather than forcing square pegs into the round holes of political correctness. Blah blah blah. The first page of this bundle has a sketch of a cute girl outside of Roca's Tonight Roca Jack's, then on Scarth Street, ideally situated across from Victoria Park, being the cafe most of the artsy-fartsy bunch attended so as not to have to look at my culturally significant oil paintings of the Squeegie Kids and Métis heroes, hanging on the walls of the second cup, just down the block. I never felt comfortable or wanted around that bunch, so I rarely went there. I prefer to be around homespun people who have our traditional family interests at heart rather than international hornswoggle, but this has been the scene, man. Since long before Professor Art McKay participated in the secret FBI LSD experiments at the University of Regina. I feel like I do about the pure-born Canadian folk now more than ever because of learning whom I am, and a lot of other people like me will one day awaken unto their true-hearted Canadian heritage as we born of those Indian squaws which mothered La Nation Acadiens, and their European fathers, especially the Quebecois and Acadians, If only our children were educated throughout the school system on just who our progenitors were. And of their deeds, too. It's actually shameful that our children are sent to school and learn nothing about what it really means to be Canadian. Instead, they are processed into flashapoid currency and sold the lie of the Canadian banking system as exposed by Victoria teacher Bill Abrams, YouTube. Citizenship now merely equates the person as being a possession of the Corporation of Canada and not a person at all, rather we flesh-born souls have been reduced to census statistics and only accountable on the bottom line of a corrupt balance statement as chattel property. It's at times like now, me here seeing neither hope nor future for us freeborn folk, and wondering just why she sent me back here, into the land of the living, with you. Oh reader. I think it would have been better for me had I only stayed in the belly of the whale, Turning the page. I'm tired of being the no one. I deserve more. I deserve the best. I deserve all the cool chicks, tall uns, short uns, thin uns, heavy uns, fanged smiley face hehehe. For some reason the above was coded yup. Bane celibate too long. Try to control and direct my thoughts and deeds, and what happens fuck up in code anyways. Lost 20 years, can I get em back? No. Did I learn anything? Yup, I am a fool, so I'm writing, collecting everything into one big volume of shit. That's it, I quit, gonna finish my writings and go nuts. Is this midlife crisis? Maybe if I'd lived a normal life. Trust me, I ain't lived a normal life. Here in red pencil crayon it's writ that, Brad the piece of shit one, hung up on me when I called Birdland too, called later and pissed me off. His stupid ast dirty mouth. A heavily scratched out note reads, Pat called old man's drunk again. I don't know. Like I said, it's scribbled over pretty good. There's also a sketch of a scale of sorts weighing guilt and pleasure against each other and a note underneath, reading as follows, what tips the scales one way or t'other? Written in code, it says, I need sex. A pencil note. Dreamt of yellow house, motorcycle shop, playing guitar, finding money. 3 pages in a folded page. These next 3 pages were wrapped in a folded sheet of paper covered in pencil marks, words and images, lots of small flowers and a card, the jack of spades in fur. This first entry was jotted down, book turned sideways, as follows, Sarah is at a wedding /RJ. She stayed over last night. His mom's getting married. Cool. Sarah is his date. Fanged smiley face. The next 2 entries read normally from top down, and the first note relates to a family dinner at Sherry LaRock's. I've mentioned Lane and Nathan already, so Cher and Carmen are her daughters, whom attended with their children. Carly was a very dear friend of mine then, but after years apart, me being in Victoria and her growing up, she distanced her from me over the issue of her gay friends still finding young boys attractive and seeking sexual liaisons with teenagers. She either didn't understand how criminally deviant this behavior is, or chose not to. Another issue we didn't see eye to eye on involved a woman in her life marrying into the Muslim religion. Personally, I really don't give 2 shits, but I've studied the glorious Al-Quran and know full well that the religion of peace is absolutely intolerant of us goyas kopf, calling us kfir, i.e., impious blasphemers. Note, kafir is an ethnic slur which is used in reference to black Africans in South Africa. The term has its etymological roots in the Arabic word, Arabic, kfir. Even Mahatma Gandhi, the great person, used this derogatory term, which I discovered whence researching his correspondence with Russia's Leo Tolstoy. But, I diverse. Shall we continue? The first journal entry on this page reads as follows, well, Went for turkey dinner at mom's, Sherry cooked up a bird and a ham, mashed taters aplenty, carrots, beets, and pickles. Lane and Nathan were there, Cher and Monique, 5, and Alex, 1, Carmen and Carly, 6, and Tori, 2, David and Lori. It was fun. The next entry following reveals why Dad J's presence was noted at the turkey dinner mentioned above. It reads as follows: Taught the boys, my brothers, Patrick and Maurice, THAOL man been drinking every day 40-ounce whiskey more or less. Well, brother John and Shelley his wife had to come and get him. He almost died at Aunt Patty's. Jay hates her. What's he doing there? He weren't welcome nowhere else 'cause he's an asshole sober and worse drunk. Anyhow, Patty got scared 'cause he had sort of a stroke, vs. Well, fuck it. I wish head in code. Anyhow, I hate him and I'll never forgive him for screwing my lil bro's family. I hope he dies. I just want him out of my life forever and out of my family life. He hurts us and blames us for it. He has no remorse. Hell with him, no matter what brother David says. Hell him. I'm through him. No more PS. Guess he's got a broken foot in a cast. What a stupid ast fucker. I can see it. Patrick was gonna have the wet brain bastard locked up in Newtward where he belongs. Really, he will destroy us boys just like he destroyed his family. So that's a rather unpleasant glimpse into my life, something most people would rather be kept secret and / or forgotten entirely. Hell. If I hadn't wrote it down it would have been entirely forgotten. Now, in part I'm embarrassed by all this dirty laundry, so to speak, but on the other hand am ever so glad for this opportunity to look into my past life, to see whom I was, based on the lives of those around me. Allow me to interject this. A person in themselves alone has no life, for to us humans life is more than merely being alive. A man is in part found in the hearts and minds of the people closest to him, i.e., in the thoughts and memories of family, friends, colleges, neighbors, etc. This, of course, is the person's reputation. The ancient Egyptians referred to it as a man's ren, or name, but it being so much more than a person's identity, including all their experiences and their entire life's worth of memories, mystic Edgar Cayce referred to these as being stored in the Akashic records, the historical record of your soul throughout your life experiences. Note, Edgar Cayce, 1877 to 1945, has been called the sleeping prophet and the father of holistic medicine and the most documented psychic of all time. In the religion of Theosophy and the philosophical school called Anthroposophy, the Akashic records are a compendium of all universal events, thoughts, words, emotions, and intent ever to have occurred in the past, present, or future in terms of all entities and life forms, not just human. As souls, we are all interconnected and share information about what happened in our past lives, how we felt about the experiences, and what can happen in the future. Such shared information is called the Akashic records. These next two pages are such a jumble that there is little purpose in explaining it further, except to mention that there are several coded messages, one of which was highlighted by being traced over in yellow, and a cartoon sketch of a person on a comfy chair. Here put down in no particular order as follows: prophecy heavily scribbled over followed by a few words in code, saying Spike's Amanda Barron gonna get pregnant /bananas offspring maybe he'll begin beatin' her tell and her you're fat and ugly and stupid sure circled 3 times. All this and more uglier shit will go down patch up Spike's room today. Now reading several segmented notes from the outside edge down. The OL man is at JBXB's in STN. Brother John's in Saskatoon got a broke foot in a cast, had a stroke at Yabbits /onto Patty. Life is funny, he hates them both. Grandma is /Gilbert up north. Bridget visits quite often after schools and whatnot. She might start goin' to fresh start w/Kale and with Scott Barron plus long lost Punk and Charity Smith. I was right bout her visit, and when she did remember cleaning out Amanda's room T-day with Sarah and Bridget Watt. Bridget home car horns in a box. Sarah out w/Leanne. Leanne is soft and loving, she is nice, I like her. Roger a cool video game borrowed. Saving Private Ryan. Dreams last night woke by phone ringing, said to someone about my life goal, a Nobel Award for Literature. Slept in chair afterwards. Bad dreams. Fought with REEC and eating Raisin Bran box near empty. I'm pooping blood in code. Having problems being hard. Maybe I'll never be able to please a woman. This above quote in code, and I've only had that pleasure so few times in the past. I've been cheated in code. I'm shy to a point, but I've tried real hard to be not like MOL man. I cheated myself. Charity's been on mind lately. Lots. Who am I don't care. Sarah got a good job today in code as follows. Wish I didn't be a crush on her girlfriend. PS Mikey and Bethany sitting in a tree. Fanged smiley face. He. I'm developing a new philosophy concerning my human relations about why/how I meet certain people and don't encounter others, like about how intertwined our destinies are and about why our relations and still ain't been able to get up to South End to see Rosetta. Andrew, I should at least call and leave my number. Yeah. All I'm going to comment on here is that the girl I have a crush on is indubitably Leanne. I've no recollection on who Mikey is, but Bethany is Bridget's oldest and dearest friend, an incredible chick in every way. Rosetta and Andrew are or were Yabut's unfortunate wife and her son from a previous relationship. I saw a photo of him at graduation not too long ago, a very handsome young man. Turning the book right to finish reading this page 3-4 days now. I don't write this is no good, too depressed. My right ear still hurts from being struck by David's friend Viz the Frenchies. He should have stayed. We were to be brothers. I should be in Mont getting fut, being drunk, fighting, stoning, motion coded. I'm still kinda impudent, but it don't matter too much now cause I've been learning about self-castration of priests. HMN left Andes at 12:34 MBZD left a PNTN painting. Jen and Fibble Roger fit and for the last beer I'm on top. Jen says cause her hands got THA top of the beer bottle. Roger won't let go. Gimme. He says back, but Jen is determined. Haha got it. She and Fibble sit in front of a full moon. It is a full moon. What looks like Jason from Friday the 13th. It is Friday, 13th. It's creepy, says Andy. I went home and did it in like a couple of hours. Brad got Debbie was there. Oops. Gonna paint her too, but in oils not acrylic. Mike wants a painting, too. When I left he and Jen were wrestling. I left afore Shelley his sister got there. Shelley Dumont was this beautiful pale, blonde Métis girl, which I always felt less of a man for her, not wanting much, if anything, to do with me. We must have been opposites. Her brother, Mike bless his soul, died young, a suicide. Such a handsome and popular guy, too. His loss was deeply felt by every one of the kids that knew him, though, for some, those which feared him as a straight-edge kid not to be messed around with, may have entertained happy thoughts at this champion no longer menacing their troubled plans at bothering weaker kids in the downtown park scene. He'd been over to the studio, on Scarth, but we weren't close friends. The third page verso, there are 3 lines of smaller print running along the outside edge of the book. These are a continuation of the previous recto page, reading as follows. I told Debbie how long it's been since I kissed a girl. They was talkin' 'bout it. She couldn't believe it. I told her 'bout me being nuts and having vows, but I don't think she can comprehend it. Is confused fanged smiley face. The main body of text on this page was hurriedly written, using larger script, reading, as follows. Arlen and Tracy just left talking w/M mounted knight lancing winged dragon w/talons. Although I painted it a while back, I just did inner border red w/baby blue acrylics. Tracy liked my poems lots. Jen was real happy. Roger finally gets his painting member. Last one got hut out. Sarah Mrs. Pat, I brought that out w/Cherie Bane on my mind and all. I've been feeling sensitive, what with Pop Bane peculiar again. Too much I need me. I've got memories that hurt all the time. I'm in too much pain. No one's ever really liked me enough to want to kiss me except for a few chicks back. About 20 years ago. Not Rally 10 Debbie here. I'm referring to Debbie Carson, the quintessential beautiful girl in my life. The girl I've always thought of and never forgotten. The girl I've looked for in every other girl I've ever met. But it's not her kiss that I remember. As said, it was in the arms of E. Petka that I first entered the realm of love. My first kiss 1977, spring, somewhere between 33rd and 36th Streets, on the west side of Idylwild Drive, the snow was melting and we warmed each other in our embrace, kissing. As I slavered o'er Eve's kiss, mine eyes closed to the world, the sloshing sound of traffic passing through the slushy snow on the street faded, into silence. I felt an energy enveloping us, taking us away from reality now, not in a memory and naught else was but us, together as one, levitating. Or, more so, floating, as the earth dropped out from under us. I don't know about what time it was. Or, whether or not I was in school, grade 10, at City Collegiate, working, as a casual laborer, or actively delinquent hanging around with a bunch of loafers at the Midtown Plaza, stealing from the Bay, Eaton's, and Simpson Sears, and underage drinking in the bars, the Hotel Patricia, the King George Hotel, the Senator another hotel bar, and the Indian bars, the Berry, the Albany, the Continental, the Windsor, and the biker bars, the A4, Jacks and Yips, all these, and more, for I haven't even mentioned the lounges, like the Bessborough and Slash or the Sheraton Cavalier, and the many, many other drinking establishments I'd visited at one time or another in and around Toontown throughout the 70s and 80s. At this time, I was living with my father and his second wife, in the Skylark Trailer Park, behind the drive-in theater, across the northbound highway from the airport. The folded page over the 3 pages, above this folded page was covered on the inside with a pencil sketch featuring the Jack of Spades holding a sword. Beneath this a drawing has been obliterated and censored by a block of pencil marks. There are also a bunch of flowers, as well as a medley of words and comments printed every which way seemingly on the subject of autumn. Below, I'm going to attempt a translation of the poem writ here as follows. Autumn wind blowing the leaves of red, yellow, orange, brown, and green amidst a cloud of roses when a gentle breeze carries me off to a distant land full of sand and pleasant light. What delight the sight of the pleasant light. All right, autumn winds blow and howl in gentle rain yet. I didn't write this poem. It's very reminiscent of my first poetry, back in 197,677, which I wrote during my first stint at rehabilitation, in Calder Center, Saskatoon, a collection of 80+ poems which I never titled. Let's turn the page over and see what the writer wrote there. No more cough. Hack. Spit out the Jack, the clouds are coming back. Echoing, are coming back, as a distant storm, roars its horn, a trumpet call with lightning spitting, thunder ripping, roaring rip, roar, rumblin', tumblin' on in, and it strikes you zap free to be, without the Jack you see. How free the wind can be. In a calm sea, the eye of the storm, gentle breeze on the little trees and the sound of a distant storm cough. Hack, spit out the Jack, the clouds are back, echo, are back, hail to the jackal, crackle, rumble, roar, hail to the Jack. This would make a great heavy metal song. Just look at all the subliminal brainfuck imagery. I was studying Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler's research into total mind control slaves, and here above is a good example, especially with the trumpet call and echoing, and I especially enjoy the author's inclusion of the words jackal, cackle. I'd live to analyze this poem more, but have a great deal of work ahead of me, yet. Before I set these pages back as they were, with the green ribbon around them in their sheathing papers as described, I'd like to mention divers papers found stored therein, placed between the pages and held secure by the ribbon as follows. Divers papers found within the bundle tied with a blue ribbon, a playing card based on Spider-Man and having the Green Goblin on one side, a pink slip receipt for Saskatchewan Transport Company, ticket number 239,891, dated August 10, 00, for a return trip from Regina to Saskatoon and back for $57, a Remembrance Day poppy which has a black marker anarchy symbol drawn on a Slipknot maggot core embroidered patch, which I'll look for if and when I ever get a replacement buckskin jacket with long sleeves and fringes. A super cool fluorescent orange comb about 6 inches long. A tiny collage, 2x4, featuring two very old comic book frames, a bad little girl in pigtails, wearing a blue dress and bow, pulling a black cat's tail. On the torn edge, her mother calls out, "I told you never to pull the cat's tail," the girl replies, saying, "But Ma, I'm not pulling its tail." B. This next caption reads, "I'm just holding it, and the cat's doing the pulling." This would have been something I stuffed into this journal with the hopes of using it in a collage, later, at a blue envelope, mailed to Mr. Darcy Bouchard at 2054 St. John St., Regina, Saskatchewan S4P1S4, from 520 to 78 Abe SW, Calgary of T2V0T4, I can't read the postmark. A letter dated, October 27, 200-, reading as follows, "My dearest Darcy, your beautiful letter touched me deeply. We all share in your sorrow as well. We all loved Gordon. And will miss him dearly. It's very hard, some days are harder than others. Just remember the happy hours. Out of love comes suffering. Out of suffering comes love. That is the mystery. It is a great thing to know that when the eternal doors swing wide open the other way for you, you have a friend on the other side waiting to receive you. We love you, Darcy. And remember, earth has no sorrow that heaven cannot heal. All my love." Anta Teresa. A small, 4x6, card featuring the image of a bald eagle soaring over a snow-capped mountain with a beam of light falling out of clouds overhead. Inside, my mother typed as follows, "I found this card to be most appropriate because Gord's favorite bird was the eagle as it soared so freely. This is what Gord feels now, peace and freedom as he soars through the heavens." Signed, Love Mom Nicole. Page mark written by the same hand. On the inside front cover, Mom pasted a small box containing Gord's eulogy, in part reading as follows, "Finlay, it is with great sadness that we have to announce the sudden passing of Gordon Finlay on Monday, August 7, 2000 in Saskatoon, SK at the age of 51 years. Survived by his wife, Gloria, daughter, Nicole, and 4 sons, Sean, Darcy, Dave and John, and 5 grandchildren. Also survived by a sister, Jeanette, and 3 brothers, Russell, Brian, and Edward. And C. A small, 4x6, card featuring an image of Nick Iwanika, 1932-2000, another eulogy, with an inside B/W photo in an oval on the inner front cover, featuring Nick standing in front of a Sweet 50s 4-door sedan. There are 2 poems, also this first one on the inside, the second is on the back cover, these reading as follows, "Healed and whole, one day I dug a little hole and put my hurt inside. I thought that I could just forget, I'd put it there to hide. But that little hurt began to grow. I covered it every day. I couldn't leave it and go away. It seemed the price I had to pay. My joy was gone, my heart was sad, pain was all I knew. My wounded soul enveloped me, loving seemed too hard to do. One day, while standing by my hole, I cried to God above and said, 'If you are really there,' they say, 'you're a God of love.' And just like that he was right there and just put his arms around me. He wiped my tears, his hurting child. There was no safer place to be. I told him all about my hurt. I opened up my heart. He listened to each and every word, to every sordid part. I dug down deep and got my hurt. I brushed the dirt away and placed it in the Master's hand, and healing came that day. Farewell, the sand of time are running low, and soon, my children, I must go. My heart with love for you is filled, but soon its beating must be stilled. I leave no treasures of any kind, only my love I leave behind. Take it and share it between sister and brother, and always be kind to one another. Weep not beside the grave for me. Don't bring me flowers I cannot see, only ashes lie neath the cold sod. Just pray that my soul has gone to God. Some of you perhaps may weep when my eyes are closed in eternal sleep, but try to remember it won't be forever, for God can bring our spirits together. I pray that I go to a world far above, to be with the others that I love, and to wait a while on that heavenly plane until the day we shall meet again. I think it important, here, to mention that the blue envelope, Auntie's lovely letter, such beautiful penmanship, and both eulogy cards were not put back into the journal, rather, I set these apart for my mother. Now, Both of these men, Gordon and Nick, weren't much better than my father, Jay, all of them boozers and poor fathers and bad husbands, but I'm not sure whether Uncle Nick were much of a teepee creeper as were my fathers, I've only included these above listed items in this forensic examination of my trash and the Anarkids journals because if it were another doing so, they'd so do without any thought about it as it is what it is, I'm making a conscious effort, though, to remain as true and loyal to the content intent as purposefully plausible. I am motivated in this endeavor of honesty in so much as I am influenced in part by Maria Campbell, Officer of the Order of Canada, 2008, whom authored Half-Breed, published by McClelland and Stewart in 1973, an in-depth examination of the very world these three men, Jay, Gord and Nick, grew up in alongside her, two very different kinds of half-breed and a Ukrainian. I never had much to do with my Ukrainian family as they were spread across Canada, but, instead, grew up more among my father's families, the Bouchards and the Finlays. Some years ago, I dreamt of Uncle Peter Swiddick calling me over to sit with his family. We were all in the bottom of a big boat, coming to the New World, no doubt. At that time, a lot of half-breeds, regardless of the status that their ancestors had achieved, elected to dismiss their Métis heritage and focus on being white. Jay's kin gravitated to Jack's francophone heritage, originating in Quebec. Gord's native ancestry was never recorded anywhere, though his genealogy suggests a relation to Samuel Hearn and Jocko Finlay, but he grew up white in the middle of nowhere, the last stop on a long road going east. I've actually seen the beaver traps and pelts in his mother's home as a child. So, too, have I seen and held the illegal bullets that the Mounties were using against the Métis and Indians during the 1885 occupation of the stolen South Branch lands. Me. I've never much inclined to chase skirt, much less teepee creep, but, when driving hack for my father, I had some bad experiences with several of the girls on the stroll. This is true, you can pay for sex but getting fucked has nothing to do with it. 2 letters were hidden in the bundle tied with the green ribbon. 2 letters were hidden in the bundle tied with the green ribbon. 1, a touching love letter written by Phil, for Echo, written in large print, purple marker, on 25% cotton fiber paper, -n, the other, from Fivel Roger as follows: Dearest Echo, I don't really know what I'm writing, maybe a letter of apology, maybe a love letter, or maybe just a letter. Tonight while I stood alone my heart felt as though OT was being wretched around by a shard of glass. I stood there lost and confused like a small child. The world seems to be so cruel and dark without you by my side. As I stood there with tears staining my cheeks, I turned and walked into the alley alone. Luminous buildings all around me. They seem so scary without you by my side. The voices in my head all screaming what I should have done in the first place. I guess next page. This is where the expression hindsight is 20/20 comes from. Through thick and thin we've been. I don't believe this is the end, it can't be the end. I know nothing more than you and my addictions, and given the choice I would take you any day, like life and death. I love you, Echo. Phil. Fivel's note in pencil: Dear occupants of this house. This is not only your house, my girlfriend kinda lives here too, and her dog does. Please leave the door unlocked. She doesn't have a key and we need to feed our dogs. Not Tobin asshole, but I don't want to have to break in again. Sorry. Or if you want to lock the door sometimes, please leave out some food. Your friendly neighborhood Fivel. P.S. Please try and find our pipe. P.S. We poisoned all your food. Just kidding. See you later. Thank you, Fivel. This note says a lot about how I treated those kids and what they thought of me in return. Remember? I freely allowed these kids into my life. Until this bad deal with Amanda and Bonaneboe, there had never been any exchange of money, goods, drugs, sex, nada. I only allowed Bonaneboe to slip me a few shekels because he was working and I wanted to encourage responsible behavior amongst the kids, all the kids. But look at what a shit that yellow turd turned out to be, I'm reminded of the monk father of Pope S. Jones, Ioans Anglicus, 855-857, supposedly reigned, under the title of John 8, for slightly more than 25 months, from 855 to 858 during the 9th century there came to be too many monks in England, so Anglo-Saxon King Ethelwulf of England, father of King Alfred the Great, put them into leaky boats and sent them off to convert the pagan Germans. Joan's father had been beaten and chased from place to place, had an eye gouged out, an ear cut off, was burned several times, and his body was so broken that he was crippled, hunched over, and unable to talk. Fortunately for me, I fared much better than he, As for the door being locked, this would have been one of a very few occasions that my door had ever been locked to any of them, although there were a few times it was. Hereafter, the next 30+ pages I'm scared like anyone anymore. Sometimes I feel like I'm not just some guy but like I've a destiny to manifest, some kind of duty to perform a mission, so doubt I've had guidance and direction. Who am I? I am not just some guy, I am special. The turkey W /th blue spot. I wonder who I am in th eyes of others. Little friends, I'm recognizable by the society of artists, coppers and cabbies, crazy street people / bums, homeless urchins and orphans. People like me, people don't. Some have valid reasons, others don't. Why don't I've a lover's vows? I cursed vows and recant d, but they re not gonna let me go. You can't direct your life like I have over all these years without being changed. Who am I? Note: dream last and what's next? I am here. The reference to the turkey with blue stripe stands out as a reference to a short video of me espousing how we, people, we're no better off than turkeys were during the holiday season. The video was created by video artist Clark Nicolai, a dear friend and creative influence, and was shot in Vancouver, BC, being titled, Gobbler Grabbers. At harvest time, the farmer would hire us to pick the turkeys up by their legs, one in each hand, and take them out of the barn to the waiting trucks, where they'd be stuffed into cages. This always happened at night and there was always snow on the ground. As we walked out to the barn, the big door rolled wide open and the truck, its motor humming, red and yellow lights glowing, the sound of thousands of turkey and the stench of the shit they'd been standing in their whole lives assailed our nostrils. Our breath followed us as cool, cloudy mist, similar but different than the smoke billowing lazily out of the big truck's exhaust pipes, and a foul fog, too, was gathered above the open barn door, seeping outside and polluting the heavens overhead. Inside, 2 football fields back, thousands of birds gobbled together, quieting a little as the lights went down and we began our job. The point I'm trying to make is that the big toms were always taken off to the side, having a blue stripe sprayed on their backs, put in a caged-off area to witness the Holocaust unfolding, and, later, these were put into a second barn, wherein the next flock was being fattened up for harvesting. Another interesting point to ponder is how I make use of the I am motif, yet me not knowing of Uncle Julian North, God bless, of Ladysmith, a monk, or religieuse, whom had been a talented painter and sculptor and a writer, him having writ many poetic books of the subject of this motif. I also know full well, for it's obvious what my intention was, here, and that's to make known I had a fuller, richer life as a street person than merely that of the old dude with all the kids, In short, I noted this as a fuck you to the fucking pigs, which not only harassed me, but also harassed the Anarkids. Sure, if any was the como, it was them, for I had not the heart to run the brats off, some needing what shelter they could find, and a lot of the kids fell into the fuck traps set up by the pedos and other bottom-feeding creeps which mucked the clear waters in search of victims. Read on, O reader. A page mostly in code that has to be tumbled around to be read. There was an indecipherable comment written in orange pencil crayon. Hereafter read in no particular order. I been wake night stupid kiss and theme a Debbie's conversation last night make and me think what I done go to I got the hots for Debbie damn just I've always had the hots fer her had vision Sarah is sensitive full moon gift d way pain tons here. I mentioned that a block set of letters which I thought a coded message was not. What it was is words written up and down, but not to be read left to right as in Chinese characters. These read as follows: what am I nuts? Yup, I am nuts. Here it's coded as follows: boyo she's only 16, so there it is. Sure, how could I not find these sexy little vamps alluring? They were all so young and beautiful. If I'd wanted I surely couldst have had some few of these girls as sexual playthings, But I chose not to. More so, I also elected not to prey upon those wee darlings which were just turning of age, becoming legally available for to be a fuck friend. This was done be me out of respect for the younger kids which fluttered about me like pixies, and I told some of the boys just that when expounding the parable of the archer. Simply put, if the archer is so much as a smidgen off center in aiming his bow, whence the arrow be loosed, it will surely miss its mark, for to strike a bullseye, it must be so e'en before the arrow is loosed, e'en before the arrow is taken out from its quiver. Even simpler is it to say, I'm no Hebephile, and I think the Anarkids sensed this, really, because until the incident of the ruddy bones, QV, there'd never been an incident whereof I was accused of using these kids, except by social services, which once showed up at my door with a cop, pushed into my home without warrant, dragging young Tyler Schmidt away, him soon returning from their office of his own volition, and, except for other harassing incidents at the hands of a small cabal of vile police officers that saw in me what was in them, putting in me what was in them, me and the kids maintained our decorum as people and lived our lives together as best we could. Allow me to return to the task at hand. The forensic examination of the trash and the Anarkids journals continues, such as follows: undecipherable comments. Why do I got all these sweet young things in my life for anyhows? Turning the book and reading. Firstly, this part seems to begin with an unhappy fanged smiley face stick devil, saying as follows: why do I got all these sweet young things in my life for anyhows? In code, why didn't I fuckst any am? I've wanted to encode sumia m and sumia m want d me t fuck m. This is so depressing. I am such a loser. Leastwise I don't live in a trailer, hehehe, like Dick and Sizer, ha 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 ha. The joke here is to trailer trash dash, and my singling out these dear friends is not something done with a mean-spirited intent, rather, I'm merely razzying these two, spiritually. This following comment in code spilled over onto the next page. It reads as follows: Taz's turn and Sweet 16 Moia turning the book and finishing reading this page. A tiny fanged smiley face laughs, heh, saying as follows in code: can I be any more perverted? Cherie was too so. Yes. Some of the girls were more vulnerable than others, and Sweet Charity Smith Punkin Cherie was such a bad girl. For example, she ran around topless at the Craven Country Jamboree. Something like public nudity is something I've always frowned upon. What's worse, the crowd apparently loved it when this teenager exposed her ample bosom for them, the same bunch of filthy cowboys and dumb-ass farmers and off-duty cop pimps that have looked down on me my whole life. Some 25 years ago, Endangered Species - the punk band I was involved with had the plug pulled on them there, moments after attaining the stage, when guitarist egoid Squiggly Ron Dunn a Quebecois called out, "This is a punk song for all you fucking cowboys out there." I wasn't there, though, being once again under a court-imposed probationary order consigning me to Calder Center again. These next 8 pages read normally dreamt. Drinking chocolate milk denotes abundant pleasures and favorable returns to the farmer, abundant harvest to dash a joyous time of it, just got back from brother David's Sean M. And Terry lots laughs. Cafe been feelin' different lately, lonely, yeah, but that's normal. Slept side in on ma chair ta third aw / my boots on in code had fantasies and don't feel so impotent it shouldn't matter anyhow, cause all I know for chicks is a bunch of dumast brats, right / that's gotta change. But what? Dunno anyhow. Remember dreamin' Miss Bridget's Sweet 16 they know that was yest. The omens are good. Traced over in orange crayon. Just went for a walk, been restless. 2 chicks called to me from a balcony. I probably coulda got laid. BZD chunk. What maybe saw so gross anyhow. They made me realize how old I am. I am a loser. What IVE made this and that big deal. My youth is wasted. What good is anything else? IVE really fine dash memories. I have been ruined. It didn't happen all at once. It was a long slow process. I am a loser. PS everything must be a-ok cause I'm feeling suicidal again. I hate being alive. Wish I'd never been born. Here is a good place to mention Sean Moncton, whom was with me the night I was ostracized from the Guild of Artists, in Regina, as said. I'd taken him and my neighbor Jerome LaBouffe to an important studio opening event. But, I was drugged, whether on purpose or not, so when Professor Art McKay knocked over the table I was standing next to, half-assed leaning age in it, it fell, and I fell, and all hell broke loose. All the bad shit that happened wouldn't have been so bad if only these two friends had picked me up, dusted me off, and taken me away. Rather, I ended up banging on the back door with a post, almost clubbing someone when the door opened, and was dragged into the alley by the railway tracks, beaten by a mob of drunken, stone thugs passing them off as popular artists because they were all participating in the same free-for-all fuck circle of their fellowship. Be certain, O reader. This is how artists excel, receiving grants and awards and contracts. It has nothing at all to do with talent. Talent is secondary to saying and doing as everyone else in accordance to the top-down unwritten rules of the commie-infested arts in Canada and around the world. Again, it's not what you know, say, or do, it's who you're fucking that matters. Brother Bush found poor Sean hanging in his house. The divorce killed him more than the alimony. Sean had worked in the provincial juvenile detention center. He had a lot of backbone, but was otherwise very reserved. The loss of this friend saddened Bush for a long while, and he, no doubt, still has some of Sean's artwork, from his time at the Bridge Arts Cooperative and Neutral Ground artist-run gallery. Turning the page, I feel like the loneliest person alive. Of course I ignore the people who are fighting for their lives right now in ugly places like car wrecks, burning BLDGs, jails, war-torn countries, and CNC. I'm not special. Tell me please, what makes me different from you? All of us alive have problems, ugly histories, sad memories. I've been kissed and felt love. Some folks ain't ever had that. Who cares what a failure I am? I don't want to live anymore. How many times must I say it? I've been dead. 2 cops beat me down, but here I sit writing this. I've fought with dozens of people, all at once, more than once. I've been in thousands of violent confrontations. Nobody loves me. There is no such thing as love. Those who forget are destined to remember. Here, 4 lines of script are obliterated by a large font printing, in caps, saying as follows, full moon. But here, following, I'll attempt to reconstruct what was written, below, women are filth in code. If a bitch wants to get laid, she just spreads her legs and the dogs come running, so only the really filthy men get laid. The story of how the women had the men fooled and what happened. At one time free bleeding women ruled all the clans, and they ruled with love. For these were the tribal grandmothers, and everyone in the tribe was born of her. One day, a smart little boy snuck up on and peeked in on the women, whom had gathered together to bathe, for all their menstruation periods were synchronized, and they were talking about how foolish men were, saying that men are forever children. The little boy listened and learned all their secrets and went and told the old man, saying, the women think us forever children because we men are in awe of them in so much as they bleed without being wounded. And because they grow breasts, which lactate if and when one of the females get pregnant, and pregnancy awed the men greatly. So, too, were they awed of a woman's cessation of menstruation, viz. menopause. The old man thought about all this, and his response eventuated invention of rings of power and the first ring was that of his circumcised foreskin. This removed from his penis to show the women that men could bleed from their loins, as well. In the beginning it was only the strongest man that got laid like any other pack animals, but with the invention of fire things changed. Prior to learning the science of fire making, no doubt an accidental discovery resulting from flint napping, our Stone Age primogenitors had to steal fire from the gods. Our myths have assigned this task to Pandora, whom Prometheus the fire bringer, viz. the fallen angel Lucifer, the devil, gifted to mankind. It was a woman which invented the kiss. Prior to this, men were happy just jumping on when the chance happened and doing them doggy style, like every other animal. More so, it was a woman which invented the missionary position, using the kiss as the worm on the hook, and wrapping her legs about her man. He was fucked. When fire came on the scene, man, like everyone in the cave, could see who was fucking who, and petty jealousy was born, too, which was lust. This being wanting what you can't have. So, too, were politic and harlotry born in the hearts and minds of schemers, and, in due order, the concept of he whom hath the gold make the rules was also born, giving rise to primitive alchemy and religious propaganda, in the form of ochre and charcoal cave paintings, cave petroglyphs, especially the swastika, and primitive stone figurines, portable art, and beads, and before this, humanity only evolved because of instinctive bestial passions and rapine women still excel in the seductive arts. Reading on, normally as follows, yes it's true it's so basic only the peasants do you know how much the majority of people bring me down everyone is so boring and plain I can't be like you oh it's a mistake well I'll just have to learn to live with it until next mistake next page in code I want to arg haha I am beginning to feel it the need to beat some fools into the mud just stomp them down and then to take a woman now some smug ignorant lowlife in a suit is on TV glorifying violence in team sports and this is normal no wonder I feel so lost so alone these books are turning into the longest suicide note ever written thank you us dad I never bred I feel superior to most others this is my self-emasculation this is what makes me the high priest this is why the goddess smiles upon me this is why angels talk to me guide me comfort me goad me this is why I am insane I have taken responsibility not to pass the buck stops here it always has in violence and in this, I wouldn't sell anyone out for a few moments of the illusion of happiness we are here because our parents could not contain their animal instincts so animals don't you dare talk down on me ever not about the almighty fuck life I want out in a box there's nothing for me to live for I don't want to contribute anymore in code you don't wanna know what I'm thinking turn page I just heard a Callan help us DRC. Save me DRC I wanna be free me I've heard this Callan before but it scares me I think of Reverend Jim Jones and the Jonestown Massacre I think of David Koresh and Waco, it makes me think of Timothy McVeigh and Ted Kaczynski continues in code martyrs for freedom and the beast devours we the poor I am already dead just a zombie when have I ever really lived what I've done I've done for yous and you don't care about anyone but yourselves your selfish selves but it's too late for me. I am ruined note how the font gets larger the script was wildly scribbled in huge letters, spilling over onto a comment written upside down, from the bottom up, at the bottom of the page infer. I'd like to comment, here, on use of the $sign in our Lord's holy name viz. $us the prophet, this is not the Jesus I love but this is not the source of my superiority complex this was a gift given me by my peers at St. Mary's Catholic School. I suffered much because of them and it's from their greater ranks that murderous mob of killer children tried to put an end to my life hunting me though around seeking me though I hid and it is only through the intercession of help called upon by me that I managed to rescue us myself thanks to the intercession of some poor schmo at his job, there whence called upon for aid. This is no doubt why the goddess smiled upon me, whence I was alone, beyond the realm of the living, floating and gradually dissipating into a starry confluence of misty remembrances, and vanishing as such, in that great sea of emptiness enveloping me after being killed by Constables Ron and Terry, in Regina, that cold night a quarter of a century ago. And there was no one else there for me. Not friends. Not family. Not God. I should have entirely disappeared if not for her the goddess. Our sacred blue ever virgin, the Lady of the Light. God bless her in this, she smiled upon me. But think not me putting her before God as I deny this vain charge. What cares the God of mankind an iota for any living soul, The man thrown overboard in the storm and eaten by the monstrous fish? The homeless urchin that never knew love, dying alone on a sidewalk in a busy city, uncaring people passing by. The poor soul who suffer for want of medical services and pharmaceuticals because the politicians and bankers opt to save a penny at the expense of just another useless eater? And now we, the poor, are to be given opportunity for assisted suicide. Most people are superstitious and gullible and the gods they worship are, regardless of how candy-coated their misinterpretation of their god is, worshipping naught by the Baal gods, Moloch Bull and its Asherah the eight-pointed star. I saw a video clip of these images decorating a podium at one World Economic Forum conference, in Davos. Yes, for the hoi polloi, God is the wind that blows through the trees in groves, upon high places, or the storm upon the mountain tops, or the ground which shakes beneath our feet and the brimstone which falls upon us when mountains belch lava. After all, it says so in the Holy Bible. But and be sure in this, God lives in the hearts and minds of people, rich or poor, strong or weak, good or bad. Not in accidents of nature. Our God should really transcend the natural world, being beyond the unreal and supernatural. Our God lives in the final thoughts of our martyrs, which gave life to our world through their torments, and, in this, I've never sought God in a building, whether it be called a church, hall, temple, synagogue, mosque, nor in anything of this world. It's the world which belongs to the fallen ones. This is surely written in the story of Job, just as it says in the gospel narrative that Jesus was by Satan tempted in the wilderness. This is why the goddess smiles upon me, this is why angels talk to me, guide me, comfort me, goad me, this is why I am insane. Remember, I spent a lot of my life hearing voices, this being a sickness that developed from personal insecurities from being beaten down most of my life, but T was madness overcome because of the Squeegie Kids, which moshed away those many devils out of my mind and restored me to a better well-being in their youth's optimism. I'm eternally grateful, and though I encountered a lot of disembodied entities and other imaginary beings, at those times I huffed solvents, believing me thence to be the keeper of a way station betwixt dimensions. Even when I first thought of this, during one such huffing session, I recalled having read Way Station, 1963, a science fiction story by Clifford D. Simak about Enoch Wallace, an American Civil War veteran who is recruited by an alien to operate a way station for interstellar travelers for Galactic Central. Of course, the H.P. Lovecraft short story From Beyond, 1920, about Crawford Tillinghast and a reality beyond that revealed to us by the senses, or that which we experience in everyday life, QV. This is the story of my life. Turning the book around to read what was written over its 130 Kale and Giovanni pooped in for a score, but nobody is home. Visited Bruce several times today but not home. Debts when did two broads on the balcony bug me. I'm still sad, bored, lonely, confused, poor, angry. I don't believe in friendship, it just don't exist. These last words underline the I'm ruined comment supra. What has to be mentioned here is how that punk Giovanni was using kale to score weed, or other harmful substances, off the young ladies which were the kids' friends, whom either outright lived with me, stayed with me otherwise, or were merely visitors. He knew better than to pop in otherwise, else he might have gotten popped like a greasy pimple. Looking aback, now, I can only say that I have more regard for young Mr. Bear, whom made the mistake of entering a door left open by Dick one early morn. Verso A right, all I got left in me are lonely days, declining mental health and physical health, insanity, jail, death, Fukit. I don't even have to get drunk anymore. IBE ruined my life, and cause A my dumast patriarchs I can't even kill myself to end my misery. I know it inside me I'm gonna be alone. FER ever here there is a line drawn across the page, beneath which it reads as follows: woke sittin' up in a chair, boots on, thinkin' all women are whores, which ain't necessarily a bad thing. Why no, cause all I gotta do is stop respecting womanhood. Get late, chicks are not princesses. I am not a white knight, I am a stupid person. I've wasted more than one half my life trying to be a better man than my father, and it's left me out sexy moments and rooms to remember. That's one of the major reasons I made my vows and why they stuck. I didn't ever want to be like him. Reese brother called last night, told him don't ever want to see Jay again. Just plain don't care. In code I bow t fuck every teen slut I kin and their mutters and gra mutters. I'm day Sifa Mufflo in D next year. I want a pillow no less than 2 sluts / mo fanged smiley face. Gotta make up for lost time, right? My OL boots, I left these boots outside the back door of my place on St. Lawrence Street, Victoria by Elsa Mayhew's studio. I left them for Garth to find because the shit spent much of his life trying to pass him off as a poor imbecile. He wasn't poor, that is, the rich OL bugger owned a lot of valuable property. When I met him, he was hiding out in the Sally Ann on Johnson Street, washing his socks in the bathroom sinks, a despicably dirty shithole. It was only after knowing him 10 years that I began to see him fully for whom he truly was. I'd always wanted to bronze these ratty old army-issue black boots that I'd worn all over Saskatchewan and Alberta and Manitoba, exploring what it was like to hitchhike, and trodden hundreds of miles of country roads and small city streets, and in such a state as it was a wonder that I could yet wear them, for on the one boot, I had to tie the sole on with my long laces every time I wore it out, and the other was in a likewise well-worn state. Even then, as I abandoned them to that fraud, I was laughing at the thought of Reverend Drive, Robert E. Schuller, calling for war. War. War, as a giant American flag unfurled in his crystal cathedral at the beginning of the Iraqi conflict, his son, Reverend Drive, Robert E. Schuller, later selling a book on the idea of walking in someone else's shoes and me thinking, if I'd only had the money it would have been a joke for me to mail these boots to him. I only wore the shit out of them because I couldn't afford a better, newer pair. Turning the page, there is a small scrap of paper torn from some art gallery promotional material, this having on one side a graphic image of Wendigo eating fish. We can see it about to devour one, and there are 2 fish within its belly. In the background is a small village of teepees and wigwams. I've sketched a floppy fish biting the Wendigo's head, with a long arrow pointing to it and the words, "Note, Fish Helm." The artwork is made of tempera on building paper, by Norval Morisseau, B. 1931, in the collection of the Glenbow Museum. There is also a comment, saying as follows, "Man and woman, a similar drawing grossed me out, it was kind as bub female fig. So discerned vagina dash penis instead of appendages." Turning the scrap head over heel, it reads as follows, "Birdland and me went to art gallery, he had fun last night, sounds insane, drinking in scummy bars, a drunken hoe, an angry boyfriend, window in car gone again, no keys to get in." This little scrap covered a sketch for a painting of St. in a dark, martyred. I can see her, though you might not. She's not really drawn well, but, yes, I can see her there within her flames, dressed in a billowing linen gown and wrapped in chains. What's curious about this sketch is that the canvas has been sectioned off into 36 rectangles, numbered each in its topmost right corner, sequentially from number 1 to number 36, these numbers running around the edge, inwardly towards just off-center. At the top left of the page, I've written as follows, "You don't bet." The verso of the previously read page reads as follows, "Rotten brats like the boy wonder in yellow piss me off, no account lil scumbags, they can't learn even when shown how, as if given the answers still in the end it's they most of all whom shall benefit from the suffrage, mine conviction and determination, after all should mine writings be published, 'tis they generation what will study me in school, and what of my art must I defend, my contribution should not it speak for itself, who am I? Who are you?" Here there is a sketch of a hand pointing a finger at the reader. There is also a comment written in code, which reads as follows, "Sarah didn't tell me, but I was a topic, some kids like me and some don't. Neat, huh?" I like that the topic part, it's important in code, kids protect indecipherable, it's what I've always said. In hopes the idea D catch on, and in code I'd be protect D in the end by mine own right hand fanged smiley face. The next 2 pages, turning the page and opening to the next 2 pages, we see 4 sectioned parts, the bottom section running sideways across both pages, but, first, the topmost section of the verso page, which reads as follows, "What am I doing har and Regina W / all these dumb kids, why am I here, only she'd know for sure." And still in code, "I smoke and swear and have little faith." Fanged smiley face. I gave a poem to Bridget to give to Danielle Beef Sis. Also I sent his bar inza present the history of the Jewish people. Congratulation just had a couple of copies. Bout Sarah had a big fit with Leanne's dad bout walking in the park at night. He's overprotective neat, hence the softness note. Conflagration is a sonnet and can be found under the title, Pearls of Eros and Other Pes - a collection of sonnets and other short poetry. I think the section running sideways was next written here, and it reads as follows, "Jamie was on my mind Ian as my eyes opened. Welcome the morning Bridget slipped into my thoughts. What's her problem, like a moth to fire? Justin Neiman and Bonaneboe is a cold-blooded loser without conscience, a small puke in an ocean of shit. Why must Bridget be involved? /him I'm dying, I can feel it in my stomach, my guts rotten from anus to mouth, my innards. What is Dad Lilovelli's problem? She's got such a good boyfriend. Of all the girls I know, she's got about the best beau. Quite why her fascination with killers like Rick Kaz and Justin the Worm? Fuck Amanda, she's a lost cause. She deserves Neiman and all that comes with him. All the little abuses will slowly but certainly destroy her, as the horrid grinding of the gears rips and mashes her will, as slowly she loses herself. But Bridget, what's her fascination with those losers? With me I sense calmness in her soul. Goodness, is it an overdeveloped mothering in her, or is it just innocent girlish ignorance? I guess I don't care anymore, not about any of the little brats. What for? Maybe if I got any friends in the circle of street brats it'd be RJ, who isn't really a street brat. Still, what of the homeboys? I thought Tim maybe was a cool pal, still don't see nor hear from him, it's neat r.j knows Tim, they went to school, I'm sensing something, some kind of path, it's in the people I meet and how I discover that their lives are somehow connected. Anyhow, to close this entry, I curse Amanda to fuck her, she is accursed enough, look at what a loser she is, she could walk in on her foot up bow /his dork in her own sister's mouth and they'd make her believe without effort too that nothing out of the ordinary was going on. Firstly, be it known that I did reach out once, to Amanda Barron, extending a humble apology for my hard-heartedness towards her. Really, the sad shit that I've written here, in these journals, about her may or may not have much relevancy, but she was just a little girl, a wee maid, not yet a grown woman. I should have slapped that fucking Bonaneboy and chased him off with a vengeance and shown the last real concern and true philia. Even today, retrospectively, I can only feel deep humility for these bad words that I wrote about her in these journals. Surely, if my heart had been purer, I'd not have failed her. Like an archer whose aim was untrue. O reader, surely it is better to kick ass than turn cheek. As for Rick Kaz, read on. This young feller ended up in jail for his part in a vicious double murder that the cold-blooded worm, Bonaneboy, and his adult friends may have planned, as said, at least in part, in my kitchen. I say my kitchen, for not only was this my home, but if it were anyone, then surely it was me alone whom acted the role of chief cook and bottle washer in the house. Despite me being a slob and having an oven full of dirty pots and pans and other dishes, turning the book back upright as said, these pages were partitioned, i.e. sectioned off. A narrow column written at the spine makes 4 statements, 3 lines between each, which read as follows: these fut up kids, none of em, not a one of em, deserve me. Still, even if I stay home, they will visit some of em. Guess I shouldn't answer the door or the phone for a while. If Echo wants me, let her mail. It's a short bit, but it says a lot to me. I couldn't keep away from them if I tried, as they knew where I lived, and wouldn't forget. The Ruddy Bones incident, which stands out as a singular event, was really a joke. And though I suffered great sorrow over these sad happening, that the Anarkids would never leave me alone was certain. It's like when I was living on St. Lawrence Street in Victoria, by the Mayhew studio, and I made the error of feeding the raccoons. No. They were all important people to me, regardless of certain events. The pieces of walking talking crap, passing them off as people know who they are, they stand out in their sayings and doings, and you, dear reader, you know, too. The final entry on this page reads as follows: so I was a topic at Bridget's party. R.J told me stuff like the cold-blooded worm wants to kick me in the head. RJ just about put him in his place, but it was her sweet 16 good lad Danielle didn't like my poem. Oh well, fuck her. I didn't want to fuck her, she wanted me to fuck her. Big difference. These kids are trouble or could become trouble, all of them. Sarah too, she's such a sweetie. Stupid girl, limps like crazy but wants to walk anyhow. Here in smaller print it says, took her to hospital last night 3½ HR. Well, she can go to clinic today, hope she don't cripple herself. Turning the page, and reading the verso notes in code: I ruin TM life serving God. If I da'n't got an erection, chicks will laugh at me. Maybe if I stop thinking of God constantly, what can I say? I've always known that some of the girls laughed at me for not pursuing them, though a few of these girls wanted to vamp me. I've always believed right from the get-go in my Scarth Street studio, in the old J.M. Duncan residence, in doing the right thing in so much as the more vulnerable kids was concerned. Almost all of the other so-called men in that rotten place either had disgusting sexual liaisons with some of these kids, or were openly hostile to them, ere me shoot up on the scene. If I were a fucking goof, I'd have fit right in with those perverted drunks. There were a couple of Frenchies there which were especially notorious libertines, criminals which preyed upon the community, living off their ill-begotten gains, and passing them off as jovial drunks rather than the creeps they really were. The passage continues as follows: that end smoking and coffee and maybe start exercising, but I can't concentrate. I guess it don't matter, others have lived worse lives I suppose. I figure I can take comfort in knowing that my existence has been, what, beneficial to others. Big deal. What about me? Guess I'm lucky I'm not starving in a third world country. I rest my case. Thank you for life. 2 horny animals made me out of their insecurity, fear, lust and see, nobody ever asked me. Ooh yeah. I got sisters, brothers, nieces and nephews what I love and make life worth living, and they will perpetuate the lie, and they are the creatures that procreate. All my teeth, right side, upper, lower, hurt all the time. There's a line drawn across the page, here, beneath which I continue as follows. Dreamt of sex, /sunny nature, girl steaming, sex, shoes, white shoes, found condom in my denim coat, washed shoes became plastic, sick, clown shoes, not for walking in, under running water in sink, turning book sideways to read a boxed note. Nicky called, Uncle Nick died, ora pro nobis. The subject was dealt with already. Supra. Obviously, I chose not to mess around with what I've already written down, as I'd prefer to continue in my predetermined spirit of commitment of unveiling the content of these journals in a page-by-page examination, which we two, O reader, you and I, explore together. I do have the ability to peek ahead by pages, but if you could only hold these books and turn the pages yourselves, you'd understand that this is not something intended to be read as any other book. Nor am I sharing this text with my audience in any usual manner, rather I am endeavoring to express ingenue by writing in a manner I'd compare to mixed media - an art form. There's also a quick note jotted down as if to fill an empty space at page bottom. It reads as follows. Jamie broke my heart and Charity stole the pieces, and every time Bridget visits she brings a little piece of my heart back to me. Fanged smiley face. 2 notes on the recto page and several comments. The outstanding feature on this page is a round sticker, orange, marked with a bold 9.99. The sticker is round, about 1 dia around the top. It reads, Titles galore, and around the bottom, it reads, Previously viewed. The first journal entry reads as follows. Dreamt in a theater, a big opera type of theater. I was a tiny part of the show. 3 old ladies met me outside. I was sweeping or something. They wanted to hear me sing my part. Made out /sexy woman, enjoyed her kisses, caresses, who hid keys to nice new car door. Prize, other prizes, multi-tool, had sex /horny thin native girl. She just wanted to fuck. Her features distorted, cunningless, sick, cunnilingus, hot honey, not too tasty, shared kiss, filatio long. Spitty woke, turning book on its side, reading outside, edge down. I only had a few hours sleep, setting up in a chair, was up all night paintin' hot stuff for Arlen. Fanged smiley face and Tracy. I sent a message /Sarah who walked /Brad C to work. I gave him a new name, Clam Chowderhead. Then this aft - I called Andy and said for him to call Brad Clam Chowderhead when he got home. Ha ha ha, I'm insane. Ha ha ha. In code, had fantastic dreams bout Nicole, super sexy bitch number 1 of the Western branch. Arlen was the school bully, but a likable, happy kid in his bully business. The lad was at first a skinhead type of kid, but he later turned on to Bob Marley when he started dealing drugs, marijuana, LSD, cocaine. He'd drop in to visit from time to time, and like most coconuts - he got me to try cocaine, which did nothing for me. Even after a few lines. It was thence that I decided cocaine was merely an excuse for behaving badly. I reckon, though, that if I'd done a lot of the shit for a while it might affect me, but I've smoked the shit, too, here in Victoria with both Kenneth RIP and Sean, and I've chased the dragon with my pal JB RIP on at least one occasion, could have been more, as I only did so if I was drinking. Yet, here, I was never the drunk. I was back in Saskatchewan. Nicole, of course, is Nicole Thome, QV. Here are a few notes jotted down on this page as follows. Drank sour milk today, circled thrice, oops, fut up anyhow. 3 stars. Swallow Moon J is in town. Dreamt of Gord's pal Stevie. Uncle Nick, ora pro nobis. Stevie, like Gord, were involved with the Indian Mafia in Saskatoon long before there was any organized group calling them as such. They both drank in all the 20th Street Indian bars, including the Berry, the Albany, the Windsor, the Continental, and out in Confederation Park, and everywhere else the low-life wagon-burning troublemakers and criminals gathered together. These losers also all fucked around with the cheap hookers, even pimping girls and dealing in drugs, guns, and death wholesale. And, remember all those bullies I mentioned, which made my childhood a living hell. Good ol' Gord, my stepfather, he sat in those shithole bars swilling watered down hooch and gobbling prescription meds with the worst of them. I know, for I was there when he invited some of these goons to sit with us. I blew it off, though, as for the best, as at the time I could only imagine me in the Huskow with these stupid mansters sick, and thought it better to have friends in the joint as opposed to enemies. Now, though. A personal note: I met both Kenneth and Sean on the mean streets of Victoria. Kenneth is dead, but I recently saw Sean being wheeled by one of the bums out to the main tourist drag where he begs, and, as he's pretty fucked up, he must do okay. He shares what he scores with those who push him around in his chair, and this is how I ended up smoking crap with him. I couldn't say no. He's got puppy eyes and I didn't want to offend him by refusing, more so, I didn't want to demean my manhood by presenting me as a wimp in refusing his small token offer of thanks in fellowship. Kenneth, though, lived his entire life without anyone ever telling him that they loved him. He'd been on his own his whole life, and never knew a warm bed once he dropped out of the system and took to the streets. I rarely saw him wearing a blanket no matter how wet or cold, rain or snow, and his clothes were all ragged throwaways. Still, he bore him well enough for me to see full well, for it was obvious that this young fellow would have been a great man among his people, only a few generations past, as a hunter and warrior, though I never saw nor heard of him fighting. All that he could have been had he been born only 3 generations before, was stolen from him by the white man's corrupt political meat-eating machine. Here, in Victoria, the fucking goofs at City Hall make a big hoo-hoo to do about beginning every council session by remembering that we're on native land. What a bad joke. Talk about rubbing salt into a wound. It's not bad enough that these invaders have to steal the land from its peoples, but they have to demean those people and their children, by the generations, and drive them into the dirt while laughing those poor folk to scorn at the beginning of every meeting. If it meant anything otherwise, then changes would be obvious. Rather, things are daily getting worse and worser for the little people who made Canada the great nation that it is or should be, First Nations and whites. But I assure you, you whites are the new Indians, but you won't be treated with nor receive any reservations on black slaves in Canada before Confederation, despite the fact that Matthew da Costa, a black linguist, was with Samuel de Champlain. At the very beginning of our people's story in this country, there were no colored people in Canada until Oliver Le Jeune, a native of Madagascar, was rescued from slavery in the service of English pirate David Kirke by Olivier Le Bailiff, a French clerk, whom left his ward with the Quillard family, whom welcomed them into their home as a free person, not a slave. Mark this well, O reader, doubt me not, and don't believe the lies perpetuated online wrongly defaming these good French folk who saved young Master Le Jeune from a slave's life. Sure, there were at one time many black slaves in and around Detroit area, and even some in Quebec, but there were also many Indian panis and white slaves, too, as fully explained by the essay Négres Blancs d'Amérique, translated as White Niggers of America, 1971, which likened the struggles of French Canadians to those of African Americans at the height of the latter's civil rights struggles, where FLQ terrorist Pierre Vallières argued the parallels between the two peoples as an exploited lower class, and called for armed struggle of liberation against their common aristocratic oppressors. Unfortunately, it is poor Marie-Joseph Angelique, Portuguese-born enslaved black woman owned by Therese de Quigny de Francheville, who burned Montreal. But slavery in Canada was never what it was across the border in America. Furthermore, those black folk which stand out most predominantly in my mind from this era are Jean and Marie Jean Bonga, slaves retained by Captain Daniel Robertson, commandant of Fort Michilimackinac, whose sons married into the Ojibwe tribe, whereof their bloodline was absorbed, becoming fully Indian rather than retaining any ties to Western civilization. The next 2 pages, the first entry, here, was written along the outside edge, saying as follows: I'd good dreams but tha phone called and they was washed way w/waves of reality in code. I feel dat my problem w/impotency is all in my own mind, stress hereafter writing normally mostly so there is one reason to look forward to tomorrow. Fanged smiley face. My paint in hot stuff is coming along slowly, mostly red plus yellow acrylic on paper, cardstock, 40x27 1/4, 10x4 equals 40, 7x4 equals 28, if I remember correctly. Hot stuff was a very sexy tattooish image of a horny red devil girl with a trident and long whippish forked tail. This is an image that I'm thinking of painting even now, me having a dirty and gold spray paint stained canvas up on the wall waiting to be painted. I could just as easily paint a nice rolling ocean scene, with an Aphrodite type of water girl borne upon sea foam, which is the first image I painted here in Victoria, albeit I never finished this piece. The next 2 pages read normally screwed up on hot stuff spiderweb dress trident and tail all very dark shadows back under paint specially yeller cats yowlin and fightin out back war I fed tha birds good ain't wantin no rodents in a house cats presence anyhow Phil called wants his choo choo water fanged smiley face I should hold it ransom till he cooks up tha promised lot I'll even take one half circled, yelled crossed out with an X tot bra t-day fronted weed of n Andrew got. Birdland BZD bra was told by me 1, to stay away from me 2, to stay away from my home 3, to stay away from my friends ESP mean and Sarah lungs feel like shit I'm depressed wanna copyright devil girls. They'd make a cool compu game. Next page there are a few musical notes drawn here, dum da da dum dash and my writing continue on as follows. I am waking up I am not really asleep anymore like all of you we are all in hell the apocalypse has been proclaimed feeling like I'm near my end more precious are each moment each new experience is valued and I slip away and am nothing and the world at 2 slips away and is gone only the redeeming fires remain fluctuating tongue sick of flame moist. Licking caress soothing kisses washing away the sins of the forgotten world the past life the memories all that is left are the feelings the burning physical need to love to touch to feel to kiss the burning desired and you are condemned and the burning desires to live and to love here written backwards, in code with you grace and peace be a closing note was added to the bottom of the page, the book being turned and the entry written as follows, found Anuda paintbrush. T-day this one in a garbage here, turning the page Chinese style. Topmost on the underpage is written, likewise upside down as follows, P.S. After bitch and brought out yest. Fronted a gram from Andy got Birdland and then R.J then Sarah BZD whoa. Man. Like I really stretched that gram out, et. A prior entry mentions Andrew as the source of the front here noted as Andy, but they were different people, man. But I never liked Harper enough to familiarize him or give him an affectionate nickname, like Andy, so whatever, or, whomsoever. Written opposite, verso of the previous page opened, it's written as follows, Bra showed up stumblin' and babblin' all mad at me bitchin' bout Birdland and Jay making a deal where Jay gets paid to live in Birdlands while he goes up north this won't do. It will be the end of my friendship with Birdland and Bra spewed out tha he biz. Birdland thinks of me as a best friend and I kinda feel the same he's stupid fer guide in mixed up w/j it would end the friendship in the long run may as well save wasted time w/j so near I'll move Chad is here we watched video urban legend clam chowder head was here earlier yes. My father would swindle anyone and he found opportunity to do so everywhere for everywhere are foolish people. And poor Bruce was such a good man, too. It was like a trifecta of tragedy when he got messed up with Brad Chowder, Jay my father, and Calvin McLean perhaps the most offensive of the three, a traitor and a betrayer, a thief, and a bully, and nobody's friend. A more important note, here, is that of me identifying the cat which latched onto me in fellowship at Yabbits, et. Remember how I ended up helping this stranger my new friend move a lot of big, heavy furniture to other, better lodgings. This is he, Chad. He was a good friend, too. There are 3 more entries on this page at the top, in bold underlined caps it says as follows, Charity can go fuck herself. Turning the book to read from the outside edge inwards, written in a narrow column beneath my worried complaint about Birdland's dire situation, is as follows, I hear the voice of that crazy Don Quixote sick all the time and wish things was different cause I really wanted to go and have fun. Don Quixote is what David Champagne Le Frenchy called himself. It's what that ultra-rich Como Garth thought of himself, as well. Ironically, I've also felt a strong inclination to identify with Don Quixote, too. A line separates this above from what follows, had dinner at the Marion yesterday, gotta get the house a bit cleaner cause I'm gonna get a visit from Daniel before he goes back east to the farm. I want to have the Angel of Divine Presence printed out so he can share it with Paul and Cheryl. And Daniel was one of the missionaries at the Marion Center, 1835, Halifax St. Regina, Madonna House Apostolate, providing meals and used clothing for those in need, witnessing in a spirit of simplicity and poverty. Paul and Cheryl Ann were also there, serving us poor our daily bowl of rich, nourishing soup and bread. What stands out most in memory is the Christmas meal which was served us that year, whereof Daniel carried a serving tray out amongst us bums and winos, and upon that tray were filter-tip cigarettes, of which we each got two. Now, most Catholics would look down upon this, but I most certainly did not. For me this was proof that these people really did care about us, and were respectfully of us, and, I'm sure that for the Indians this gift of tobacco held deeper significance. A note placed along the inside of the spine reads as follows: got sask tell to look at connection of line to house and freed up Pat's lib card sick from owing sick money. The page opposite topmost, the first entry on this recto page reads as follows: "Ta the night to know if it was a dream or not, but I began thinking of painting a full-length hot stuff on top of those who forget are destined to remember and never forget. There is no such thing as love. I seem to recall taking destined to remember and never forget to Sherry's school and nailing it to the front door. Weird, was it a dream or what? Anyhow, I'm not going to do a full-length hot stuff. Instead I am gonna do an esquisse sick like the figures in Flesh and Bone, taken from Rodin's The Kiss. I'm gonna use the reclining sick figure of Saint Teresa, minus the angel, in blue super depressed Tide. The artwork I'm referring to above is the Ecstasy of Saint Teresa, of Avila, 164552-A sculptural group in white marble, which portrays the great Spanish Carmelite reformers' overpowering sense of spiritual pleasure in serving Christ. Gian Lorenzo Bernini employs imagery which suggests sensual pleasure, but only in order to convey the tangible nature of Teresa's experience, a manifestation of her love of God and her yearning for spiritual union with Him. Turning the book clockwise, Sherry set J in cast up 2 emos. He seems to remember slipping in hole tore up foot bad. Same thing happened to me 10 ys ago when I first moved here. Took me a long time to get over it. In fact, foot still hurts. There is a complicated sketch set down in the center of the page, a stick figure with a fanged happy face head having an arrow through it. And the words as follows: 7 sacrifices reaping and sowing. I, here, jotted down 13 lunar mo/year and noted underneath one above another: spring, summer, fall, winter, spring, summer, fall, winter, spring, summer, fall, winter, spring. The first spring is dated December 13th, 95, and underneath, in a row, it says, the city of anger, and, in code, n/taxi. In a box, in code, it says as follows: I don't care. October 97? Cath Drat. Written in code, off to the side, it says as follows: the concept of my vows M thinks a th self priests also. Lower down the same page, in a box, in code, it reads as follows: I'm mad at th pigs. What got M leather note. A line running diagonally across this above connects the 13 circled of 13 lunar moons to a 12 also circled of 46 full moons, 12 1/2 seasons. There are also other comments directed at the passage of time, such as follows: a time times and half a time 1 year plus 2 ys plus 1/2 equals 3 and 1/2 ys 3 and 1/2 plus 3 and 1/2 equals 7 days/wk. This messed up page with a comment squeezed in along the spine, reading as follows: coincidence, Sarah and Jamie don't like each other much, ha ha ha. I got both girls stuff in the BSMT neat. I'm telling you, oh reader, that last page looks keen as was written down, yet as above noted it seemeth be shite saying nothing. I'd have skipped it entirely, but that would be in conflict with the transparency I'm trying to exhibit here, in this forensic examination of these journals. Maybe I'm not looking so much at what happened after all, that's just water under the bridge, no. I'm doing as Socrates or Dante would have and exploring these memoirs as an examination of myself. I'm not happy with the world, and am but months away from an eviction notice, the loss of all my books, papers, and paintings is a thought unbearable to me, far worser than the idea of having naught but a cold concrete bed to sleep upon. This is exactly what happened poor William Henry Jackson, also known as Honore Jackson, whom was secretary to St. Louis David Riel de Métis during the Northwest Rebellion in Canada in 1885. He was evicted from his apartment on December 12, 1951, and his collection, considered unimportant by the city, was sold as waste paper. He died a month later. No. Not a life wasted, for I've lived a full life and left behind a legacy, rather, a life destroyed by an uncaring nation, another lost soul thrown aside by an evil government at war with its founding families and their God. I'm telling you, this is wrong. The next few pages read normally. I'm feeling so fargin sad to know why in code maybe cause I know Angel Jamie Parker won't marry me cause I'm too old maybe in code cause I'm not rich maybe snot anyhow. Daniel called last night I baz nap and got invited to opening of Antechamber no art just drunks bunch of street kids blue-haired Pete Pielipa back from BC for a while fanged smiley face the artists and emerging artists give me strange looks and so do the kids really. Alexis Murtyke showed up took one look at me and left Nicole Thome was there what a sweetie in code sure like to bang but she's only 16 saw also Patty here. The name is blotted out the cute girl think it's Holly no don't care girls are trouble right wrong girls are fine and dandy fanged smiley face anyhow all these people look and recognize me Cheryl from NG Prof Roger Lee W/MZ Mag, whom I argued with that one time Doug Townsend from Saskatchewan Arts Board Keyed. Was there and so was Gerald Saul two swanky looking dames art sluts yeah anyhow Andy's sister Amanda was there she's gonna call me out for coffee sometime in code Sherlock her girlfriend ooh la la young innocent slim tall cool fashion yummy fanged smiley face I've mentioned Roger-Super as R.J.S. crappy art professor at U of R, but, although I recall the name MZ Mag, I've had it confused with my wonderful landlady Miss Yip Jack in Saskatoon, from years before. Note, Gerald Saul is a great filmmaker, he was never part of the group which ostracized me, although, I was never much involved in the film industry. The journal continues as follows, Chad and I went for coffee today at CU name of Cafe Forgotten, maybe, Cafe Ultima Calvinator was there he tried to say hey but I ignored him it bothered him but F him cousin Jimmy Gorski and son Matthew are in town 2 notes were added later one along the outside edge, and the other, heavily scratched in with black ink, it simply says as follows, Wiz was here the topmost note, though, written along the outside edge, reads as follows, last night I saw Jamie in code, I want to, oh man I. The next page is a messy jumble of comments 947 p.m. Arlen and Tracy just left Mikey and Craig left R.J. And Darren arrived Jimmy and Kid Matthew left Sarah got tricked into insanity by kid phone calls no answer chairs out of kitchen in studio Jimmy and I went into BSMT he got a one-track mind for kitty cats dash brought his puppy Maggie $10 RJ and Darren gone drove Sarah to 711 RJ cocky stomp floor in good mood I got one of his last mokes Matthew had fun W/Sarah is Yusu. More cautious W/women folk she's played out I had tickle fanged smiley face ain't et in since yest. What a day I'm pooped in code lonely too I want 4 or 5 galples why all know of each other and love each other why come and go and stay and just make life good I won't say much about Jimmy except that he was related to my stepfather, Gordon John Finlay, who was hooked up the lowlife Indian criminal element on 20th Street, in Saskatoon. Remember the 1990 Martin Scorsese movie Goodfellas? This is who these guys were. There was a big blank space left on this page, usually I like to scribble something, like on the next 2 pages, where I've made some cartoonish sketches that which stand out is most center, of a person in the cross-legged seated yoga pose. The next 2 pages there is some gibberish written along the outside edge, it reads as follows, look at the past and am troubled about shit what happened but why sure am life be different if things what made me sad mad and feel bad but things are the way they are because of shit what happened and things ain't so bad I mean what if shit happened the way I thought or hoped things would be different anyways things are good written top down, Center of the open verso page seems be of me noting the goodness in my days as follows. I am thankful for Sarah being here, fanged smiley face, having here to be in got good friends Andy, BR, Ad, Dash Arlen, plus Tracy, R.Jy no I don't got no friends look at Murray okay I got Kelly and Terry and Cynthia and Robin / STN Mom, Carmen, Carly, Tori / Reg David Mummy and Nikki and Paige and Mark / Cal Patrick and Reese and Sandra / Van. What is a friend? I think Jamie is a friend you get mad at sometimes, reason or not, but friendship / love in the end is like women and friendship, you don't always have to be with a friend cause friends are secure in their love of each other, they know yup this is my friend. At this moment I have no friends. Not in real life, and not online. Nor be I interested in having any friends. I'm 60 years old, and have been alone in myself for over 12 years now. I couldn't make friends if I wanted to because I lack all the necessary social skills to do so. Nor do I much like people, and this new world of cell phones and impersonal computer cashiers and electronic receptions which offer not a human person to talk to can go to hell without me, as far as I'm concerned. I hate everything about the future. And. As for love, that's an even bigger fall Lucy. Sick. The journal entry continues as follows. Miss Bridget ain't been by lately, makes me sad, but I'm happy too. Lil girls should have fun /their peers. I'm gonna do a real good job paintin' her painting below. This is a wee sketch of the scene to be painted, a tiny child in a paddling pool with prairie expanse as a setting. I added a rounded top to this piece, but used a shitty oil-based paint as a ground which seeped through the shitty cloth, rather than good canvas, sticking to the frame. More so, I've never been happy with the abstraction added to the topmost part of the painting, but, if I remember well enough, I very much liked how I painted the trees. Really, I'd have to see the piece to comment. Last I heard, though, the young lady yet possessed the painting. If she still owns it. This simple act of appreciation should increase the value of all my surviving artworks. Here, I must turn the book to finish reading this page, as well as the next one. Bridget wanton me tea paint her baby pics is the sweetest thing. What an innocent display of trust and exhibition of friendship in a box. Sure like dat girl. I still have that photo, somewhere, with other special memories. But, I digress. Allow me to continue. Sarah bought me red eye at CU Cafe. Ultima I saw people I recognized on our walk. DNT and Duff and Keat outside Roca but didn't say hey, kinda smiled and nod DN what on STONE defanged happy face so ignored. Robert at CU said bye to Giselle and Paul Cathedral. Saw Brad outside leaving Safeway and again DNTNISAT on a big tree stump, cut close to the ground, in Vic Park and meditated 1HR West Side Cenotaph. Kevin and a cute girl Alexandria, dash. I forget. Dash said hey so did Daniel BZD roached at home fanged happy face. Also writ on this page is a mixed note including some words and sentences in code. It's been an hour since Jamie was har in code. I still love xstick dash I am jealous. I wanna be the one kissing her and waking up be her illo indecipherable word. This is no surprise. Just read the sonnets I wrote the lass. I'd like to bring up the sketch of the person in meditation. There are a few notes, saying as follows. Tree was big branches still living or in dying, it is failing left a rose. Please note that I will, if possible, stand upon a stump whether fresh cut or long dead. The tree filled that space a long while and an entire world of sound could be experienced that hitherto was indiscernible, if at all sensible, thence only to the tree. Furthermore, it assists in grounding the body's kundalini downward flowing energy. People are, after all, plants, as well, albeit we are rooted in a more subtle soil. I could write an essay on this subject. In fact, I am, a harmony of bells, QV. There was one last note writ by a sketch, of what seems be a cherry. The note reads as follows, to the immortal memory. Next page writ upside down. The outstanding feature of this page is not that it was written bottom side up, but that several lines penned along the outside edge concerning a dream was heavily scribbled over in black ink and illegible. Last night was fun when T Andy and Brad's Gen G kept scene mugwit and acting possessed. She annoyed me /tickles for over an hour when bored /me went after Andy. She wrestled me to vodka. I got tipsy wet for a drive /Andy had to push his car myself. Earlier I'd seen other people push a car t'other way. Same street, met a nice black chick in yeller hot pants plastic. She liked me. Andy needed tea, got a boost but the car was in gear. He almost ran her and me over, crashed into the car. Indecipherable word ustha girl's girlfriend, and drove over the sidewalk into another parked car and fled the scene the wrong way down the street into incoming traffic. I made sure she was alright, not a mark. Damn you Andy, I coulda scored. Roger and Jen were arguing in code. Fibble masturbated for money. Andy, in front of like 20 people in front of the antechamber, saw Tiva and his pals at Andy's and Brad's. Jen Creakle was posted but didn't visit, came home all fucked up. Here I'll say that I didn't much like Tiva. He was the only street kid that stole from me at my studio in the old Rosary Hall building. It may have been the same night he used my place as an address when in police custody and they dropped him off rather than keep him. He had a pretty shitty reputation which preceded him to Victoria, where I saw him and or heard rumors about him ripping off people and burning bridges. Still, he warrants not much more. Jen Creakle, though, is one of the girls which contributed to the creation of Starless Night. She was never much of street kid, rather, Jen was a good kid that hanged out with street kids, some of which were train-hopping squeaky kids. The page opposite reads right side up, being segmented, reading as follows: Kale R.J-Arlen, all visitors T-Day fanged smiley face. Here, seems be a musical stave, of sorts, with X's and O's and me BZD writ thereupon. It be but a meaningless sketch. The journal continues as follows: Sarah and Leanne went to football game midnight. Moken Roaches BZD. Nikki called Mark, threw her around. She called 9-1-1 HEZ gone IBE got to Feeney up here in Regina. Gotta get T Cowtown. Carmen'll probably move in here. She needs the space. Got 2 kids NI on TH way after Gordon died. I thought they might like another close family member nearby, but I had no idea that social services wouldn't help me. I spent a few nights sleeping on the streets, in different missions, but I'm not the kind of a person who'd fit into that scene, man. And since I couldn't live in the same building as the women folk, I got on a Greyhound bound for Victoria. Social services, here, too, wasn't going to help me, but I'd been sleeping under a log on Dallas Road Beach and smelled of driftwood fires, me being sooty as well, and one of the welfare workers took pity on me, arranging for me to lodge in a quaint semi-room at the Salvation Army, on Johnson Street. There is a sketch of a fat-fanged happy face and the alphabet is stylishly written out in 2 lines, caps above lowercase letters. Beneath which is another comment, sectioned off, reading as follows: I'm kinda sick T-Day IBE just about had it /Regina soon, very soon I'll be gone. Figure I'll try Calgary for a wee bit, then the coast. I'd like a sailboat here. There is word sketched out in an artsy font, saying as follows: whale this, succeeded by a line in code, saying as follows: try and watch porn more. Try and as long as the squeaky kids and other delinquents were hanging around, I never had any pornography in the house, nor was it yet available online, like today. In looking at porn, nowadays, I'm fascinated with the propensity of / for young girls not only to whore their flesh, but the unlimited depravity involved with / in their sadomastic slutry sick. The next section was written in sideways, along the inside spine, reading as follows: wow Bridget just visit and I realize hey my groova sweet pimp collar /a red heart and 2 blue teddy bears is gone from around my neck since like yesterday. I remember tearing it off in my sleep. I was strangling, but war is it? It's not about the chair I sleep set and in upstairs in my room. Man, I want my collar. Where is my choker? The last bit is in the bottom corner. 4 simple parts, reading all together as follows: so Sarah had to be honest. Now I've gotta be in answer to mum cause OTHA cat she wants. Why get mum in on it HMN? And to boot now we're having people over on the weekend for Halloween. Valpurgis Knack Chad and Christine are fit on Kale? HMN. Oh yeah. I remember people called for Bonanaboe and Amanda. Well, not feeling well, a heart lungs muscles ache in code. I wasted my youth. PS, The news tonight reinforced my despise. The next 11 pages are a mess, numerous comments and sketches haphazardly writ in no order. 1/11 rabbits, circled, for the most part, the entries on this page read down from the book's outer edge, turned sideways. A quick glance to the next page and it's obvious that the writing similarly read down from the outside edge, so the book will have to be turned to red. Jamie said people are silly, woke early, dreamt smokin' pot on a farm night, mostly black in the basement, grandma and grandpa's old house, drinkin' liquor. OL man, hours have passed, I can't sleep, tummy grumbles, too much oily coffee, got to try tea, clean up a bit, wanna scare everyone at the party, maybe hang self, hehehe, gotta do something not mean but scary, hide phone, hang self. There is a small sketch of a fat stick man wearing a hangman's rope as follows: rope underarms hidden by jacket appears as hanging, fanged smiley face. There are 2 more notes written in like fashion, as above, one an observation of the mayoralty race and another about another dream. These read as follows: the mayoral race has a fascist running opposite current mayor, fascist endorsed by police as mayor, will head board of police commission, means thin blue line strengthened, will be more racism, more brutality, police will not have to answer to public in a box, this is democracy on the dream. Had another dream of smoking both tobacco and pot, had pockets full of pot again in a BSMT but a refurbished sick room, this in box, not too bad, dreams not great. Here we turn the book, as any book, and read what is a very personal message, which I include without embarrassment, though it is embarrassing to mention, as follows: I saw on TV 3 million Canadian men share my problem, flaccid but I often awaken stiff, why too much shit on my mind, too much Bible, that's why I'm gonna check out pornography. I'm going to let you in on something, here, oh reader, I never exposed my erection to even myself since before driving hack for my father. Sure, I tried to get it on with a few of the whores, but they mostly just robbed me. So, yeah, I got fucked in this way from time to time. But, the whole time that these kids were hanging around, I behaved well towards them and in concern of them, too, as playing with myself like a child would have been spiritually demeaning to me. Oh, if only you could have seen and heard all the crazy shit I experienced in getting fucked up on hallucinogens. Maybe you'd sense that no one is ever really alone. I've never been able to quiet the voice, in my thoughts ever. I'm not saying that I didn't want to fuck with some of these girls, as boys/men have never interested me because I'm known as spirituan or druidic hebephile. A lot of the girls wanted me to want to fuck them, but, for the most part, my age was always respected. I heard of me being called "Ol' Man Darcy" by some kids, but that was rumor. None of my close friends ever truly disrespected me. Even Amanda. People like Bonanaboe and Noman are sick and deluded psychopaths and not people at all. Real persons are emphatic, and this is something I always encouraged with the Anarkids. Nowadays, though, methinks empathy is dead or dying. Truth be told, I think men who find too much pleasure in their penis, whether soft or hard, are queer. Neither men nor women. Abominations of nature psychologically. For example, I saw on the local news that it is now vogue to allow drag queens to entertain children in public libraries. The local media, of course, reports dissenting opinion as atrocious and criminal behavior by deranged psychopaths. And me. I regret my part as an emerging artist 40+ years ago in supporting the misogynist global slum in its Fabianist infancy. This is precisely why I was cast aside as an artist, and not because of atrocious behavior. I was popular once again, as usual, as always, as someone to be seen with rather than be friends with. Why would I want to fuck any of them bitches? 2/11 Pope Johanna I John the Englishman of Metz, or Pope John VIII, also called Pope Zacharias I in AD 854, Johanna succeeded Pope Leo IV and ruled for 2 years, 4 months, 5 days, after she publicly gave birth to a secreted baby. She and her demon offspring were torn to pieces by the hoi polloi. The pontificate was vacant for a month. Hereafter unfinished 3/4 of this book left 10 or 12 journals in all, podcasts soon to follow, a narration of these pages, shared images, as well. Beware what you set your heart to, for it surely shall be yours. Abelard, Heloise indeed, I find I begin to behave myself worse to you than any other woman, as I value you more. Alexander Pope. Here I include the Pope quote above, whereof the poet declares his love for Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, who bursts into fits of laughter as in William Powell Frith's painting. Pope makes love to Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, 1852. Early in his career, Frith specialized in painting episodes from the lives of famous historical personalities. Here he depicts the disastrous moment that spelled future enmity between the poet Alexander Pope and his potential patron Lady Mary Wortley Montagu. Frith explained the situation for viewers of the 1852 Royal Academy exhibition. Her own statement, as to the origin of the quarrel, was this, that at some ill-chosen time, when she least expected what romancers call a declaration, he made such passionate love to her, that in spite of her utmost endeavors to be angry and look grave, provoked an immediate fit of laughter, from which moment he became her implacable enemy. The salon displays several references to Lady Mary's social position and personal background, the coronet on the wall above the sconce, the literary texts, the tulip, while the writing materials indicate her position as the wife of the first ambassador to Turkey, from where she introduced into England inoculation against smallpox, and her fame as a correspondent and writer. Although the sculpted lovers in the background gently mock Pope's declaration, Frith has in fact treated both figures kindly. Pope's hunched back is hidden from sight because he is seated, and Lady Mary's face is shown without disfiguring smallpox scars. The picture was done and hanging on the Academy walls when the objectors opened fire, so repentance, which I confess I felt, came too late. The truth was, I could not resist the dramatic effect of the two figures, the contrasting rage of Pope contrasted by the cruel laughter of the lady. My admiration and respect of Pope should have prevented me from exposing so great a man to ridicule and humiliation. Mea culpa. Mea culpa. William Powell Frith.